Chapter 1673. Lei Tongjie continuously attacked for 100 times, but he did not even manage to touch a single hair on Ling Zhao's body. He was extremely depressed. His powerful attacks, which had always been successful, could even be withstood by a middle-level supreme martial artist. However, it was useless against a middle-level supreme martial artist with the wind attribute. He could not help but curse, "Don't dodge if you're so capable. If you can take one of my moves head-on, I'll let this matter go." "Alright, then I won't dodge," Ling Xiao replied casually. Then he stood still and waited for Lei Tongjie's killing move to arrive. "Alright, you asked for it. Don't blame me," Lei Tongjie shouted with a smug look on his face. He held the handle of the thunderbolt saber with both hands and started to draw in the heavenly lightning. At the same time, his own lightning power started to explode. Suddenly, thunder and lightning rumbled around him. The sound of thunder was endless, and the intersecting lightning produced a destructive power. From afar, it looked like a horrifying scene from the end of the world. It looks like a pretty good move," Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. The fact that this move had such power at the start already proved how powerful it was. With Lei Tongjie's strength and the power of the heavenly lightning, it indeed had the power to shake an ordinary middle-level supreme martial artist. Even if it could not kill someone, it would at least severely injure them. Tang Jie's comprehension is indeed extraordinary. He actually comprehended the first move of the heaven regret art left behind by our ancestor. Lei Qian exclaimed. "What's so great about it? No matter how hard he works, he will not be a match for Feng Xiao," Lei Ye said disapprovingly. However, looking at her nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried for Ling Xiao. No matter what, everyone in her clan was clear about the power of the deity art left behind by their ancestor. One move that Lei Tongjie comprehended was enough to kill someone who was of a higher level than him. Of course, she did not think that Ling Xiao would be defeated by this move. She was just afraid that he would be injured. Unknowingly, Ling Zhao's shadow had quietly appeared in her heart. "Die, ignorant brat." Lei Tongjie had already finished gathering his energy. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped bolt of lightning. His entire body turned into the power of purple lightning. After he let out a cry, the thunder rush saber in his hand slashed wildly at Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a sea of lightning seemed to descend from the sky, enveloping everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Explosive blade light with destructive power slashed over. One blade to destroy all things, to destroy heaven and earth. This was the ancient god technique that was created by an old ancestor of the Thunder clan. Boundless lightning and violent saber energy enveloped Ling Xiao, but he did not dodge on the spot. "Feng Xiao dodge," Rhea exclaimed. Although this move was terrifying, could it make Ling Xiao afraid? This was clearly impossible. When this move was about to land on top of his head, Ling Xiao finally began to move. His body spun lightly. At first, it looked like he was spinning very slowly. At the same time, circles of strong wind began to gather from all directions. Suddenly, a black storm appeared. Ling Zhao's body had already spun so fast that no one could see him clearly. The black storm began to thicken to the extreme. Several black storms tens of thousands of meters tall soared into the sky, sweeping the boundless lightning and lightning blades away in all directions. Rumble, rumble. The two frightening powers collided with each other, and countless lightning powers were forcefully dispersed. However, the black storm was becoming more and more intense. Lei Tongjie only felt that he was being swept along with this storm uncontrollably. "No. How is this possible?" Lei Tongjie let out a voice of disbelief. Just as he was about to retreat, the black storm had already wrapped around him, spinning him so much that he could not tell north from south. He only felt as if he had fallen into a tornado. His entire body became extremely chaotic and uncomfortable. He could not control his body at all, allowing the wind blades to ravage him. However, he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt as if his life force was being drained away. However, no matter what he felt, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The few Thunder Tribe members who were watching the battle widened their eyes and mouths, revealing a look of disbelief. They were obviously shocked by Ling Zhao's move. "I told you that Tang Jie would not be a match for Feng Xiao." Rhea's worries turned to joy. Lei Qian glanced at Rhea worriedly and sighed in her heart. "I hope Xiaoye will not walk the path of those women. Otherwise the consequences will be very tragic." "Oh no, will Feng Xiao kill Tang Jie? If that's the case, it will be troublesome," Rhea exclaimed again. Lei Qian said, "Feng Xiao should be a person with a sense of propriety. He knows what to do." After a long while, the black storm that was wreaking havoc in the world gradually subsided, and the corrosive baleful aura was also gradually withdrawn. Ling Xiao and Lei Tongjia's shadows had already appeared. Ling Xiao was still standing with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering lightly, his expression calm as if he had not made a move at all. Lei Tongjia on the other hand looked miserable. His body was still spinning due to the inertia, and the divine armor on his body had already completely collapsed. His body was almost completely naked, his eyes were rolled back and white foam was coming out of the corner of his mouth. He looked like a dead fish, looking extremely miserable. Tangjia. The few people who were with Lei Tongjia immediately shouted in alarm and flew towards him. Rhea and Lei Qian also rushed over, but they went to Ling Xiao's side. Rhea asked with concern, "Feng Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "You should ask him that." Rhea was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Even if he's dead, I can't be bothered with him." "Xiaoyo, what are you talking about?" Lei Qian glared at Rhea, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You didn't do anything to him, did you?" "Don't worry, I just taught him a lesson." Ling Xiao replied. "That's good. Let's go. This matter ends here," Lei Qian said. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to argue any further. He nodded and followed Lei Qian and Rhea into the thunder space. As for Lei Tongjia, after this battle, he had already set down an inner demon in his heart. His confidence had been completely destroyed by Ling Xiao, and it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. He would not be remembered by Ling Xiao. He was just one of the people that Ling Xiao had dealt with in his life. He was just an insignificant person, and did not even have a place in his heart. Rhea's courtyard was on top of a mountain. The houses were all built with thunder magnet wood, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of lightning-attributed holy grass and flowers. "Rhea, get someone to entertain Feng Xiao. I'll make a trip to the clan to report on that matter and find out what happened in the clan's research," Lei Qian said and left. When Rhea saw Lei Qian leave, a smile appeared on her face as if she couldn't wait for Lei Qian to leave. "Feng Xiao, let me show you around. You'll definitely like our place." It was rare for Rhea to have some alone time with Ling Xiao. She walked to Ling Xiao's side and said. As Rhea approached Ling Xiao, he immediately smelled a woman's fragrance. Her delicate face indeed had a soul-stealing charm. No wonder those youths from the Thunder clan would go crazy for her. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I also want to see the special characteristics of the Thunder space." Some things could not be rushed. He had to capture Rhea's heart as soon as possible before carrying out his rescue plan. Now that he had gained a good impression of Rhea, he only needed to use some tricks and he would definitely be able to make her submit to his demonic palm. After that, Ling Xiao followed Rhea and strolled around the area. When Rhea and Ling Xiao stood together, they looked like an immortal couple that made people feel that they were a perfect match. Wherever they went, the people from the Thunder clan could not help but feel that way when they were seen. However, they all knew that the Thunder clan was not allowed to marry outsiders. Even if Rhea and the other party could get along, there would not be any results. Rhea brought Ling Xiao around and told Ling Xiao many places in the Thunder clan. For example, the important areas of the Thunder clan, the ordinary residences of the Thunder clan, the place to receive foreign guests. She seemed to be in a very good mood and from time to time, a smile would appear on her face like a blooming flower. She seemed especially happy. Ling Xiao's words were humorous and appropriate, and there was a sense of closeness to him. He was really a lady killer, so it was reasonable for him to make Rhea happy. Look, Feng Xiao, that's the Sky Thunder Mountain. It's the place where the younger generation of our Thunder clan train. That place often receives the baptism of Sky Thunder, which can help us Thunder people to awaken our Thunder body. Back then, I was also baptized there, and it was also there that I awakened my Thunder God body. Your Thunder clan is indeed extraordinary. No wonder you can nurture so many geniuses, Ling Xiao praised. He then continued, but I don't think there are many as beautiful as Miss Rhea, and even fewer as powerful as you. It's a pity that the Thunder clan is not allowed to marry outsiders. Otherwise I, Feng Xiao, would have to pursue Miss Rhea as my cultivation partner. What a pity. Ling Xiao's words were extremely explicit, and Rhea blushed instantly. She asked shyly, Feng Xiao, do you really think I'm beautiful? She had heard too many compliments, but for some reason when she heard Ling Xiao say it, she felt especially happy. Of course. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. You're as pure and bright as the vast moon, as beautiful and alluring as the queen of flowers. Ever since I saw you for the first time, I almost couldn't help myself. Luckily I, Feng Xiao, have cultivated for many years and my temperament is still passable. Otherwise, I would have already fallen for you," Ling Xiao said emotionally. He looked at Rhea affectionately, and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her heart. Rhea only exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao before burying her head in her ample bosom. Her heart was beating rapidly and she shyly thought to herself, how can he be so direct? Ling Xiao hooked Rhea's chin and lifted her face up. "Even if we can't be together, you're already in my heart. What should I do?" Chapter 1674. Rhea was dumbfounded. She had never expected Ling Xiao to say something like that so blatantly. All the men she had come into contact with in the past had expressed their love for her in a subtle way. However, Ling Xiao had gone straight to the point and barged into her heart, making it hard for her to reject him. If such a powerful and handsome man were to stand in front of you and confess his love so directly, no woman in love would be able to resist him. Seeing Ling Xiao's handsome face getting closer and closer to her, Rhea's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She was so nervous that she closed her eyes and stopped looking at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao let go of her at this moment and sighed. "I don't want to destroy you. We should just be good friends." Rhea opened her eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. She felt that this man was so sincere to her. She had already let him kiss her freely, but he was still thinking for her. She was extremely touched. However, at the same time she felt a sense of loss. This was the first man that she had a good impression of. However, the rules of the clan forbade them from marrying outsiders. This also meant that she and Ling Xiao were not fated to be together. "Yes, we are good friends." Rhea calmed herself down and said. Although she had a good impression of Ling Xiao, it was not to the extent that she was deeply in love with him. "By the way, when are you going to ask me if I can refine the Sovereign God pill? I've already stayed for a few days. Lei Luojun probably won't show up, so I should leave too." Ling Xiao changed the topic. "Ah, you're leaving so soon," Rhea exclaimed. "Yes, I'm afraid that the longer I stay, the more I can't get rid of you. It's better to leave as soon as possible so that I don't cause you any more trouble. I can forget about you as soon as possible and focus on my cultivation." Ling Xiao sighed. "All right, then let's go back to the monastery." "I'll go ask around," said Rhea disappointedly. Immediately after, she and Ling Xiao returned to her courtyard and let Ling Xiao stay there for the time being, while she went to an important place in the clan. Ling Xiao immediately sat down cross-legged. He released his soul and followed Rhea invisibly. "This time, I'll figure out the first palace master's situation first, then think of a way to save him," Ling Xiao thought to himself. Leia was the junior that the Thunder Clan had nurtured and nurtured. Moreover, she was a supreme incipient God realm expert with an extraordinary position. Her courtyard was close to the important area of the clan. Hence, Ling Xiao quickly followed Rhea to the Thunder Clan's territory. This was where the clan chief resided. There were lightning mountains all around, and heavenly lightning would frequently descend. From time to time, lightning beasts would roam about. Inside the mountains, there were many majestic purple ancient pavilions that looked extremely imposing. Indistinctly, thunderclaps arose like the melodious morning bell in a tomb. Almost all the warriors here were at King God realm and above. Occasionally there were warriors of the Holy Emperor, but they were just ordinary guards and servants. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the power of the Thunder Clan. Even if the Kim people and the Dragon Gate joined hands, they couldn't be compared to the Thunder Clan. Rhea entered the most majestic hall. Ling Xiao wanted to follow her, but he sensed a terrifying aura coming from inside. The aura was no weaker than his own. Furthermore, there was a thunder beast guarding the entrance of the hall. He was afraid that he would be discovered if he followed her inside. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to stay outside for the time being. Around 2 hours later, Rhea flew out of the hall with a proud smile on her face. She mumbled to herself, "I didn't fail Feng Zhao's request. I must help him get the Supreme God pellets with both metal and wind attributes." Right after that, Rhea left the place heading to the other side of the hall. Not long after that, Rhea arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain that she had taken Ling Xiao to. This Sky Thunder Mountain was surrounded by beams of lightning and thunder power. Each beam of lightning contained an extremely powerful energy. Ordinary warriors would die if they touched it. Only those with the thunder physique could use the energy here to cultivate and strengthen their bodies. After Rhea arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain, she immediately landed on the side of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave mansion surrounded by lightning strikes. Half incipient God realm experts were guarding it. Ordinary warriors couldn't get close to it. When Rhea arrived, the half incipient God realm experts in front of the cave immediately greeted her. "Greetings, Miss Rhea. Yeah, this is the token of the chief. You guys let me in to see the alchemy god." Rhea answered and showed them a thunder token. Ling Xiao, who was invisible, shuddered. He didn't expect that the great hall master Shirtsang Yang was imprisoned by the Thunder Clan under this Sky Thunder Mountain. Although the Thunder Clan knew that they had imprisoned a supreme alchemy god, not many people knew where he was imprisoned. Even Lei Luojun could only guess that there were a few places, including this Sky Thunder Mountain. Rhea knew that Shirtsang Yang was here because she had met the chief elder of the Thunder Clan. After Leia entered, Ling Xiao wanted to enter as well. However, a powerful restrictive power suddenly spread out from within the Grotto Mansion, isolating the Grotto Mansion. If he wanted to barge in, he would definitely be stopped by this force. Moreover, his whereabouts might be exposed. It's good that I know he's here. I'll go back and think of a solution. Ling Xiao didn't dare to stay for too long. If the Thunder Clan's experts found him, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao's divine soul quickly returned to his real body and combined. There must be a supreme expert guarding the Sky Thunder Mountain. I can't act rashly. I must come up with a plan that satisfies both sides. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. The most important thing for him now was to see Shirtsang Yang and understand his situation. Then he could think of a way to save him. No matter what, he might enter the belly of the Sky Thunder Mountain in the end. At that time, it would be the last moment for his identity to be exposed. After about 4 hours, Rhea returned to the courtyard. However, she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Her face was taut as if she had been wronged. What's wrong, Miss Rhea? Is it because it's not easy? If that's the case, then forget it. I've already accepted it. Ling Xiao asked. I'm so angry. That stubborn old man doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. I gave him so many benefits, but he still rejected my request. Rhea scolded. Stubborn old man? Your clan's Lord Alchemist God? If that's the case, then forget it. I know that every alchemist god has a strange temper. If they don't want to concoct pills, others really can't force them. Ling Xiao followed Rhea's words and said, You're right. Is the alchemist god that amazing? Isn't he still captured by our Thunder Clan? Later, I'll summon the heavenly lightning to descend and he'll suffer. Let's see if he'll refine a sovereign god pill for me. Rhea was straightforward and revealed the secret of her clan. Your Thunder Clan is really shameless. Ling Xiao despised them in his heart. Then he said to Rhea, There are some things that can't be forced. I think it's fine. In any case, I'm already very satisfied to be able to get to know such a beautiful young lady like Rhea. Ling Xiao's bewitching soup was still very effective on Rhea. She blushed and said, Feng Xiao, don't be anxious. That stubborn old man will always have some time to jump around. When the heavenly lightning gathers, he'll have a hard time. At that time, his willpower will be the weakest and I'll definitely get him to concoct pills for you. Miss Rhea, you're so good to me. If only you weren't a member of the Thunder Clan. Ling Xiao looked at Rhea affectionately and sighed. Rhea revealed a shy expression and said, You saved my life, so it's only right for me to repay you. So Miss Rhea did this to repay your kindness. Sigh. Looks like I was overthinking things. I'm leaving. I said that I don't need you to repay me. Ling Xiao sighed and pretended to leave. Rhea immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. You? Don't be like this. I sincerely want to get the sovereign god pill for you. It's not just to repay your kindness. Then what are you doing if you're not repaying me? Would you like a prodigal son like me who has no fixed abode? That's impossible. Ling Xiao laughed at himself, then said, I'd better go. I don't want to see you suffer because of me. Don't be like this. I don't want you to go. Rhea's heart was in a mess as she pulled Ling Xiao. Really? You really don't want me to go? I'm so happy. Ling Xiao exclaimed in joy. Then he grabbed Rhea's tender hand and pulled her into his embrace. His thick lips fiercely kissed her jade lips. Rhea was instantly stunned. She felt as if her entire body was being struck by a powerful electric current, causing her to feel numb and her entire body to tremble slightly. That feeling was indescribably strange. She was a little resistant, but she liked it more than anything else. It was truly indescribable. At the same time, she did not expect Ling Xiao to do such a thing to her. Ling Xiao's tongue pried open her pearly white teeth and went straight for the root of the problem. That pair of perverted hands seemed to have magical powers as they caressed her sexy and delicate body. Feeling the wonderful bounciness, his lower body instantly reacted. I've sacrificed my body just for the first palace master. When he comes out, he must compensate me properly. But this Rhea is also a top-grade woman. It's a pity that I don't have the fortune to enjoy her. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. If other men heard Ling Xiao's words, they would definitely hack this shameless man into pieces. This guy was really taking advantage of her. If he had the ability, he could sacrifice himself for her. We wouldn't mind. Just as Rhea's breathing quickened and she was about to reply to Ling Xiao suddenly pushed Rhea away and said with a panicked expression, "Damn it, how could I do such a thing to offend Miss Rhea? I'm a beast. Hit me, I was just too happy and got carried away. I definitely didn't mean to offend you." She looked at Ling Xiao and recalled that wonderful feeling. At the same time, she felt nervous as if she had done something shameful. "Forget it, it's not your fault," Rhea replied. She turned around and quickly returned to her room. Chapter 1675. As he watched Rhea leave, Ling Xiao smiled proudly. Suddenly, an obscure aura came from behind him. An old voice rang in his ears. "I don't care who you are. Stay away from Rhea immediately." The voice was filled with a cold aura. It made one feel uncomfortable as if they had fallen into a cold cellar. "I was too careless," Ling Xiao scolded himself. Then, he turned around and saw an old woman gently sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard with a broom in her hand. Ling Xiao looked at the old woman who had reached the late stage of the supreme stage. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, senior. I didn't mean to offend you just now. If you offended me, then so be it. If you don't leave now, you won't have to." The old woman shot Ling Xiao a threatening look. Ling Xiao had no choice but to spread his hands and say, "All right, I was going to leave anyway. Since senior doesn't welcome me, I'll leave now." After saying that, Ling Xiao really flew up, wanting to leave the space of lightning. At this moment, Rhea rushed out of the room again and shouted, "Feng Xiao, don't leave. Little Ye, you can't be willful. Have you forgotten the rules of our ancestors?" The old woman shouted at Rhea. "Great-grandmother, I haven't forgotten. I'm just good friends with Feng Xiao. He didn't mean to do that just now," Rhea said anxiously. "Look at how incoherent you are now. You've already started to like him. If he doesn't leave, I'll kill him immediately." The old woman could see through people's thoughts. Naturally, she wouldn't give Ling Xiao another chance to tempt Rhea. Rhea looked at Feng Xiao with a troubled expression. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Rhea, senior, I'm sorry to disturb you." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even look back as he immediately charged up into the sky and left the space of thunder and lightning. "Feng Xiao!" Rhea exclaimed and wanted to chase after him. The old woman suddenly acted and restrained Rhea, not letting her chase after them. "You are not allowed to chase after him. It is impossible for you and him to be together. The longer you stay with him, the deeper you will fall. At that time, the only one who will suffer will be you," the old woman advised. But I think he's really good," Rhea said with a sad expression. "I know. Great-grandmother has been through it all. She understands what it's like to have your first awakening of love. However, you'll slowly forget about him after a while," the old woman said. She thought to herself, "This kind of man with flowery words is the most unreliable. I will make him disappear from your life forever." As soon as Ling Xiao reached the ninth heaven, he immediately sensed a few powerful auras chasing after him. It seems that it's impossible to find a place to hide before doing anything. I'll go to the outer territory to deal with them first. After Ling Xiao thought to himself, he accelerated and rushed to the outer territory. Ling Xiao didn't linger around the lightning space. He dashed away. "He's leaving. We should chase him." The Thunder Clan's warriors screamed in fear and sped up to chase after Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao deliberately slowed down a little to let them catch up to him. Then he sped up, leaving them far behind. They couldn't catch up with him even if they wanted to. However, if they didn't chase after him, they felt that the distance wasn't far. After one day and one night, Ling Xiao finally stopped. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Some figures immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. "Run. Why don't you run? We're tired of chasing you," shouted a Thunder Clan's warrior, glaring at Ling Xiao angrily. Ling Xiao recognized this expert at Incipient God Realm. He was one of the experts who had stayed with Lei Tangjia. The other two were the same. He had never seen the other two before. However, they were at the high level of Incipient God Realm. 2 high-level Incipient God Realm experts and 3 mid-level Incipient God Realm experts. They thought highly of Ling Xiao by dispatching such a lineup. "I've already left. What else do you want?" Ling Xiao glanced at them and said in a low voice. "Nothing much. We just want to borrow your head." The mid-level supreme being who had just spoken grinned. "Are all the Thunder Clan's warriors this kind of people?" sneered Ling Xiao. "Humph, why do we need to talk about gratitude when dealing with people with evil intentions like you? I'll kill you later to vent Tangjia's hatred." That person shouted in fear. A thunder axe appeared in his hand and he slashed at Ling Xiao's head. Boundless power and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning poured down in torrents. Muffled groans rang out incessantly. Since you won't let me go, then you can die too. A strong murderous aura flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. His figure suddenly changed and he dodged the thunder axe in the blink of an eye. His body had already appeared in front of that mid-level supreme being. A kick that contained a strong wind ruthlessly kicked at his lower abdomen. Watch out! The high-level supreme being of the Thunder Clan shouted in fear. At the same time he moved to help that mid-level supreme being. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that they couldn't catch up. Bang! Ah! That mid-level supreme being's lower abdomen exploded from Ling Xiao's kick. He screamed in pain. At the same time, the strong murderous aura quickly spread to his divine body, causing his life to decrease rapidly. It was hard for his divine body to reform. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. Another whip kick swept towards that mid-level supreme being's head. That mid-level supreme being's head instantly exploded like a watermelon falling onto the ground. It was a disgusting and ferocious sight. The attacks of the other members of the Thunder Clan also started to fall on Ling Xiao's body. Terrifying lightning exploded. It was enough to kill any high-level supreme being. I've already suffered a loss and been taken advantage of. How dare you still force me? Then all of you can stay here and become my puppets. Ling Xiao was a little angry. He didn't plan to show them any mercy. He directly summoned his God Soul doppelganger and attacked those few supreme beings at the incipient God realm. Although these people's strength wasn't ordinary, they were no match for two Ling Xiao. They didn't know what was going on. They were attacked by a terrifying force. Their divine bodies exploded and they were all frozen to the point that they couldn't move. The battle was completely resolved in a matter of moments. The two high-level supreme beings who thought highly of themselves were extremely depressed. They were captured before they could use their combat power. They didn't even have a place to complain. After Ling Xiao captured them, he immediately put in a lot of effort to control all of them. You're the ones who came to work for me. You can't blame me. Ling Xiao said complacently. After Ling Xiao controlled them, he immediately sent one of them back to the thunder space. As long as he could capture that old woman, he could continue to use the honey trap on Rhea. As long as he had a chance to see Shi Songyang, he could think of a way to save her. Another key point was to find out what kind of powerful existence was guarding the Sky Thunder Mountain. According to the memories of these members of the Thunder Clan, they only said that the inside of the Sky Thunder Mountain was the place where the Thunder Puppets were refined. There should be an ancestor-level figure guarding there. As for whether there were other people inside, they weren't sure. After all, the Thunder Clan's rules were very strict. If it wasn't an important direct descendant, it was impossible for them to know so many things. However, Ling Xiao found out from them that the Thunder Clan and the Devil Tiger Clan had completely become enemies. Rio Yuoding, Lei Wanlong, Lei Zhen and the others had rushed to the outskirts of the Heavenly Region 3 years ago, wanting to join hands with the Devil Tiger Clan to destroy the Tianyuan region, and then capture many alchemists to serve their Thunder Clan. However, when they arrived there, they thought that they had been set up by the Devil Tiger Clan. They were indignant and destroyed the Devil Tiger Clan's ancestral land, but they were intercepted by the Devil Tiger Clan's army and started a great battle. In that battle, both sides suffered many casualties. The battle prowess of the Thunder Clan's army was extraordinary, but the people of the Demonic Tiger Clan weren't weak either. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, and the Thunder Clan even lost a peak sovereign, Lei Zhen, who was killed by Jiang Dian. The Thunder Clan's losses were not small. Not only that, the Devil Tiger Clan had even gathered their clansmen from the western region to chase after the Thunder Clan. They had also issued a wanted order to the other clans. Whoever killed a Thunder Clan member would be given a generous reward, causing many clans and plunderers to join in the hunt. The Thunder Clan that was heading to the Heavenly Region was also not willing to be outdone. They had dominated the southern region for many years and had many allies. They immediately gathered many people and both sides fought to the death. However, it was not a solution to continue like this. That batch of Thunder Clan members were already on their way back. After reorganizing, they would wait for the clan to make a decision. Looks like I have to speed up the rescue operation. Otherwise, when those people return, the Thunder Clan's guard will be even tighter. Ling Xiao muttered to himself and waited for the old woman to bring people over. That old woman was a late-stage sovereign. Her strength was not too bad, but she was not a big threat to him. It was just that he didn't know if she would bring more powerful helpers over. 3 days later, that old woman came as expected. The person who came with her was also a late-stage high supremacy, an old man who was as old as she was. Leyland, where is that kid? He actually dares to say that he will only let him go if I come to pick him up personally. That old woman looked at the high stage sovereign that Ling Xiao let go and shouted. He's not far from here, but he is very powerful. Elders, you have to be careful. The high stage sovereign called Leylin said. He's only at the peak of the intermediate level. He probably relied on that advanced 11th order lightning dragon to defeat you guys. I was too careless. Now that Brother Gue and I are here, he won't be able to escape. The old woman said confidently. That's right. I heard that Leia likes that Thunder Flood dragon. Let's bring it back and give it to her. Lei Xiaogue, who was beside the old woman, said. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the place where Ling Xiao was waiting. Senior, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ling Xiao smiled at the old woman. How dare you capture the people of my Thunder clan? Are you tired of living? The old woman glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. You're being unjustly accused. I obeyed your orders and left, yet you sent people to hunt me down. What's wrong with me capturing them? Ling Xiao spread his hands with an innocent expression on his face. Chapter 1676. You're right. Let them go and I'll let you leave. The old woman said gravely. Besides that, hand over the lightning flood dragon you subdued. Lei Xiaogue shouted from beside the old woman. Haha, you Thunder Clan people are really overbearing. Ling Xiao sneered. So what? Do you think you still have a choice? Lei Xiaogue snorted disdainfully. I really don't have a choice. I'll return them to you. Ling Xiao spread his hands and released the restrictions on the people he had captured, allowing them to return to the old woman and Lei Xiaogue's side. You're tactful enough to summon that lightning flood dragon. It can only belong to our Thunder Clan's sacred beast, Lei Xiaogue said. Then do I have to give you all my treasures before I can leave? Ling Xiao continued to sneer. You're right. Lei Xiaogue agreed. But before he could finish speaking, the old woman cried out, Brother Gue, be careful. But it was already too late. The 4 people from the Thunder Clan attacked her and Lei Xiaogue at the same time. These 4 people had originally been under Ling Xiao's control. The reason Ling Xiao had allowed them to return to their side was naturally to catch them off guard and kill them. The old woman and Lei Xiaogue had never imagined that their Thunder Clan people would betray them. Even if they were exceedingly strong, they still weren't prepared and were attacked by the 4 people. Bang bang. The 4 people attacked at close range. The old woman and Lei Xiaogue were sent flying, vomiting blood. But the 2 of them had some foundation. They were actually wearing defensive armor, so they weren't killed immediately. But this was only the first wave of attacks. The 4 of them joined forces and continued to attack the old woman and Lei Xiaogue with all their strength. At the same time, Ling Xiao was prepared to use soul power to injure them and capture them as soon as possible. However, when his soul power entered their seas of knowledge, it was actually destroyed by the lightning power contained in their seas of knowledge. The members of the Thunder Clan have been cultivating under the power of heavenly lightning all year round. Indeed, they are different from ordinary people. Not only are their divine bodies tough, but even their sea of consciousness and God soul have such defensive power. However, they can only resist stubbornly. Ling Xiao sneered and let his God soul doppelganger appear. He didn't want anything to go wrong. He had to take down these 2 people as soon as possible. Damn it, what sorcery did you use to control them? I'll kill you. The old woman naturally did not believe that their own people would betray them. The only possibility was that they were being controlled. Old woman, don't waste words with him. Let's join hands and kill that little bastard as quickly as possible. Then they should be fine, shouted Lei Xiaogue. The 2 of them possessed extraordinary strength, so it was more than enough for them to deal with the 4 of them at the same time. Moreover, the 2 of them knew how to team up, and their combined might was comparable to that of a peak supreme being. They even had the prelude to turning defeat into victory. They didn't want to kill their own clansmen, so they were about to join hands to deal with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's God soul was one step ahead of them and attacked them. An overbearing fist technique rushed into the sky, as if a golden dragon had descended. It roared and wreaked havoc in all directions, blasting away all the lightning power. Ling Xiao's God soul was already a true peak supreme being. His strength was much stronger than the 2 of them. Moreover, Ling Xiao had also increased his battle power. How could they resist him? They vomited blood continuously from the impact of the golden dragon, and they were scared out of their wits. There are still people in the dark. We've fallen into their trap. Let's go. Lei Xiaogue shouted at the old woman. Let's go. The old woman didn't dare to stay any longer. She drew the bolts of heavenly lightning to defend herself. She wanted to take the opportunity to escape. If I let you escape, how am I supposed to live? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He activated the Tempest Body technique, and his battle power erupted to the peak. His power rampaged in all directions. The old woman and Lei Xiaogui couldn't withstand his absolute strength. Their divine bodies exploded, and they were trapped by Ling Xiao in ice. The current Ling Xiao had the miraculous effect of invisibility, and his peak strength. It could be said that he stood at the peak of both the inner and outer regions. Even if he encountered an existence on the sovereign list, he would be able to fight them head-on. It was still unknown who would win and who would lose. These two high-level supreme beings hadn't even reached peak supreme being yet, so how could they escape from Ling Xiao's hands? After Ling Xiao took control of them, he unexpectedly obtained unexpected information from their memories. In the Sky Thunder Mountain, other than the old ancestor who refined the thunder puppets, there were only a few disciples who followed him to learn how to refine puppets. There were no other powerful existences inside. After all, there were many thunder puppets comparable to the supreme being level in the Sky Thunder Mountain. Whoever wanted to attack there would undoubtedly be a very wrong choice. Moreover, this was the territory of the Thunder Clan. Who would dare to touch the tiger's whiskers? Therefore there was no need to set up a heavy defense. Other than that, the ancestor in the Sky Thunder Mountain was actually the old woman's blood brother. His name was Lei Wuji and he was the most powerful puppeteer. His strength had even reached the pinnacle of the realm. Even the Thunder Clan's old patriarch had to respect him. This will be easy. As long as she leads him away, I can take the opportunity to rescue them. Of course, my task now is to confirm the Lord Hallmaster's situation as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said excitedly. After making a plan, Ling Xiao let the old woman and Lei Xiaogui recover from their injuries, and then return to the thunder space together. He had to make the best use of his time and rescue them before reloading and the others returned. Ling Xiao's return to the thunder space did not attract much attention. After all, he was brought back by Leia, so no one felt that there was anything wrong with him. And this time, with the old woman and Lei Xiaogui present, no one dared to question him about the situation. In Leia's courtyard, Leia was walking listlessly. She was no longer as lively and delicate as she was in the past. Great-grandmother, I'm clearly just good friends with Feng Xiao, why doesn't she allow us to meet? Feng Xiao is such a good person and he treats me sincerely. He knows that our Thunder Clan is not allowed to marry outsiders, and in order to not disturb me he said that he would leave a long time ago, but I'm a little reluctant. Leia pouted and muttered to herself in dissatisfaction. Leia might not have fallen in love with Ling Xiao, but she already had a good impression of him in her heart, and remembered him deeply. It was undeniable that Ling Xiao had a way with women. Little girl, you're blaming your grandmother again. The old woman's voice rang in Leia's ears. Leia was already used to the old woman's mysterious appearance. She said insincerely, I didn't. I watched you grow up. I don't know what you're thinking. The old woman walked over and laughed. Then she said, look who I brought. I don't want to see anyone. Great-grandmother, I'm going back to my room. Leia said without even looking. Since Miss Leia doesn't want to see me, then I'll be leaving. Ling Xiao's lazy voice rang out. Feng Xiao, it's you? Leia quickly turned around and said in surprise. Ah, it's me. Ling Xiao laughed. Why are you back? Great-grandmother, what's going on? Leia was pleasantly surprised but also puzzled. Her great-grandmother clearly did not allow Ling Xiao to stay with her. Why would there be such a sudden change? She was indeed puzzled. Great-grandmother was in the wrong previously. I shouldn't have chased Feng Xiao away. I know there's nothing between you two, and I believe that you won't forget the rules of the clan, Xiaoya. I think Feng Xiao's character is not bad, so in order to make you happy, I got someone to find him for you, lest you hold a grudge against me in the future. The old woman explained with a smile. Really? I knew great-grandmother treats me the best. Leia exclaimed. She went up to the old woman and kissed her to express her joy. All right, you two can catch up. I won't disturb you anymore. The old woman laughed and disappeared before the two of them. Only Ling Xiao and Leia were left in the courtyard. The two of them did not speak and just looked at each other. In the end, Leia retreated in defeat with a red face. Why are you looking at me like that? Leia said shyly. I just feel that it's been a few days since I last saw Miss Leia, and I feel like it's been 3 years. I miss you very much, so I should look at you more when I have the time. In the future, when I can't see you anymore, I can still remember your face. Ling Xiao began to flatter her again. Leia only felt a sweet feeling flowing through her heart, making her feel very happy. Don't be greedy anymore or great-grandmother will chase you away again. Leia replied. No, she misunderstood me before. I explained it clearly so she won't chase me away, Ling Xiao replied. That's good. How many days are you planning to stay this time? Leia replied happily. This time, other than wanting to see you, I also wanted to see if you could help me refine the Sovereign God pill again. If it's convenient, take me to see Lord Alchemy God. I don't believe that I can't move him. Ling Xiao said. I can help you refine the Sovereign God pill for me, but I can't take you to see Lord Alchemy God. This is the clan's rule and I don't dare to break it. I'm really sorry. Leia said with a slightly apologetic look. Is that so? Help me ask again. If it's really not possible, then forget it. Ling Xiao said with a disappointed look. And this time I will definitely help you get the dual attribute Sovereign God pill, but you have to prepare the materials for me. Leia clenched her fists and replied. I've already prepared the materials, I'll give them to you first. Ling Xiao took out a spatial ring and handed it to Leia. You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you? Leia joked. What's there to be afraid of? I naturally trust Miss Leia's character. If you want all of my treasures, I'm willing to give them to you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Leia was really beaming with joy from Ling Xiao's sweet words. Oh right, don't call me Xiaoya in the future. Leia said in a low voice with a red face. Chapter 1677. Ling Xiao had successfully charmed Rhea. His honey trap was half done. Rhea went to Sky Thunder Mountain one more time to ask for the Supreme God pellet for him. The old woman called Lei Xiaofeng appeared and wanted to go with her. At first, Rhea didn't understand. However, when Lei Xiaofeng told her that the puppeteer in Sky Thunder Mountain was her big brother, Rhea's great-grandfather, Rhea got it. Rhea and Lei Xiaofeng were many generations away from that puppeteer. Even if they didn't know the relationship between them, it was still fate. Oh right, didn't you want to ask for the Supreme God pellet for Feng Xiao? You should ask him to come with you, said Lei Xiaofeng. Is it okay? It's an important place of our tribe. Rhea couldn't believe it. What's so impossible about it? Feng Xiao is just one person. Could it be that he can stir up a storm? Moreover, I'm thinking for you. He can refine the Supreme God pellet soon. Then he can leave. I don't want to disturb your mind, little girl, said Lei Xiaofeng. Oh. Rhea wasn't happy. However, if she could take Ling Xiao with her, she had fulfilled Ling Xiao's request. Thus, Rhea took Ling Xiao and Lei Xiaofeng to Sky Thunder Mountain. Sky Thunder often struck down on Sky Thunder Mountain, which made the peak of the mountain sparkling with lightning power. The power of lightning was really thick here. Some half-incipient God Realm experts were guarding in front of Sky Thunder Mountain. They didn't allow any juniors to enter this forbidden land. When Ling Xiao and the other two landed in front of the cave mansion, they immediately greeted Lei Xiaofeng and Rhea respectfully. Rhea took out her token one more time. I want to go in. Miss Rhea, please come in, answered one of the half-incipient God Realm experts. No doubt, he meant that Rhea could go in but the other two couldn't. Lei Xiaofeng shouted discontentedly, Why? Can't we go in? You can go in but I'm afraid this one can't. The half-incipient God Realm expert knew the relationship between Lei Xiaofeng and his great teacher. He's Xiaoya's savior and our Thunder Clan's honored guest. Why can't he enter? Lei Xiaofeng said unhappily. Elder, don't make it hard for us. It's the rule that our great master has set up. It's also the rule of our tribe. The half-incipient God Realm expert was bewildered. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's go in first. I'll explain things to my brother, said Lei Xiaofeng. The half-incipient God Realm experts were troubled. Leia said from the side, Great-grandmother, why don't you go in and inform great-grandfather before letting Feng Xiao in? The rules of the Thunder Clan were very strict. If someone were to mention this, they would probably be punished as well. Why don't I wait outside? Ling Xiao said. No, wait here. I'll go back and talk to Big Brother. He must let you in. The old woman said as she led Rhea into the cave abode. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was waiting outside. He was a little nervous. Once his plan was exposed, it would be difficult for him to escape from the lightning space, and it would be even more impossible for him to save the first palace master. Thus, success or failure depended on this moment. Of course, he had to figure out the first palace master's situation. Otherwise, if he rashly saved the first palace master, he would be in big trouble. After a while, Leia happily stormed out. Feng Xiao, come in. Great-grandfather has allowed you to come in. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stormed in immediately. The half-incipient God Realm guards didn't dare to stop him anymore. As soon as Ling Xiao got into the cave abode, he immediately felt the terrifying lightning and thunder power twirling around this place. He couldn't adapt to it. You should be careful. The lightning and thunder power in this place is really thick. Not many people who don't have the thunder physique can endure it. You should put on the divine armor for the last time," said Leia. Ling Xiao nodded. Immediately, a set of divine armor appeared on his body. He was just putting on an act. With his strong physical body, it was more than enough to block the power of thunder and lightning. After Ling Xiao followed Leia in, he heard the ear-piercing sizzling sounds of electricity crisscrossing each other. The lightning and thunder power was really terrifying. Anyone below the incipient god realm would die here. Not long after that, Ling Xiao found strong purple lightning flashing in the deep area of the cave abode. The lightning and thunder around him became more intimidating. At the same time, he also felt the scorching power of lightning and fire. It made the heaven fire bead in his sea of consciousness jump. The innate cold wind bead seemed to dislike the environment here as it responded in disbelief. Ling Xiao maintained his composure and continued to follow. Leia reminded him, "You can only stay here for 1 hour. If the stubborn old man isn't strong enough to refine for you, you should leave first. I will find a way to make him listen to you." "Okay, I know what to do," Ling Xiao replied softly. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the belly of the mountain. Ling Xiao was shocked by the scene here. It was like a space of lightning and thunder. Lightning flashed continuously, but it didn't cause any damage to the mountain walls. At the same time, there were lightning and fire floating in the lightning pool. The temperature was so high that even Leia couldn't feel it. Inside the lightning pool, there were a few half-naked middle-aged and old men floating. Their palms were constantly making hand seals, condensing various materials to form puppets. It was as if they were in purgatory. They were not affected by the lightning and fire. Ling Xiao could feel that their bodies were as strong as mid-grade ancient god weapons. Some of them were even as strong as him. This was a purgatory of lightning and fire. Warriors who didn't have lightning attribute would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. In an empty seat in a corner, Lei Xiaofeng and an old man were discussing something. This old man was extremely tall and sturdy. His eyes were extremely oppressive. His upper body was bare, revealing his purplish bronze muscles. The veins on his body were like lightning as they floated about, containing a terrifying might. Ling Xiao could immediately feel the old man's terrifying aura. It was actually not any weaker than the Thunder Clan's old patriarch. This was a powerful existence that was comparable to the top of the sovereign list. This old man was Lei Xiaofeng's big brother, Lei Xiaojiang, an ancestor-level existence of the Thunder Clan. It was also because of his existence that the Thunder Clan's strength had increased greatly by refining so many supreme lightning puppets. His position in the clan was only second to the old patriarch. He looked at Ling Xiao. It was as if 2 bolts of lightning were striking towards Ling Xiao, making Ling Xiao feel very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao was still able to withstand it. This bit of pressure wasn't enough to make him feel stage fright. "Feng Xiao, come here, this is my great-grandfather." Rhea brought Ling Xiao to Lei Xiaojiang and introduced him. Ling Xiao bowed and said, "Feng Xiao pays his respects to senior." Lei Xiaojiang looked Ling Xiao up and down and asked, "You have dual attributes of metal and wind?" "Yes," Ling Xiao replied. "Release it and see," Lei Xiaojiang said. Ling Xiao obediently displayed the 2 elements of metal and wind, allowing Lei Xiaojiang to see them clearly. Lei Xiaojiang's doubts disappeared. "Since little sister and Xiaoye spoke up for you, and you saved Xiaoye's life, I'll give you a chance to come in here. You only have an hour, no matter what the result is after an hour, you have to leave this place." He then turned to Rhea. "Xiaoye, bring him over." Ling Xiao replied, "Thank you, senior." Then Rhea brought Ling Xiao to another cave. After Ling Xiao and Rhea entered the cave, there was a thick stone door sealing it. After Rhea activated the switch, a violent aura instantly spread out, and at the same time, there were waves of flames spreading out. "Feng Xiao, let's not get too close. That stubborn old man is very powerful. If we get too close, it'll be very dangerous," Rhea said. "All right, then let's talk to him here," Ling Xiao replied calmly. In reality, he was very nervous. This was his first time meeting the Lord Hallmaster, and whether he could successfully save him depended on this. Ling Xiao's green eyes flashed, and he saw the situation in front of him clearly. There were lightning-attributed divine chains crisscrossing around him, and these divine chains were actually binding a figure sitting in the middle of the field. This figure's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His back was facing Ling Xiao and Rhea so they couldn't see what he looked like. "Divine Alchemist, sure, I'll ask you again, are you willing to refine a metal and wind attribute supreme god pill for me?" Rhea asked politely. That person didn't seem to hear her and just sat there motionlessly. As long as you're willing to refine this supreme God pill for me, I promise you that I'll definitely tell my great-grandfather to summon heavenly lightning to torture you. Rhea said again. That person still didn't reply, so Rhea became impatient and shouted, if you continue to pretend to be dead, I'll summon heavenly lightning and let you enjoy it. Haha. Suddenly that person laughed maniacally, and that laughter caused the cave abode to shake. Rhea only felt that her ears were in extreme pain, and she almost fainted. Ling Xiao also felt a little pain in his ears. He could sense that this was definitely the sound wave attack of the lion's roar. It was a pity that Shi Songyang's power was suppressed and he was unable to unleash its true power. Otherwise Rhea would have been shaken to death. Scram. If you have the ability, then kill me. Don't even think about me refining pills for you. Shi Songyang roared. You refuse to accept a toast, but you want to drink a forfeit. Watch as I attract the heavenly lightning and let you enjoy it. Rhea shouted as thunder power gathered, wanting to attract the heavenly lightning. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Xiaoya, don't be anxious, let me chat with this senior for a while. Speak. If he doesn't listen, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Rhea replied softly. At this time Ling Xiao said to Shi Songyang, Senior, I Ling Xiao urgently need a metal and wind dual attribute supreme god pill. I wonder if you can refine it for me? As Ling Xiao said this, his divine soul clone had already rushed toward Shi Songyang's direction. Only now did he clearly see Shi Songyang's miserable state. Those thunder divine chains had actually locked into his bones, making it difficult for him to struggle. Two of them had even directly entered his head, looking extremely sinister and disgusting. Chapter 1678. This kind of thunder and lightning divine chain directly locked into the divine body, it was simply fatal. Once one struggled, their divine body would definitely collapse. If it was only the physical body, then even if he didn't want this physical body, he could still reconstruct it and escape. However, if even his divine soul was locked, there was simply no way to save him. It had to be known that the divine soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was destroyed, he would definitely die. The Thunder Clan was trying to prevent Shi Songyang from escaping, and also to prevent him from committing suicide. No wonder he still had his aura, but he was unable to save himself. Once the heavenly lightning descended, these divine chains would give him the most terrifying attack. Not only would it torture his body, it would also torture his divine soul. This was the most extreme form of torture. An indescribable rage had already exploded in Ling Xiao's heart. Killing people was just a nod, but making people wish they were dead was simply too cruel. However, Ling Xiao did not act impulsively. Instead, he used his real body to talk to Shi Songyang, while his divine soul quietly went to Shi Songyang's side. I don't care who you are, get the hell away from me. Shi Songyang roared. Lord Hallmaster, I'm here to save you. Don't make a sound, listen to me. Ling Xiao's divine soul transmitted to Shi Songyang. Ding dang dang dang. Shi Songyang suddenly stood up, and many divine chains let out an ear-piercing sound. His eyes shot out in all directions, emitting two oppressive flames. Ling Xiao's real body spoke again. I heard that you are the most outstanding godly alchemist in the thunder and lightning heavenly domain, but I really don't believe it. If you can refine this dual attribute sovereign Dan, I will admit it. Ling Xiao had purposely called the thunder and lightning space the heavenly domain. It was obvious that he wanted Shi Songyang to comprehend it himself. At the same time, his clone said, even the Hall Master and Hall Masters will wanted to come and save you, but they knew that their strength was inferior to the Thunder Clan, so they did not dare to act rashly. Don't. Shi Songyang cried out involuntarily. Feng Xiao, forget it, he won't listen to you. I'll attract the heavenly lightning and let him enjoy some torture. Maybe he'll listen to me. Leia advised. Lord Hallmaster, my clone is talking to you. Don't be agitated. Promise me first so that I can calm her down. Ling Xiao's divine soul said again. Shi Songyang's eyes darted around. He actually did not see Ling Xiao's spirit. But no matter what, he chose to believe Ling Xiao's words. Who said that I am not the strongest medicine god? I can easily obtain the supreme divine pill with two attributes. However, if you are from the Thunder Clan, then don't waste your efforts. Shi Songyang replied. Ling Xiao replied, I'm really not from the Thunder Clan. I'm just passing by. Alright, I can refine it for you. However, that little girl must wait outside the door. Otherwise, I will not make a move. Shi Songyang replied. Thank you, senior. Ling Xiao responded. Then he looked at Leia and said, Xiaoya, wait outside the door first. I'll give the materials to this senior and will be out soon. Leia did not doubt Ling Xiao's words. However, she was very worried about Ling Zhao's safety. She said, "Feng Xiao, you have to be careful. The stubborn old man might be lying to you. Don't go near him or else he will harm you." You don't have to worry about this. He is locked up, so how can he hurt me? Moreover, I am not that easy to deal with. Otherwise, how could I have subdued the Thunder Dragon? Wait outside the door first. I will leave after I have a few words with him," Ling Xiao said. Leia thought about it and felt that Ling Zhao's words made sense. She immediately replied, "All right, I will guard the door. If he dares to play any tricks, remember to call me. I will definitely make him wish he was dead." With that, she walked out of the metal door. "My name is Ling Xiao and I am also an alchemist. I was fortunate enough to be fancied by DJO, and she and I have already been married under the witness of the third Hall Master. Now, I am an honorary Vice Hall Master in the guild, and the reason I came to the Thunder Clan this time is to rescue you," Ling Zhao's divine soul immediately said. Shirt Songyang sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao. "What you said is not trustworthy. All these years, the Thunder Clan has used too many methods to trick me into concocting pills, unless you can take out a keepsake." "Don't worry, Head Hall Master. I will let my real body take the keepsake that the second Hall Master gave me. Don't be nervous," Ling Zhao's divine soul said as his real body walked towards him. "I'll give you the pill refining materials right now. Don't play any tricks," Ling Zhao's real body purposely said loudly. His purpose was to let Leia hear him. Sure enough, Leia's voice sounded out, "Feng Xiao, don't get too close to him. He's very powerful." "Xiaoya, don't worry. I won't joke around with my life," Ling Xiao replied. At this time, Ling Zhao's real body had already approached Shirt Songyang and showed him the badge and token of the Medicine Alliance. Only then did Shirt Songyang raise his head and look at the keepsake that Ling Xiao had taken out. His eyes flashed with excitement. Only then did Ling Xiao take a closer look at Shirt Songyang's appearance. His facial features were very regular, and although he looked old and dispirited, it could be imagined that when he was young, he was definitely an incomparably handsome man. "All right, I've given you the ingredients. Remember to help me refine the Sovereign Dan." After Ling Zhao's real body said this, he gave Shirt Songyang a look and walked out. His divine soul said, "Head Hall Master, don't be anxious. My divine soul will stay behind to help you escape. No, this is too dangerous. If they discover you, you will be dead. Moreover, there are frequent lightning strikes here. Your divine soul will be destroyed." Shirt Songyang had already confirmed Ling Zhao's identity, but he still rejected Ling Zhao's suggestion. "Don't worry, Head Hall Master. My godly soul is different from ordinary people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hide here without being discovered. I will leave with my real body first. I will find a way to help you escape," Ling Zhao's godly soul responded. At this time, Ling Zhao's real body handed over a spatial ring to Shirt Songyang. There were some divine materials inside as well as some recovery divine pills and divine tools. These were all needed to escape. Ling Xiao had made a foolproof plan. He had to succeed in one go and not fail. "All right, immediately reject me." Ling Zhao's divine soul sent a sound transmission to Shirt Songyang. "Scram, do you really think I'm going to refine pills for you? I'm just playing with you, haha," Shirt Songyang immediately said. "What bad luck. Forget it, I don't need you to refine anymore. I don't even know if you're a fake or not." After Ling Xiao said this, he walked out of the iron gate. At this time, Leia walked in and said, "Let me attract the heavenly lightning and let him enjoy the feeling of being struck by lightning." Forget it, he might have been tortured to the point of insanity. If I let him refine pills for me, I'm really afraid that he will destroy my divine materials. Let's go." Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said. Leia felt that what Ling Xiao said made sense and immediately said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Feng Xiao, I didn't expect it to be like this." "It's nothing. I'm already very touched that you took such a big risk to let me in. Let's go, let's get out of here. It'll be bad if other people find out about you and cause you trouble," Ling Xiao replied. "Feng Xiao, you're really considerate." Leia was moved as she replied. Immediately after, she brought Ling Xiao back to Lei Xiaojing and Lei Xiaofeng's side. Lei Xiaojing and Lei Xiaofeng were chatting happily. "How is it?" Lei Xiaojing asked in a deep voice. "That stubborn old man still refuses. How infuriating," Leia replied angrily. Ling Xiao said, "Forget it, I don't have much hope anyway. I won't disturb Senior anymore, I'll leave first." Let's go. Don't come back in the future," Lei Xiaojing said impolitely. At this time, Lei Xiaofeng said, "I only asked you to make an exception this time because he saved Xiaoya's life. I won't let him come again next time, then I'll go out with Xiaoya." I'll come see you when I'm free. Go. Use the puppet I gave you just now well. Lei Xiaojiang replied. After that, Ling Xiao followed Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Ye out of the belly of the Sky Thunder Mountain. Who knew that Lei Xiaojiang would shout, "Wait!" Ling Xiao's heart was in his throat. He thought that the other party had discovered something. Young man, Xiaoye is from the Thunder clan. We are not allowed to marry outsiders. You are not allowed to have any ideas about her, otherwise I won't forgive you. Lei Xiaojiang shouted at Ling Xiao. Senior, rest assured, Lei Ye and I are just good friends. Besides, this old senior has already warned me. I know what to do. Ling Xiao replied. Since you know, all of you can go out. Lei Xiaojiang waved his hand. Ling Xiao, Lei Xiaofeng, and Lei Ye also walked out of the belly of the Sky Thunder Mountain. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. That old fellow is very powerful. If we were to be discovered inside, it would definitely not be easy for us to escape. The three of them immediately returned to the courtyard, and Lei Ye once again apologized to Ling Xiao. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to help you. It's nothing, you've already tried your best. If he's not willing to refine it, there's nothing I can do. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and paused for a moment before asking, but who is that person? Why was he imprisoned by you guys? I know that every alchemy god is an existence of their own. Aren't you afraid of offending their forces by doing this? You can tell me about it, but don't let great-grandmother hear about it. It's a secret of the clan and I don't know much about it either. Can you please stop asking? Rhea pleaded. You're right. All right, I'm just curious. Ling Xiao replied, then he continued, since he won't refine the sovereign god pill for me, then I have to leave. Anyway, if I stay here, your clansmen will be guarding against me like a thief, afraid that I'll lure you away. It's really a sin. We're just friends and they're really... Leia said unhappily. Then she looked at Ling Xiao and said, can't you stay for a few more days? I heard that my uncle Luo Jun should be back soon. Maybe you two can meet. No, I'm still his opponent anyway, Ling Xiao rejected. After a pause he continued, but I don't plan to leave the lightning space for the time being. I want to walk around here and see the scenery here. Really? How about I accompany you? I don't have anything to do for the time being anyway, Leia said happily. If you have such intentions, of course I'm very happy. Ling Xiao laughed. Chapter 1679. Ling Xiao only had a month's time and he had already used 10 days before this. In other words, his real body could only stay with Rhea for at most 20 days. At that time he would return to his original form and everything would be exposed. However, there was nothing for him to be anxious about. There wouldn't be any danger if his real body was with Rhea. Rhea's strength was limited, and he could deal with her at any time. It was just that he didn't want to wake this girl up from her beautiful dreams as a last resort. After I leave, I'll leave her with a beautiful memory. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In the belly of the heavenly thunder mountain, Shirtsong Yang's cave was still dark and gloomy. At first glance, Shirtsong Yang was the only one who was still trapped here. But who knew that there would be an invisible and untouchable person here? Lord Hallmaster, how should I save you? Ling Zhao's divine soul stayed here, and when he discovered that no one was approaching, he sent a sound transmission to Shirtsong Yang and asked. It's difficult. Shirtsong Yang sighed lightly, then continued, all the ribs in my body are locked by the thunder god's chains, it's impossible for me to break free, and the most terrible thing is that my divine soul is also locked. If there's any abnormality, my divine soul will definitely be destroyed first. This is also why they can lock me here with ease, and there are formations all around. Every time there is a heavenly lightning, these thunder gods' chains will definitely have a terrifying lightning power fall. Every time it tortures me to the point where I wish I was dead. If it's possible, you might as well give me a quick death. Lord Hallmaster, nothing is absolute. Since I've snuck in, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Ling Xiao comforted. Actually, the moment he cut off these thunder gods' chains, it would definitely alarm Lei Xiaojiang and the others outside. He had to think of a plan that would satisfy both sides, and let Shirtsong Yang slowly escape. After he recovered a bit, it wouldn't matter if he alarmed them again. It's good that you have such intentions. Tell me about the guild first. I haven't been back for more than 100 years, I wonder how they are doing. Shirtsong Yang sighed. Ling Xiao never thought that Shirtsong Yang would be trapped for so long. No wonder he rarely talked about this Lord Hallmaster from Yin Djiao's mouth. Ling Xiao then casually talked about the matters of the Medicine Alliance. Shirtsong Yang's old eyes turned uncertainly, no one knew what he was thinking. That's about it. The Thunder Clan's wild ambitions have already been seen through, and they won't have the time to deal with the guild in a short period of time. Lord Palace Master can rest assured. Moreover, they are now fighting against the Devil Tiger clan, so they don't have the leisure to do so. Humph, when they first found out about our Medicine Alliance guild, they wanted to invite most of our guild's alchemists to live in their lightning space and serve them. At that time, I understood that the Thunder clan had designs on our alchemists. Unfortunately, when I wanted to leave, I was captured by them and have been trapped until now. Shirtsong Yang coldly snorted and continued, every time there is a thunderstorm, there would be heavenly lightning that would electrocute me to death. However, I don't know if it's because of the formation here, but the electricity would only torment me half to death and not really let me die. I hate it. Ling Xiao could imagine how much pain Shirtsong Yang was in when he was being tortured like that. Therefore it's not wise for you to stay. In a few days there will be heavenly lightning again. No soul can withstand it unless you have reached the pinnacle level like me. Otherwise you might be able to withstand it. Shirtsong Yang said again. Ling Xiao replied, Head Palace Master, you can rest assured. Since I dared to come in, I have already made my plans. A mere heavenly lightning can at most cleanse my body, it won't be able to harm me. Ling Xiao was a flesh and blood divine soul, his strength had already reached the pinnacle realm. Coupled with the might of the ancient emperor divine technique, he was already comparable to a pinnacle ancient god tool. Alright, since that's the case, then we'll wait for the heavenly lightning to descend. You can help this old man escape. Shirtsong Yang's gaze changed, emitting a different kind of bright light as he said. Ling Xiao met his gaze and thought to himself, could it be that the head palace master already has a plan to escape, and was just testing me just now? Ling Xiao originally thought that his thoughts were meticulous, but in front of this old man, he was still a little ashamed of his inferiority. After all, he did not see through Shirtsong Yang's thoughts from the very beginning. He had never done such a thing to his own people. However, he could also understand why Shirtsong Yang wanted to test him. The main reason was that the Lei clan had sent many people to do some ideological work on him, so he had no choice but to be on guard. Ling Zhao's divine soul accompanied Shirtsong Yang in the cave for around 10 days. His real body had also swum to the vicinity of an incomparably beautiful lake with Leia. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there were all kinds of strange flowers and grasses growing there. There were also some low-level spirit beasts roaming about from time to time. In the distance, there was a silver waterfall hanging upside down, and there were white lotuses floating on the lake. The scenery was extremely beautiful, and it looked like a lifelike painting. After spending 10 days and nights together, the relationship between Ling Xiao and Leia could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to have feelings for Leia, but Leia had truly fallen in love with him. She liked Ling Zhao's strength, handsomeness, humor, and his glib tongue. Every time he made her feel happy and shy, a sweet feeling would flow through her heart from time to time. She really wanted to continue walking like this with Ling Xiao until the end of time. Sometimes when she thought of her clan's rules, she would feel extremely irritated. She really wanted to leave the Lei clan with Ling Xiao and go to the outer domain, never to return. However, her family was here, so how could she give them up? Now that they had arrived at this beautiful valley, Ling Xiao plucked a spirit flower and handed it to Leia. He smiled and said, "Little Ya, this is for you. I hope that you will always be as beautiful as this flower." Leia blushed and wanted to take the flower from Ling Xiao, but unexpectedly Ling Xiao said, "Why don't I help you stick it in?" After saying that, Ling Xiao stuck the flower in Leia's purple hair. Leia felt Ling Xiao's manly aura, which was very close to her, and she was instantly intoxicated. "Little Ya, you really are the most beautiful woman in the world," Ling Xiao praised. His words were somewhat insincere, but Leia was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. Sometimes he would feel his heart move. However, it was true that the two of them could never be together. Leia was already deeply in love with Ling Xiao. His words undoubtedly made her feel as though she was floating, and her heart was filled with happiness. At this moment, all the gloominess in her heart was swept away. She only wanted to cherish every minute and second that she could spend with Ling Xiao. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and hugged Ling Xiao's strong waist tightly. She buried her face in Ling Xiao's chest and said emotionally, "Feng Xiao, can you not be so nice to me? I'm afraid that I've already fallen in love with you. What do you think I should do?" Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned. He could smell Leia's fragrance and her sexy and exquisite figure, and his heart was in a mess. He had the urge to push this woman down to the ground and ravage her. However, his conscience told him that he could not do that. He had already deceived a woman's feelings. How could he take advantage of her again? At that time he would have a bad reputation of eating and leaving. That was not Ling Zhao's way of doing things. "Little Ya, don't be like this. Let's just be a pair of confidants. I don't want to hurt you. Ling Xiao said as he patted Lei Ya's shoulder. Sob sob. I don't want to be your confidant. I want to be your woman. Lei Ya actually started crying. Then she hugged Ling Xiao's head and kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Her kiss was very rough, but she was sucking hard. Her slender hands hooked tightly around Ling Xiao's neck. Her actions were very agitated. Ling Xiao was a little stunned. He did not expect Lei Ya to fall for him just like that. Looks like my charm is still as attractive as before. Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly. Both men and women had vanity. Being able to obtain the love of a top-notch beauty was indeed something to brag about. It was something to be proud of. Ling Xiao suppressed his rationality and pushed Lei Ya away. With a pained expression he said, I can't hurt you. Don't be like this. No, this has nothing to do with you. I did it willingly. These days have been the happiest days of my life. I'm afraid that you'll leave. I really don't know what to do. Lei Ya said with a conflicted expression. Ling Xiao sighed. Lilia, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you and caused you so much pain. Why don't I leave now? You'll be in pain in the future. I don't want to see you like that. My heart will ache if I see you like that. No? I won't allow you to leave. Lei Ya hugged Ling Xiao again and cried. Seeing Lei Ya's true feelings, Ling Xiao felt a little guilty. At the same time he felt that he was a little despicable. Ling Xiao did not know what to say. He just let her hug him like that. He thought that it was about time for him to leave. Far away, thunder and lightning had already started to rumble on the heavenly thunder peak. Every month there would be a few days when lightning would strike. It was also when Shirtsanyang would start to suffer. Rumble rumble. The terrifying sound of thunder rang incessantly. Many lightning bolts descended from the sky. Most people would be terrified of lightning, but to the Thunder Clan it was a good omen. It indicated that their Thunder Clan would have another awakened thunder physique. They could absorb a lot of thunder power to strengthen themselves. This would strengthen their Thunder Clan and allow them to pass on their legacy forever. The lightning bolts struck the heavenly Thunder Mountain and struck the belly of the mountain. The Thunder Divine Chain immediately attracted the lightning bolts and struck Shirtsanyang's body. Zizi. Oh. Shirtsanyang immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body seemed to have been burnt black by the lightning. And Ling Xiao's divine soul, who was in the cave, was also struck by the lightning. He was in so much pain that he almost cried out. Chapter 1680. Initially, he was thinking of finding an excuse to slip away and stop deceiving Rhea's feelings so that she wouldn't be able to forgive herself in the future. However, he also felt a little embarrassed. It was despicable of him to use such methods on this woman. Damn it. What happened? Call the founding elders of our tribe to see. Shirtsanyang, who was in the cave mansion, endured the pain and sent a message to Ling Xiao. When the lightning strikes, the thunder god chains are at their weakest. However, we need the best ancient god weapon to break them. As long as the thunder god chains are broken, I can blow them away. You must seize this chance. Otherwise, we won't have such a good chance again. Rhea blushed and her body trembled uncontrollably. To cut the thunder god chains for Shirtsanyang, Ling Xiao's back was wide open. When he wanted to turn around to block the lightning sabers, they had already slashed at him. It had been a long time since he had slept with a woman. Looking at such a graceful body, his blood boiled. It gave him the most primitive impulse. Inside the cave mansion, after Ling Xiao had tried his best to stop Lei Xiaogang's attack, he didn't forget to turn around and slash the thunder god chains above Shirtsanyang's head. As the sky thunder descended, the sky thunder mountain was filled with the power of thunder and lightning. 2 or 3 puppets seemed to be made of poor materials. They exploded under the lightning strikes. Some others cracked. However, Supreme Incipient God Realm Xiangming had used his god power to stabilize them. They could still be puppets. Rhea was touched. I know you want my best. But do you really want to stay with me like this forever? As long as he could cut the thunder god chains on his god soul, he could force them out and see the light of day again. Ling Xiao held the obscure shadow divine sword and poured all of his energy into it. He slashed at the thunder god chains. No, I won't regret it. I will be your woman for the rest of my life. Rhea was also stubborn. She had just fallen in love, but she could not be with the person she loved because of the rules of her clan. That kind of pain made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and she had a rebellious personality. Now that she saw Ling Xiao's pained expression, she finally could not hold back the urge to explode. In the belly of Sky Thunder Mountain, Lei Xiaojang and his disciples were gathering a large amount of lightning power to store electricity for the recently formed lightning puppet. Feng Xiao, don't be like this. I know you like me very much and I've fallen in love with you now. We don't ask to be together forever, but I hope to have the best memories. Oh, let's consummate our marriage tonight. From now on, I'll only be your woman. Come and see me when you have time. I'll never marry anyone else in this life." As Rhea spoke, she tore off her clothes, revealing her flawless body. Could it be that the ancestor made a mistake while refining the puppet? How could there be such a huge commotion? As soon as he finished speaking, he was drowned by the lightning blades. Rumble. Therefore, Rhea ignored everything and hugged Ling Xiao, kissed Ling Xiao, and said many passionate words. What was even worse was that she actually planned to give her body to Ling Xiao. This was a top-notch divine weapon like Ling Xiao. Only by filling the body of the puppet with the power of lightning would they be able to unleash even greater combat power in battle. Ling Xiao's body suddenly trembled. Firstly, his soul had suffered another painful blow, and secondly, he could not withstand Rhea's manipulation anymore. His lower body almost shot out. This was the first time she had been so intimate with a man. It would be a lie if she did not want to be nervous and shy. The heavenly thunder continued to descend, and the sound of thunder rang out incessantly. The thunder had already covered up all movement. Even Shirt Songyang's wild cries were drowned out. Lei Xiaojing did not care at all. He was already used to it. The divine kings who were protecting the youth cried out in alarm. Then they brought all of them up the heavenly thunder mountain. But now that the heavenly thunder had descended, it just so happened that the lightning chains had become weaker. It was like iron being burned by a raging fire, softening a lot. That's not right. Normally, no matter how big the commotion is, something like this would never happen. The heavenly thunder mountain is about to be ruined. Quick, inform the patriarch. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Lei Xiaojing was furious. His palms turned into lightning blades and slashed towards the position of the divine shadow sword and Shirt Songyang. In the belly of the heavenly thunder mountain, Lei Xiaojing had used all his strength to kill Ling Xiao and Shirt Songyang. In order to save Shirt Songyang, Ling Xiao had suffered a terrifying attack. Immediately inject the beast core and draw the lightning into your body. Hurry up. Lei Xiaojing ordered in alarm. However, some of these youths had died because they could not withstand the power of the heavenly thunder. Some of them were unable to awaken the lightning body and had fallen into depression. Only the youths who had truly succeeded in drawing the heavenly thunder would step onto the path of hegemony in this space. Ling Xiao was mainly paying attention to the situation on the divine soul's side. He wanted to reject Rhea's offer, but she had already made her move. She held onto the golden dragon spear on Ling Xiao's lower body and placed it in a key position facing her with trembling hands. Let's get out of here quickly. The children can't take it anymore. Just as Ling Xiao was about to block the lightning power, he realized that the lightning was heading towards the thunder god chain above Shirt Songyang's head. On this mountain peak, there would be some youths under the protection of their family members who would receive the heavenly thunder into their bodies in an attempt to awaken and activate their lightning body. Ling Xiao said, "You have to be clear that if your clansmen find out about this, you will definitely not have a good ending. You can't ruin your life for someone you just met." This was also the reason why the Thunder Clan's lightning puppets could possess the power of thunder and lightning. The powerful forces intertwined and instantly blew the cave abode apart. She thought that Ling Xiao was in pain because of the matter between them. However, his divine soul was struck by the heavenly thunder again, causing his real body to feel a wave of pain. This allowed him to regain his senses. He pushed Rhea away and said, "No, Xiaoye, you can't do this. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." If not for his abnormal physical body, he would have completely disappeared under Lei Xiaogang's attack. Ling Xiao was afraid that Lei Xiaogang would notice, so he moved like the wind and cut off the thunder god chain. Who knew that this shout would cause Rhea to misunderstand? None of the disciples present were afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. They formed hand seals and slapped towards the formed puppet. The beast core was embedded into the puppet's head, and the thunder and lightning were injected into the beast core bit by bit. The beast core began to absorb the heavenly thunder and float around the puppet's body. However, when the heavenly thunder fell tonight, his divine soul was suffering pain. His physical body could also feel that kind of pain, causing him to let out a soft cry of pain. "Don't be like this. Tonight I will be your woman. I hope that you will always remember me and love me." Rhea looked like she was going all out. After saying that, she had already ripped off all of Ling Xiao's clothes, revealing his explosive, muscular body. This jade-like body had the golden ratio. It was protruding and flat when it should be, forming a beautiful curve. His alluring skin was as smooth as jade, and under the moonlight, it was as beautiful as ivory. Ling Xiao resisted the power of the heavenly thunder and nodded. Don't worry, Lord Temple Master. I will immediately cut off these thunder god chains. When Rhea gently sat down, the narrow and wet place wrapped around his lower body. He let out a roar and completely lost his mind. He arched his body, hugged Rhea's body, and started ravaging it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block in front of Shi Sangyang. He shouted in shock, "Lord Temple Master, there are recovery divine pills and divine weapons in your space ring." Intense sparks emitted a brilliant light. All the thunder god chains on Shi Sangyang's body were finally cut off. The Sky Thunder Mountain immediately shook violently. If it was not for the protection of a powerful formation, it would definitely have collapsed in an instant. Pay attention. If you break any more of these, the clan will not have any more materials for you to refine more. Lei Xiaogang shouted with some dissatisfaction. *T. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. He raised his speed to the extreme and sent out a wind blade. Ling Xiao said as he summoned the phantom divine sword from the space ring he had given to Shi Sangyang. He used his full strength right from the get-go. The power of this thunder and lightning was much more terrifying than the descending heavenly thunder. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body was also enduring a different kind of torture. Ling Xiao was about to speak when his soul avatar suffered a heavy blow. He clutched his chest and screamed. Ling Xiao was also shocked. Bang bang. The thunder god chains were often baptized by heavenly thunder. They were already hard to an unimaginable degree. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy to cut them off in an instant even with this top-grade ancient divine sword. But at this moment, the door of the cave mansion opened. Lei Xiaogang and several of his disciples appeared. Good, only the 2 thunder god chains are left. Quickly cut it off. Shi Sangyang said excitedly. He only saw a sword dancing but he did not see anyone. However, he already knew that someone was invisible and could not be discovered. Clang clang clang. There really is something wrong. Lei Xiaogang said in a low voice. His palm turned into a bolt of lightning and bombarded the phantom divine sword in Ling Xiao's hand. The youths who were receiving the heavenly thunder were all disturbed and screamed at the same time. Obviously they had failed to receive the heavenly thunder. Ling Xiao's words this time were filled with sincerity. However, Rhea was used to thinking that Ling Xiao was always thinking for her, which made her even more touched. Rhea thought that Ling Xiao was suffering from heartache this time. She threw herself at Ling Xiao and tore off Ling Xiao's clothes. One was Rhea's cry of pain, while the other was Ling Xiao's soul avatar's scream. Chapter 1681. 2 Ling Xiaos, 2 different battlefields, 2 completely different scenes. One was Ling Xiao suffering the bombardment of thunder and lightning, while the other was being ravaged by a beauty. The former was suffering real pain while the latter was being forced to enjoy it. It was a completely different feeling and experience. Ling Xiao's soul avatar was extremely powerful, but he was still a soul after all. Even if he had condensed flesh and blood, he still had an innate fear of heavenly thunder. He was continuously bombarded by Lei Xiaogang's power of thunder and lightning, causing him to almost explode. Fortunately, the ancient Emperor Divine Art's defensive power was strong enough to withstand these thunder blades, but he still spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, after suffering Lei Xiaogang's powerful attack, he was able to cut off all the thunder chains that bound Shi Sangyang. Ling Xiao, hold on for me, let's go together. Shi Sangyang was shielded behind Ling Xiao so he did not suffer much damage. Taking advantage of the time he had to catch his breath, he took out restorative divine pills and divine grasses from his space ring and immediately swallowed them all, refining them at an extremely fast speed. His aura also soared at this moment, and the thunder chains were shaken out of his body. After he screamed, a terrifying firepower bombarded Lei Xiaogang and the others. A powerful force exploded in this narrow mountain belly. Even with the protection of a powerful spirit array, the Sky Thunder Mountain was still shaken and cracked. Shi Sangyang pulled Ling Xiao and quickly fled out of Sky Thunder Mountain. However, Shi Sangyang had just recovered a little strength, so how could he escape Lei Xiaogang's pursuit? A pair of thunder blades appeared in Lei Xiaogang's hands, and his whole person seemed to have turned into a thunder god. His terrifying aura shrouded Shi Sangyang and Ling Xiao. Divine Alchemist Shi, we have kept you here for more than 100 years. Today we can still keep you here. Don't be stubborn or else I will kill you by mistake. That would be my fault. Lei Xiaogang's aura was like the sky. Bolts of sky lightning moved along with him. The majestic power had already sealed Shi Sangyang. You shameless bastards from the Thunder Clan. Although you helped my master, Sangyang, I've already refined 100 supreme deity pellets for you. Yet, you're so greedy that you want me to stay here forever? You even want to devour my medicine guild. Even if I die today, I won't submit to your Thunder Clan. Shirtsong let out a cold snort and started to circulate his divine technique. The large amount of recovery divine elixirs and divine items that he had just swallowed were rapidly refined by him. His aura gradually rose towards the peak of the Supreme Being realm. At the same time, balls of golden flames started to spread, causing his entire person to look like a ball of sun. He sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao, "Quickly escape. The people from the Thunder Clan will be here soon. I'll just hold them back." "Great Hall Master, don't be hasty. Just hold them for half an hour. When I've recovered, I can take you away immediately. No one can stop us," Ling Xiao said confidently. He had been attacked by the origin of thunder and lightning. His god soul power had been greatly reduced. Now he had to recover fully to use the storm body technique to escape. However, the Supreme Deity realm experts of the Thunder Clan had already surrounded them from all directions. If they didn't escape before they arrived, they would be surrounded and killed. Shirtsong didn't know how Ling Xiao would react, but he chose to believe in Ling Xiao's words. The power of his fire origin erupted, and a series of fiery palms bombarded Lei Xiaojiang. Shirtsong was the most outstanding alchemist in the heaven domain. The reason why he had such a title was not only because of his outstanding alchemy skills but also because he had a powerful force to support him. He was already at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. His fighting competence was absolutely terrifying. He had created his own set of alchemy palm techniques, and this set of palm techniques was his strongest attack. Now that it was executed, the numerous fiery palms pressed down like space itself, burning and compressing the surroundings into a world of fire. Moreover, the realm of the palm intent had even reached the level of being as pure as fire, causing its might to rise explosively to a terrifying extreme. Everyone in the heaven domain knew that Shirtsong was a powerful existence at the bottom of the supreme list. Previously, he was captured by the Thunder Clan because this was the Thunder Clan's territory. There were many peak of the Supreme Being realm experts here. If it was a one-on-one fight, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. Unfortunately, his power hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't block the attack of Lei Xiaojiang, a peak of the Supreme Being realm expert. Lei Xiaojiang's pair of thunder sabers were extremely powerful. Saber lights danced and many lightning bolts directly bombarded the sea of fire. Shirtsong was directly bombarded and fell down, causing more than 10 mountains to collapse. "You're so stubborn. Today I'll take your life," Lei Xiaojiang shouted in a deep voice. His entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed towards Shirtsong. Two bolts of lightning intertwined and turned into a cross of energy light, fiercely falling on Shirtsong's head. Shirtsong waved both of his palms and slapped on the cross saber light. However, he still couldn't block it. His divine body was ruthlessly bombarded, causing him to scream in pain. However, his divine body was severely injured, but it still regenerated. He desperately attacked Lei Xiaojiang. "I'll kill you within 3 moves." Lei Xiaojiang didn't have a good temper to begin with. Now that Shirtsong had escaped, he was annoyed. After saying that, he started to attack Shirtsong with all his strength. Many lightning bolts descended from the sky. The sky was filled with lightning bolts that turned into thunder sabers, shrouding Shirtsong. After this round of attack, even if Shirtsong didn't die, he would be half dead. At the same time, some Supreme Being incipient God realm experts of the Thunder Clan had already arrived. "What's going on? Isn't that forefather Xiao Gang? Could it be that the person fighting him is the alchemy god imprisoned in our clan? How did he escape? It should be the drug god. Otherwise, why would he use fire class attack power? However, he isn't forefather's opponent. I'm afraid he will be killed in 1 or 2 more moves. How did he manage to escape? Did someone help him? Everyone be careful. Don't let others have a chance to take advantage of him." "What's going on over there? There's a sword floating. Is someone hiding there? It should be. No one in our clan can hide. Everyone attack him. No matter who he is, we can't let him leave this place alive." Many members of the Thunder Clan found the obscure shadow divine sword floating in the sky. Immediately, someone suggested to attack it. At this time, Ling Xiao's wounds had mostly recovered. He didn't have time to care about the other members of the Thunder Clan. He was most concerned about Shirtsong's safety. "Let's go." Ling Xiao used his mind to send a signal in one direction. After he sent the signal, 2 powerful auras rushed towards Lei Xiaojiang and Shirtsong. "Big brother, there's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Let Brother Gui and I kill him." The people who appeared were Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui. The appearance of Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui prevented Lei Xiaojing from giving Shi Songyang the final fatal blow. "What are you guys doing here? Wait until I end his life." Lei Xiaojing frowned slightly and shouted. Just as Lei Xiaojing was about to attack again, Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui, who were beside him, attacked him at the same time. Moreover, they used their full strength. The power of their joint attack was comparable to that of a peak supreme being. It completely enveloped Lei Xiaojing. Lei Xiaojing had never thought that his family would betray him. He was struck so hard that he didn't know what to do. His god body exploded and he was almost obliterated. "Bastards, what are you guys doing?" Lei Xiaojing shouted as he rushed out of the attack wave. He immediately used his divine power to heal his injuries. However, Lei Xiaofeng and Lei Xiaogui ignored his words and continued to attack him together. Lei Xiaojing was furious. He really didn't understand what was going on. However, in such a situation he could only suppress the two of them first. It was also at this time that Shi Songyang got a chance to catch his breath. Even if Lei Xiaojing's disciples and others wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy. As for Ling Zhao's side, those who attacked him were all killed by him using his speed and the phantom sword. Ling Zhao didn't fight with them. Instead, he quickly rushed to Shi Songyang's position and protected him. He shouted, "Lord Palace Master, let's leave immediately." Ling Zhao pulled Shi Songyang and used his fastest storm body technique to rush out of the thunder and lightning space. Ling Zhao used his storm body technique to the extreme. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he brought Shi Songyang to the ninth heaven. Just as they were about to make their way out, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the nine heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The power of these lightning bolts was even more terrifying than Lei Xiaogang's power. Each of them was as huge as a heavenly pillar, and the lightning source they contained was filled with a destructive aura. Any evil power or divine soul would be destroyed by these lightning bolts. Ling Zhao could feel the terror of this power. At the same time, he also felt that this power was familiar. A few words flashed in his mind: Lei Clan Elder. He didn't even think about it. He exploded with his most powerful strength of 70 times, and a terrifying black storm suddenly appeared like a natural disaster. It forcefully swept away the power of thunder and lightning in all directions, and this storm directly tore through the nine heavens and soared into the outer domain. However, at the crucial moment, the lightning powers became even more concentrated and terrifying. Streaks of lightning formed a sea of lightning that intertwined with the black storm. The storm was about to collapse. What a powerful old man. "Lord Palace Master, I will withstand these powers. You rush out first." Ling Zhao shouted angrily. The phantom sword spun more and more, withstanding most of the lightning powers. This gave Shi Songyang a chance to escape. Shi Songyang was not a wishy-washy person. He hurriedly replied, "Take care of yourself. I will wait for you in the outer domain." Chapter 1682. Shi Songyang gathered his energy. His fiery palm tore apart a lightning area and directly went to outer space. Shi Songyang had experienced many lightning strikes in recent years. His god body had become extremely tough. Although these lightning strikes were terrifying, he could still resist them. After reaching outer space, he couldn't escape immediately. Some warriors of the Thunder Clan had chased after him and besieged him. Fortunately, the strongest among them was just a high-level supreme expert. There were no peak existences, so he could barely resist them. Ling Zhao, who was in the lightning space, had also broken through the lightning strikes of the chief of the Thunder Clan and arrived in outer space. However, at this moment, many supreme experts and incipient god realm experts of the Thunder Clan had come out and surrounded Shi Songyang and Shi Songyang. More than 100 supreme experts and incipient god realm experts and many holy beasts of Thunder class were surrounded by the terrifying lightning power. They looked majestic. This was just a group of people near the Thunder Clan. There were still many people who hadn't come out of seclusion or came from other places. The chief of the Thunder Clan slowly walked out. "Alchemist God Shi, why are you so stubborn? Cut the crap. Bring it on. This time I would rather die in battle than live an ignoble life." Shi Songyang replied indignantly. Ling Zhao sent a message to Shi Songyang. "Great Hall Master, don't rush. Our reinforcements are about to arrive. You should delay him first." In another place far away, Ling Zhao had already been devoured by Rhea. In the end, Ling Xiaotian and Rhea shared a spring rain. He looked at the exquisite woman in front of him who had been knocked unconscious by him, and a sense of guilt welled up in his heart. Although he and Rhea were considered enemies, there was no direct enmity between them. The only reason he had lied to Rhea was to find Shi Songyang's location. "Just think of it as a wet dream, traceless," Ling Zhao said guiltily. Then he set up a barrier around her. Unless it was a supreme expert or a level 11 holy beast, they wouldn't be able to find her. When she woke up, she could leave on her own. According to his previous personality, he would have taken Rhea. However, it was impossible for him and Rhea to be together. After all, he was dealing with the Thunder Clan. If Rhea knew about this, she would hate Ling Xiao to death. And Ling Xiao couldn't explain it either. Just consider it a dream. Ling Xiao burst out with all his might and rushed towards the outer domain. He wanted to reach the Divine Soul as fast as possible and use the puppet army he gathered to fight against the Thunder Clan. At that time, he would be able to break out of the encirclement. It's a pity that I didn't find the Thunder Genesis Stone on this trip. Otherwise it would be perfect. Ling Xiao thought greedily. Although Ling Xiao and Rhea were a little far from the Sky Thunder Mountain, it wouldn't take long for Ling Xiao to reach them if he flew at full speed. Shirt Songyang was talking to the Thunder Clan's old patriarch to stall for time. If you are willing to let me leave, our Medicine Alliance is willing to form an alliance with the Thunder Clan. Every 100 years, we will pay 100 Sovereign Dan and 1,000 Divine King Dan to the Thunder Clan. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't stay here to refine half a Divine Dan for you. Shirt Songyang said. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan seemed a little hesitant. A middle-aged man beside him said to him, "Old patriarch, I don't think his words can be trusted. Once he returns to the heavenly realm, it won't be something that our Thunder Clan can say." This middle-aged man had an extraordinary bearing. He had the cultivation of a high-level sovereign. He was the current patriarch of the Thunder Clan, Lei Qingyuan. His words can't be trusted, but the proposal is still pretty good. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan sneered, then said to Shirt Songyang, "Medicine God, sure, as long as you hand over a strand of your God soul, I will allow your proposal." "You want my God soul? That's impossible." Shirt Songyang objected. A person's God soul could be considered as the essence of their God soul. Once it landed in the hands of others, it was equivalent to their life being in the hands of others. As long as the other party wanted them to, they could die at any time. Needless to say, this old patriarch's proposal was rather harsh, but it was definitely the best way to control others. "If you are not willing, then you and your people will have to stay here forever. Why bother?" The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan replied indifferently. Then he looked at the direction where the obscure shadow divine sword was floating and said, "You are the person who appeared in my lightning space not long ago. The person who killed my Thunder Clan's people is also one of your people, right? Where are your helpers? Hurry up and call them out, or all of you will die here." The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan remembered that not long ago, a place not far from their lightning space had attracted the power of the primal chaos whirlpool. At that time, there was an invisible person who exchanged blows with him. However, there was a sudden change in the situation and the other party escaped. Now that they met again, the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan understood that the other party had come prepared. However, he couldn't sense any movement around, which made him a little suspicious. He thought that the other party must have used some kind of elixir to hide his aura and was ready to kill them at any time. Since you understand, then let us leave in the end. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will be the final victor." Ling Xiao sneered. "Aha, my Thunder Clan has existed for millions of years. We are the overlords of the southern land. It is the first time I have heard someone say such arrogant words." The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan laughed crazily. Then he said, "Even if you have a lot of people, do you think it is possible to deal with my Thunder Clan?" As his laughter faded, many powerful auras rushed out of the lightning space. Another 100 incipient God Realm experts. Ling Xiao recognized two of them. They were Lei Luoting and Lei Wanlong. They had come back. Nearly 200 incipient God Realm experts were the top force of the Thunder Clan. Many of them were still guarding the lightning space. Some were far away, so naturally they didn't come. Moreover, only Shirt Songyang had escaped. It wasn't a matter of life and death for the Thunder Clan. They didn't need other people to come and help. Otherwise, it would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. "Ah, your Thunder Clan really thinks highly of me. You have sent so many people. I, Shirt Songyang, can die without regrets." Shirt Songyang laughed crazily. "Yeah, so don't think about escaping. Stay here obediently. As long as you are willing to be the consecrated elders of our Thunder Clan, you will definitely live a better life than before. Our Thunder Clan will also treat you like our own people." The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan advised. "Can you guarantee this?" Shirt Songyang pretended to be hesitant. "Of course, my words are still useful." The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan replied. "Alright, let me think about it seriously," Shirt Songyang said. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan didn't mind. He smiled and looked at the others. His soul consciousness once again extended to a further place. Suddenly he felt a strong aura rushing towards this direction at full speed. Only one person coming to help? Strange. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan said doubtfully. He could guess that Shirtsong might be stalling for time. However, this was the territory of the Thunder Clan. No matter what kind of tricks he had, they would accept it. Moreover, he also wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. That was why he gave Shirtsong such a little time. Great Hall Master, prepare to break out. Ling Xiao used his God Soul to send a message to Shirtsong. Then he pulled Shirtsong and rushed towards a direction. That direction was the direction where Ling Xiao's real body was rushing over. I knew you guys would play tricks. Kill them all. There's no point in keeping them alive anyway. The old patriarch of the Thunder Clan said. Following the words of the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan, all the people of the Thunder Clan moved. They launched a terrifying lightning attack at the same time, shrouding the position of Ling Xiao's God Soul and Shirtsong. A huge sea of lightning fell towards them in an instant. No matter how fast Ling Xiao's storm body technique was, he couldn't escape the lock-on of so many people. He also couldn't be faster than so many people attacking at the same time. Block them for me. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao's real body's speed had already reached the limit. He rushed to the vicinity and summoned all his living puppets. At the same time, he attacked the people of the Thunder Clan. The terrifying power instantly caused the space within 1,000,000 miles to shake and tumble. Ling Xiao's God Soul was protecting Shirtsong's back. When he was chased by the power, he felt pain all over his body. His God Soul was about to collapse. Fortunately, his support arrived in time and blocked most of the power. That was why he was still able to hold on. He instantly threw Shirtsong out, allowing him to escape from the tyranny of the lightning in advance. He himself used the last bit of his strength to forcefully rush out. Then he turned it into divine power and entered his sea of consciousness. He barely managed to preserve the flesh and blood body of his God Soul doppelganger. Otherwise, his God Soul doppelganger would be destroyed like Jiang Dian previously. He would have to go through a lot of trouble to recover. Ling Xiao quickly took out the divine herbs and elixirs to recover his God Soul strength and swallowed them. He quickly recovered his God Soul strength and prepared to escape. At the same time, the Thunder Water Dragon that he had subdued appeared instantly. Ling Xiao called out to Shirtsong and said, "Lord Palace Lord, let's go quickly." After saying that, he jumped on the back of the Thunder Water Dragon and started to escape at full speed with Shirtsong. He abandoned most of his living puppets and let them stay behind to delay the people of the Thunder Clan. More than 10 of them exploded their dantian at the same time. This caused the direction of the battle to instantly create a destructive power that was like a natural disaster. The people of the Thunder Clan who were about to chase after them retreated one after another. Some of the weaker ones were even killed by the explosion. What a cunning kid. He actually managed to make so many people work for him. We definitely can't let him go. Otherwise he will become a big threat to our clan in the future. The Thunder Clan's patriarch, who had always been calm, finally became angry. He originally thought that victory was in his grasp, but such an unforeseen event had happened. It was a little hard for him to accept. That kid is not Wu Xiao. He should be Ling Xiao. Reloading exclaimed. Chapter 1683. As the Thunder Clan's young clan head, Reloading once led a large group of troops to the Heaven region's side, preparing to join hands with the Devil Tiger clan to annihilate the people of Sha Tian's origin zone. Unexpectedly, he coincidentally bumped into his clan's Lei Luojun, and there were even 2 brothers called Wu Xiao and Wu Fan by his side. In the end, he was lured by these 2 people to launch a destructive attack on the Devil Tiger clan's territory, destroying the Devil Tiger clan's territory. Finally, it caused their Thunder Clan and the Devil Tiger clan to have a life-and-death battle. Later, Reloading and the rest discovered that Lei Luojun and Wu Xiao, these 2 brothers, disappeared at the same time. At first, they even thought that the few of them were annihilated by the Devil Tiger clan. But when they called for other troops to fight with the Devil Tiger clan, they found out from the information passed over by some people that Wu Xiao's real name was actually Ling Xiao. He was the human medicine god from the Kim people, and also the Medicine Alliance's honorary deputy hall master, an enemy of the Devil Tiger clan. After Reloading knew this news, he flew into a great rage. They understood that they fell for Ling Xiao's trick. It was too late for them to regret, but the deep enmity with the Devil Tiger clan was already sowed. No matter how they wanted to deal with it, the Devil Tiger clan refused to let it go. This caused them to only swallow the bitterness in their bellies, unable to voice it out. This debt, Reloading remembered it in his heart, thinking to himself that sooner or later, he would get it back with interest. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao already slaughtered his way to their Thunder Clan's territory. It was truly out of his expectations. Luoting, you know that brat? Thunder Clan's old clan head was not in a hurry to chase, but asked reloading. No, why wouldn't I know? It's this brat who hooked up with Luo Jun and lied to us. If you don't believe this, you can ask Elder Wan Long. I didn't think that he was so bold to actually come to our clan's territory. Truly hateful. Reloading gnashed his teeth and said, truly the younger generation will surpass the older. Looks like we really have to take him down no matter what. After Thunder Clan's old clan head narrowed his eyes and gave a shout, he shot over in the direction of Ling Xiao and Shirt Sangyang. His speed was shockingly fast, 1 to 2 times that of the Thunder Flood Dragon. Based on this speed, it would not be a problem for him to catch up with Ling Xiao and Shirt Sangyang. At the same time, another 4 to 5 figures chased after the Lei clan's old patriarch. These people were all peak supreme beings, and Lei Xiaojiang and Lei Wanlong were among them. Both of them were top-notch figures on the Heaven Domain Supreme ranking. These people together could be compared to a magnificent army of thousands of men and horses. The other members of the Thunder Clan couldn't keep up with their speed and could only return to the Thunder Clan to wait for news. Ling Xiao and Shirt Sangyang had already escaped far away, but they still felt that they were too slow. First Palace Master, why don't you escape in another direction? I'll distract them. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. How can I do that? I'm already very grateful that you took the risk to save me. How can I let you take the risk alone? If that's the case, how am I going to face DGAO when I return? Shirt Sangyang rejected. No, First Palace Master, if I bring you along now, I won't be able to deal with them. If you leave first, I'll definitely be able to escape from them. I have my divine spirit doppelganger and puppets to stop them. You have to believe in my ability. Ling Xiao insisted. After a pause, he continued, as long as you return to the Tianyuan domain with your reputation, you can immediately summon all the supreme beings in the Tianyuan domain. Sooner or later, you'll have to settle the score with the Thunder Clan. Shirt Sangyang's expression was gloomy and he couldn't make a decision. Ling Xiao had already summoned Muscle. Muscle, listen to the First Palace Master's orders from now on and escort him back to the Tianyuan domain. Muscle was already at the middle stage of the 11th level. It had a pair of mutated tiger-striped wings and its speed wasn't inferior to a normal high-stage 11th level sacred beast. It was the most suitable choice to bring the First Palace Master away. Shirt Sangyang took a glance at Ling Xiao and didn't hesitate anymore. Alright, I'll go in another direction. You must escape successfully. Otherwise, I won't have the face-to-face DGAO. After saying that, he jumped onto Muscle's back and fled in another direction. Muscle's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, only a dot of light was left and it disappeared into the distance. Ling Xiao took a glance and summoned Shui Wuxing, the pinnacle supreme being, as well as all the supreme living puppets. He planned to let them delay for a period of time and prevent them from catching up to Shirt Sangyang. At the same time, he quickly recovered his divine soul's divine power and prepared to fight to the death. Not far from here should be the chaotic thunder region. Legend has it that there might be a thunder attribute Genesis stone there. Moreover, even the people of the Thunder Clan wouldn't dare to go near and absorb the lightning energy there. Only a few extremely powerful beings could borrow the power of the chaotic sky thunder to absorb a few strands of the chaotic sky thunder. Those people also wouldn't dare to enter as they are afraid of being killed. The chaotic sky thunder is the most terrifying power in the world. If there's no other choice, perhaps I can only hide there. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. When Ling Xiao was escaping, he had already calculated the route. He already knew that the most dangerous place in the lightning dimension was the chaotic thunder region. It was a place that humans and beasts wouldn't go near. No one could even think of going near the most dangerous place. Ling Xiao didn't have the thunder god's body. If there was no other choice, he would definitely not go there. Back then, he had brought Wu Bufan here because he wanted to use Wu Bufan's chaotic battle body to see if he could enter the chaotic lightning realm. Unfortunately, the plans of man were no match for the plans of the heavens. Wu Bufan had been sucked into a strange black hole. After Ling Xiao left all the living puppets behind, he started to escape in a hurry. If these living puppets were destroyed, he could reassemble them. But if he died, then it would be useless. Ling Xiao drove the Thunder Flood Dragon to escape in the direction of the chaotic thunder region at the fastest speed. When the Thunder Clan's old patriarch and the others wanted to catch up with Ling Xiao and Shirt Sangyang, they were stopped by the many supreme martial artist puppets that Ling Xiao left behind. This brat really has a lot of tricks. You guys stay here to deal with them. I'll go after that brat. After the Thunder Clan's old patriarch blew up the 2 living puppets, he immediately broke through the obstruction of these puppets and rushed in the direction that Ling Xiao ran. At the same time, the old patriarch finally summoned his Heaven's Thunder Beast, in case he met with other obstructions so that he could deal with it immediately. Lei Xiaojing also roared angrily, "I'll go with you. My sister Feng and Xiao Gui are already under his control. I have to take him down and release him from his control." Lei Xiaojing's strength was not much different from the Thunder Clan's old patriarch. His pair of thunder blades also killed 2 to 3 living puppets, and he chased after the Thunder Clan's old patriarch. The others stayed behind to destroy these living puppets. Ling Xiao was getting more and more anxious. He could already feel the Thunder Clan's pursuit. The Thunder Flood Dragon's speed is still too slow. I can only rely on my soul. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He summoned his soul that had recovered its soul power, and then kept the Thunder Flood Dragon. He let his soul pull his real body to escape quickly. His soul strength was already at the peak level. He exploded with 70 times his combat strength and speed. Like a meteor, he flew a long distance in an instant. As long as he could shake off the pursuit of the Thunder Clan's old patriarch, he could be considered to have successfully escaped. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch and Lei Xiaojing both sensed that Ling Xiao's speed had suddenly increased. After cursing, they each took a speed-increasing divine pill, causing their speed to also increase explosively. That kid is heading towards the chaotic lightning territory. He can't escape far. Lei Xiaojing said with a frown. Maybe that kid wants to use the chaotic heavenly lightning to escape. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch thought of a possibility. How is that possible? You and I both know how strong the chaotic heavenly lightning is. Even we can't go deep, let alone that kid. Lei Xiaojing said disapprovingly. You don't know that kid, so naturally you would say so. The chaotic whirlpool that appeared not long ago is related to that kid. Although it wasn't triggered by him, he might have some unexpected ability. Maybe he can avoid the chaotic heavenly lightning. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch said. So there really is such a thing. Lei Xiaojing said in surprise. Yes, so we must kill him and not give him the slightest chance. He might have a lot of secrets on him. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch said. You're right. However, my clan once had 3 uncles enter the chaotic lightning territory. The Jade Tube of Life shows that 2 of them have already fallen. However, there is still one who is still alive. If that uncle can walk out of the chaotic lightning territory, maybe it will be the time for our Thunder Clan to dominate both inside and outside of the lightning territory. Lei Xiaojing seemed to have thought of something and said with excitement on his face. However, that uncle's talent is unparalleled. He has already entered the chaotic lightning territory for tens of thousands of years without dying. If one day he achieves the eternal realm, it will be the fortune of our Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch replied. As the 2 of them spoke, they chased at high speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Ling Xiao's divine power had been greatly consumed, but he still couldn't shake off the opponent's pursuit. Damn it! Do I really have to escape into the chaotic lightning territory? Ling Xiao said gloomily. He really wanted to stop and fight with the opponent, but he had seen the Thunder Clan's old patriarch's power. He was afraid that he was stronger than existences like Jiang Dian. Compared to the experts on the supreme list in the heaven domain, he was at least a terrifying existence in the top 5. Even if Feng Qingyang was here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat the opponent. After all, the lightning attribute was known as the strongest attribute. Its power wasn't just for show. The closer he got to the chaotic lightning territory, the denser the lightning power Ling Xiao felt. Sometimes the lightning strikes were so strong that ordinary incipient God Realm experts couldn't endure it. At first, Ling Xiao could still handle it. However, as he moved in this direction, there were more and more lightning strikes, which greatly reduced his speed. Damn it! If I had let the Thunder Flood Dragon eat the Dragon Pearl and transform into a Thunder Dragon, it would have definitely helped me. Now it's too late. Ling Xiao said unwillingly. At this time, the 2 peak supremes of the Thunder Clan had caught up with him. Chapter 1684. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch and Lei Xiaojing's strength were already at the pinnacle inside and outside the region. Their speed was at least not much worse than ordinary peak wind attribute supreme beings. Furthermore, they had taken pills to increase their speed, so their speed could be described as lightning. When Ling Xiao's speed had just slowed down, they had already intercepted Ling Xiao. Brat, you really made it easy for us to catch up. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch looked at Ling Xiao with killing intent. Pay attention to that invisible person. Lei Xiaojiang transmitted a message to the Thunder Clan's old patriarch to remind him. Cut the crap. Today I'll fight to my heart's content with you guys. It's not certain who will win or lose. Ling Xiao shouted. Currently there were only 2 people chasing after him. However, these 2 people were so strong that even if it was a one-on-one fight, Ling Xiao had no confidence in defeating them. But in this situation he could only use his full strength. It was a pity that his soul power attack did not have much effect on the Thunder Clan. They all had a sea of consciousness that was like a lightning sea. Soul power attacks that rushed in were unable to cause any damage to them. To be honest, the Thunder Clan was probably the true nemesis of the soul race. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not only have a heavy soul talent. He was also a person with the bloodline of the Kim people. It was impossible for him to be completely suppressed by them. Ling Xiao's divine soul became invisible and no longer held the obscure shadow legendary sword. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's real body held the obscure shadow legendary sword. Both of their strength surged and the 70-fold combat power reached its peak. The Thunder Flood Dragon and Little Gold formed a team. They looked at the Sky Lightning Beast sternly and roared from time to time. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao's side was already at a clear disadvantage. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll kill you first. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch shouted. A pair of lightning awls appeared in his hands and he attacked Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The source of the heavenly thunder was filled with destructive power, and it wreaked havoc in all directions. Lei Xiaojiang also moved at the same time. His pair of thunder sabers slashed out, and the saber light seemed to split the sky and split the earth. 2 supreme beings moved at the same time. Their aura was as majestic as the sky, and the power of thunder swept in all directions. This place was close to the Chaos Lightning Dominion, and could be considered to be the outer region. There was a lot of lightning energy that they could draw in to increase their combat strength. This was extremely disadvantageous to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't care less. He had nowhere to retreat to, so he could only fight. His current advantage was that his divine soul avatar could turn invisible. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This would give them something to think about. Hopefully he could reverse the situation. Ling Xiao's spirit met the Thunder Clan's old clan leader head-on. Right from the start he gave it his all. A golden emperor dragon soared through the sky, roaring and wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth, smashing away the many bolts of lightning. Even when he used the power of his divine soul to take on the powerful move of the Lei clan's patriarch, he still felt that it was a little strenuous. Fortunately, he had been through hundreds of battles and would often become stronger as he met strong opponents. There was nothing to be afraid of. His divine soul could block the Thunder Clan's old patriarch, but his real body did not have the ability to block Lei Xiaojiang. Lei Xiaojiang refined puppets all year round, and from time to time he would receive the baptism of heavenly thunder. Just his physical body was already comparable to a high-grade ancient god artifact. He was not inferior to Ling Xiao at all. Not to mention he also used his top-grade thunder saber. Ling Xiao did not even dare to block. He immediately retreated, but the saber shadows were too dense. He could not dodge at all. He could only wave the phantom sword to block. But when he came into contact with the power, he felt his arm go numb. Instantly, tiger fire burst out and blood flowed out. The phantom sword almost fell out of his hand. His real body was only at the peak of mid-level. Even if his combat power increased by 70 times, he was only a high-grade supreme being. How could he fight against someone of Lei Xiaojiang's level? Ling Xiao was not willing to be killed just like that. He summoned all of his deities' corpses and blocked Lei Xiaojiang at the same time. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. But you want to block me with these useless puppets? You are too naive. Lei Xiaojiang said disdainfully. The thunder saber struck left and right. When the saber light touched the puppets, they immediately exploded. In the blink of an eye, several puppets were destroyed by Lei Xiaojiang's thunder saber. However, Ling Xiao also got a chance to catch his breath, allowing him to condense a powerful attack. Only by risking my life to injure him will I have a chance to escape. Otherwise, I can only enter the thunder territory. Ling Xiao thought to himself. 5 dragons of different colors rose behind him. Finally, they gathered together and formed an incomparably mighty 5-colored dragon. When the 5 dragons merged into one, the 5-colored dragon divine beast was like a stunning dragon emperor. It roared and rushed towards Lei Xiaojiang with an awe-inspiring aura. The 5-colored dragon was terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Lei Xiaojiang's head. Lei Xiaojiang was already aware that Ling Xiao was gathering his strength. Now that he sensed Ling Xiao's attack, he frowned. He could feel that this power was enough to threaten him. Lei Xiaojiang shouted. The thunder saber crisscrossed and the two thunderbolts formed a cross. They directly rushed towards the five-colored dragon. Rumble, rumble. Terrifying forces collided, causing a lot of energy to splatter in all directions. It was as if a terrible natural disaster had formed in the vicinity, causing many spaces to crumble and shatter. The five-colored dragon's power was enough to fight against a peak supreme being. Unfortunately, it couldn't fight against someone like Lei Xiaojiang, who was comparable to someone on the sovereign list. The power of the thunder saber cut the five-colored dragon into several pieces, causing it to disappear. However, when the five-colored dragon disappeared, a two-colored finger light suddenly rushed towards Lei Xiaojiang. Lei Xiaojiang snorted coldly, "Light of cocoon fire." His thunder saber slashed at the finger light. However, the finger light suddenly changed into countless specks of light that wrapped around Lei Xiaojiang like raindrops. This change caused Lei Xiaojiang's expression to change slightly, but it wasn't enough to impress him. The power of thunder and lightning around him turned into a thick layer of defensive light that blocked the incoming light. However, these rays of light were extremely strange. They actually penetrated through the lightning defense and attacked Lei Xiaojiang's body. What? It can actually break through my defense? Lei Xiaojiang exclaimed. He sucked in a cold breath when the light landed on his flesh. He felt a burning pain as if his flesh was being corroded. What a terrifying destructive energy. It's actually not inferior to my clan's lightning destructive energy. However, it's still too weak. Lei Xiaojiang exclaimed. His aura instantly rose and he forcibly shook off the destructive energy that had seeped into his flesh. Lei Xiaojiang's body was extraordinary. It would not be easy to injure him with this destructive power. Ling Xiao had already guessed that this would happen. He took the opportunity to use his final trump card. Two heaven beads appeared behind him, one black and one red. The two beads spun rapidly, forming a round millstone. At the same time, strands of chaotic power attached to the millstone, giving it a vast, majestic and ancient feeling. This was the final move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-slaying art, Tai Chi Sealing Annihilation. Before Ling Xiao made his move, all the elemental powers were completely sealed. This was a deeper level of sealing, causing Lei Xiaojiang to feel a great pressure in the surrounding space. It seemed to bind him and he could not move flexibly for a moment. Not good. Lei Xiaojiang immediately sensed that something was wrong. He shouted and finally mobilized all his power, wanting to forcefully tear apart this feeling of sealing. However, Ling Xiao had already used all his strength. Without waiting for him to break free, his strongest move had already descended from the sky. The Tai Chi millstone, formed by the two heaven beads, carried the chaotic chi and ruthlessly pressed towards Lei Xiaojiang. Rumble. The powerful force directly drowned Lei Xiaojiang, and a series of dull sounds rang out incessantly. The destructive power of this attack was quite terrifying. The surroundings were destroyed by the chaotic destructive power. Many spaces collapsed or were pushed away, forming the image of a vacuum. After using this attack, Ling Xiao felt his entire body become weak. He quickly took out a divine elixir and swallowed it. As the alchemy god, he had a lot of elixirs. This was something that others could not compare to. At this moment, his divine spirit avatar had also reached the climax of the battle with the Lei clan's patriarch. Although his divine spirit was invisible, the Lei clan's patriarch had rich battle experience. Countless lightning bolts descended, forcing his divine spirit to defend. Thus, the opponent could determine the location of Ling Xiao's divine spirit and carry out a fatal attack. Fortunately, his divine spirit's power had already reached its peak. With all his battle power unleashed, he could barely fight with the Lei clan's patriarch. Otherwise, he would not have any chance of winning. However, the Lei clan's patriarch was indeed shockingly powerful. He could actually attract strands of chaotic heavenly lightning to suddenly appear, blasting his divine spirit until its skin and flesh splattered. It was so painful that he almost collapsed. Ling Xiao's divine spirit had no choice but to use the five dragons unification technique like his real body. Only then did he create some pressure on the Lei clan's patriarch. Unfortunately, it was only a little pressure. This move was actually blocked by the opponent head-on. This was an attack that was 70 times his battle power. Even if a normal sovereign didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Ling Xiao finally realized how terrifying the Lei clan's battle power was. There was still quite a gap between him and the top rankers on the sovereign list. Lei Xiaogang, who was fighting with the real body, actually did not die after eating the power of two heavenly jewels. A purple ancient god armor that was surrounded by lightning suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, There were many lightning puppets that helped him block the power of Ling Xiao's move. More than a dozen of the thunder puppets had been destroyed, but he had managed to block Ling Xiao's fatal strike. At this moment, Lei Xiaogang was finally enraged. "Little bastard, if I don't kill you today, I am not human." Although Lei Xiaogang had blocked the attack, he was also injured. He, a dignified sovereign, was actually injured by a junior who was so much weaker than him. This was really a slap to his face. Raging Thunder Slash. Chapter 1685. When Ling Xiao realized that his powerful attack couldn't do anything to Lei Xiaogang, he already had the intention to retreat. He called back the injured Thunder Flood Dragon and Little Gold. At the same time, he let his divine soul clone break away from the Lei clan's patriarch and escape into the chaotic lightning territory. However, Lei Xiaogang was already on the verge of exploding. The terrifying lightning blade wrapped around Ling Xiao's real body. Countless lightning bolts already bombarded him. Ling Xiao resisted with all his might, but his skin and flesh were split open. Even his divine body was cut open. His divine body was comparable to a high-grade ancient god artifact, but he still couldn't block Lei Xiaogang's attack. One could imagine how terrifying his opponent's strength was. Ling Xiao was almost completely beheaded by Lei Xiaogang. Luckily, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop's defense was amazing. It protected his head from being cut several times and prevented him from dying. At this time, the Divine Soul clone had already broken away from the Lei clan's patriarch and was rushing towards Lei Xiaogang at full speed. Blazing flames bombarded Lei Xiaogang, making it impossible for him to continue chasing his real body. Lei Xiaogang had no choice but to turn around to block the power of these flames. However, Ling Xiao's Divine Soul attack was originally just to distract the enemy. His storm movement technique was once again displayed to the extreme. He bypassed Lei Xiaogang and rushed into the chaotic lightning territory with his real body. Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The Lei clan's patriarch rushed over and shouted, "He's really slippery. Let's hurry up and catch up to him. Even if we can't kill him, we have to force him into the chaotic lightning territory. At that time he will most likely die." Lei Xiaogang nodded and immediately rushed over at full speed. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to swallow divine pills to recover his body. He tried to recover as much as possible so that he could deal with the danger in front of him. "Seems like I really can only enter the chaotic lightning territory." Ling Xiao had already made his final preparations. He fled in this direction because he was prepared for the worst. The closer he got to the chaos lightning domain, the denser the lightning became. Furthermore, the power of this lightning was different from ordinary heavenly lightning. It actually had a 5-colored aura revolving around it. This was the strands of chaotic heavenly lightning. It was the most primitive form of heavenly lightning, as well as the strands of chaotic force that existed at the beginning of the world. The power in the periphery was relatively thin, but it was enough to make Ling Xiao's scalp tingle. Even the slightest contact with it would cause him immense pain. If a large amount of chaos heavenly lightning were to strike him, he would most likely perish on the spot. At this time, Ling Xiao already regretted choosing this direction. But now that things had come to this, there was no point in thinking too much. It was better to get rid of the pursuers as soon as possible. Ling Xiao's soul and body were both wearing defensive god armor. Although these two sets of god armor were not top-grade ancient god armors, they were still rare treasures that he had obtained from the space rings of those living puppets. Although Ling Xiao's physique was abnormal, an extra set of god armor was also an extra layer of protection. At the very least, it would allow him to hold on for a while longer. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, but the deeper he went, the more lightning there was, which seriously hindered his speed. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch and Lei Xiaogang both had thunder god physiques, so they were like fish in water in this area. They rushed straight ahead and had already caught up to Ling Xiao. They were already very familiar with the chaos lightning domain, so the power in the periphery couldn't pose the slightest threat to them. "Little bastard, if you go any further you'll reach the chaos lightning domain. If you have the guts, run straight in or this patriarch will destroy your body and refine your soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate." The Thunder Clan's old patriarch cursed angrily. "Old man, if you have the guts, follow me and see if I dare to run in." Ling Xiao cursed back. Lei Xiaogang on the other hand didn't say anything. His thunder blade had already gathered 100% of his power. 2 rays of blade light slashed towards Ling Xiao's back as if they were tearing through the sky. Ling Xiao's soul's reaction was very agile, and he skillfully dodged the 2 rays of blade light. However, in that split second, the 2 supreme beings of the Thunder Clan had gotten even closer to him. Not only that, they had also launched their attacks at the same time, luring the heavenly lightning in front of Ling Xiao to obstruct him. This caused Ling Xiao's path forward to become even more difficult. Damn it, if this continues they'll definitely catch up to me. The chaos lightning domain isn't far ahead, I just need to put in a bit more effort and I'll be able to barge in. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly as he racked his brains to think of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he immediately shouted, "Divine Cauldron, protect me." A large black cauldron suddenly appeared above his head. The body of the cauldron was emitting waves of mysterious ancient runes, and a desolate aura pervaded the air, blocking many of the heavenly lightning that was descending from above. It was no longer able to obstruct Ling Xiao's path. Ling Xiao's speed increased once again, and in the blink of an eye he pulled away from the two Thunder Clan's supremes. Bastard, this brat has so many trump cards. It seems that if we don't use some tricks, we won't be able to keep him here. Lei Xiaojiang cursed inwardly, and a thunder bow appeared in his hand. At the same time he pinched a thunder arrow in his hand. Whoosh! The thunder bow was full, and the arrow shot out like a rainbow, turning into a meteor as it chased after Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao felt the danger behind him, and he hurriedly summoned an immortal's demonic corpse to block the arrow for him. Rumble. The immortal's demonic corpse was instantly blasted into smithereens, and the remnant energy still splashed onto Ling Xiao, causing him great pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lei Xiaojiang shot out another 3 arrows in succession, and each arrow contained terrifying power. Furthermore, the aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao, and he was determined to shoot Ling Xiao to death. Ling Xiao had no choice but to toss out the immortal's demonic corpse again and again to block the arrows. At this time, the Thunder Clan's patriarch also made his move. 3 heavenly lightning seeds appeared in his hand, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Let's see how many more immortals' demonic corpses you can take out. The Thunder Clan's patriarch instantly threw 3 heavenly lightning seeds at Ling Xiao, and the powerful explosion caused Ling Xiao to continuously roll on the ground, causing his blood and chi to churn endlessly. F***CK, I'll fight it out with you. Ling Xiao was truly forced to the point where he had nowhere to retreat, so he simply left his Divine Soul avatar behind while his real body continued to run forward. Ling Xiao's Divine Soul wielded the Umbra Divine Sword and unleashed all of its power. The powerful sealing intent instantly caused the surrounding space to freeze, and at the same time an extremely cold energy spread out. The 2 supreme beings were fearless, and they directed the heavenly lightning bolts towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's Divine Soul turned into a terrifying black storm, and it began to sweep in all directions. Powerful wind blades continuously slashed out, forcefully cutting off the path of the 2 supreme beings. "You're not qualified to stop the 2 of us." The Thunder Clan's patriarch roared, and the lightning all in his hand danced wildly as tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out furiously. Lei Xiaojiang's pair of thunder blades also slashed down, and 2 tens of thousands of meters of thunderblade light slashed towards the black storm. The 2 powerful thunder energies overlapped, and the black storm seemed to be unable to withstand it alone. After a few hits, it was blasted apart. Ling Xiao's Divine Soul spat out blood repeatedly as it retreated. However, he didn't truly retreat. He had to buy enough time for his real body to reach the primal chaos lightning dominion. Even if his Divine Soul was destroyed, he still had to do so. Ling Xiao's Divine Soul displayed the ultimate technique of his life, and all sorts of different attacks continued to envelop the 2 supreme beings from the Thunder Clan. These powerful attacks all contained dense death chi. If it was an ordinary supreme being, they wouldn't dare to come into contact with it so easily. However, they possessed the power of heavenly lightning that could destroy all kinds of evil energy, and even some of the death chi was completely destroyed. However, when they faced Ling Xiao's sharp sword light, they still suffered some injuries and weren't able to completely block it. Intense killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Clan's old patriarch and Lei Xiaojiang. They had to destroy this clone in front of them. Otherwise, if it were to grow a bit more, it would really be difficult to deal with it. The 2 of them displayed their sure-kill ultimate techniques at the same time. The terrifying thunder energies intertwined, forming a dense sea of lightning. The violent purple lightning swallowed and drowned Ling Xiao's Divine Soul. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao used all his strength to parry and deal with the attacks, but he still felt that it was hard to hold on. The Umbra Divine Sword was blasted out of his hands, and he could only rely on the powerful defense of his flesh and Divine Soul to defend himself. In the end, Ling Xiao was still unable to withstand the tyranny of the Sea of Lightning. Even if he wanted to convert it into soul power and return it to his body, it was impossible. As he screamed miserably, the avatar was completely destroyed once again. In the distance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream. That kind of pain that came from the most fundamental source almost made him go crazy. Fortunately, he had already summoned the Thunder Flood Dragon, and it continued to fly forward with him. The Umbra Divine Sword was already branded with Ling Xiao's blood essence. It directly broke through the air towards Ling Xiao's position. However, before it could fly far, a wave of thunder energies came crashing down and wrapped around it, making it unable to escape. What a good wind attribute top-notch divine weapon. Even if we can't use it, we can still keep it as a weapon of war. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch said as he forcefully kept the Umbra Divine Sword. He had obtained the Umbra Divine Sword, but as long as he didn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the Umbra Divine Sword. Clan leader, it looks like that brat has already reached the edge of the chaotic lightning dominion. Let's put in a bit more effort and let him enter. Lei Xiaojing said. Even if we can't kill this brat, we still have to force him into the chaotic lightning dominion. Let's see if he'll die or not. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch responded. Then he and Lei Xiaojing once again chased after Ling Xiao at full speed. Ling Xiao suffered heavy injuries to his divine soul. He hurriedly swallowed a lot of divine herbs and divine pills to recover his divine soul strength. He also circulated the soul-controlling arts healing technique to stop the pain. Thunder Clan, I must take revenge for this. Ling Xiao made a firm resolution in his heart. The destruction of his divine soul undoubtedly made him experience the feeling of death. It made him and the Thunder Clan truly become sworn enemies. At this time, the Thunder Flood Dragon stopped. It trembled and said, "The chaotic lightning dominion is just ahead. I don't dare to go in." Chapter 1686. The Primal Chaos Lightning Zone was a colorful space of lightning and thunder. Boundless and violent Genesis lightning constantly bombarded the area. Every corner of this space was filled with lightning, and there wasn't the slightest gap. This was one of the most dangerous spaces in outer space. It was as famous as the black hole space and the glass flame space. This place had primal chaos chi, but it was dominated by the power of the heaven lightning. It was the most terrifying power in this world. Ordinary people would die instantly when they touched it. Even incipient God Realm experts didn't dare to come close to this place. Although the Thunder Flood Dragon was an old flood dragon that had lived here for tens of thousands of years, it was still very afraid of this place. When it had just reached level 11, it wanted to absorb the primal chaos lightning here. Unexpectedly, it couldn't absorb any energy. Instead, it was struck by the lightning and almost died. Until now, it still remembered that incident clearly. It couldn't forget it. You don't want to go in and I don't want to either. But we're all dead. We have to risk our lives. Ling Xiao agreed and then said to the Thunder Flood Dragon, "If I let you swallow the Dragon Ball, can you resist the primal chaos lightning?" "What? Well, boss, you're really willing to give me the Dragon Ball?" The Thunder Flood Dragon looked so excited. "If you can resist the heavenly lightning, I will swallow the Dragon Ball. If you can't, then it's another matter," replied Ling Xiao. His god soul was destroyed, which affected his fighting competence. He wasn't sure if he could get through this place. He had to rely on the Divine Cauldron and the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon said confidently, "If I can swallow the Dragon Ball, I can resist the Primal Chaos Lightning. I can even become the strongest Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon in history." Right at this moment, the chief of the Thunder Clan's voice arose. He shouted, "Little bastard, run into the Primal Chaos Lightning Zone if you have the guts. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead." "I'll run. You two old bastards, follow me if you have the guts." Ling Xiao turned around and cursed. Then he took out the Dragon Ball and said to the Thunder Flood Dragon, "Swallow it and enter the Primal Chaos Lightning Zone immediately." The Lightning Flood Dragon roared excitedly and swallowed the Dragon Pearl. Then it swung its tail and rushed towards the chaotic lightning dominion. The moment he entered, two terrifying bolts of lightning bombarded him from afar. However, he was still a step too late. Ling Xiao and the Lightning Flood Dragon had already entered the Primal Chaos Lightning Dominion. The terrifying Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning had completely blocked their path. "Patriarch, let's chase after them. I'm afraid they haven't escaped far," Lei Xiaojing suggested. "No. Neither you nor I can withstand that chaotic heavenly lightning. Don't waste your divine power for nothing. We'll just wait here for a month. It'll be fine if he comes out, but if he doesn't, he'll probably die," the Thunder Clan's old patriarch replied. Judging from his expression, he was rather fearful of the chaotic lightning dominion. Lei Xiaojing could only nod slightly and say, "Patriarch, you can try to contact Uncle." "You're right. For so many years we didn't dare to worry about him. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, he should have successfully broken through. However, we don't know why he hasn't come out yet. Let me try using my blood essence. The Thunder Clan's old patriarch said and forced out a drop of blood essence in an attempt to contact their uncle, who had entered the chaotic lightning dominion tens of thousands of years ago. Rumble, rumble. Within the chaotic lightning dominion, boundless chaotic heavenly lightning continued to wreak havoc. Shocking explosions rang out incessantly. The terrifying power of destruction made it impossible for even a speck of dust to exist in this place. There were only densely packed colors that appeared incomparably gorgeous. This kind of terrifying power was like countless top-notch supreme beings attacking at the same time. Every bolt of chaotic heavenly lightning was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao and the lightning flood dragon, who had just entered the chaotic lightning dominion, had their skin and flesh split open in an instant. The pain caused them to scream incessantly. As for the ancient cauldron revolving above his head, it seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying chaotic heavenly lightning. Cracks actually appeared on it. This was a top-notch divine cauldron, but it actually couldn't withstand it. One could imagine how terrifying the chaotic heavenly lightning was. However, just as it was about to break, a mysterious power emitted from the cauldron's walls. Balls of dark red light blossomed, forcefully blocking the nearby chaotic heavenly lightning. The cracks on the cauldron's walls also automatically healed. Ling Xiao didn't notice any of this. In fact, it was because a large amount of his blood essence had splashed onto the medicinal cauldron, causing the cauldron to undergo such a change. However, the defensive light barrier's power was also limited. It should only be able to last for 1 or 2 days before it would definitely be destroyed by the chaotic heavenly lightning. After all, the medicinal cauldron's power was only activated by Ling Xiao's blood essence. It would already be pretty good if it could last for 1 or 2 days. After all, the chaotic heavenly lightning was attacking it day and night. It was unrealistic to think that it could block it forever. And at this time, the lightning flood dragon that had swallowed the dragon pearl finally began to undergo a metamorphosis. Just now, its skin had been split open and its flesh had been splattered everywhere. Now these wounds were covered by layers of purple lightning. New flesh rapidly grew out and the dragon's scales also began to change. It roared again and again, and the sound of a dragon's roar shook the surroundings. Lightning floated, and it was actually able to resist the majority of the chaotic lightning. A small portion of the chaotic lightning continued to seep into the dragon's body. The lightning flood dragon's flesh and blood were still splattering everywhere, but the wounds quickly healed. Ling Xiao was sent flying by the lightning flood dragon's tumbling body. Fortunately, he had the divine cauldron and the dragon phoenix divine hoop to protect him, allowing him to catch his breath. Ling Xiao circulated his divine arts to quickly recover his divine body. He couldn't help but sigh, "It's too terrifying. My physical body and divine armor are completely useless. They were completely destroyed in an instant. No wonder no peak supremes dare to enter. I'm only in the periphery now. If I go a little further in, I don't know how terrifying the power will be. I'm afraid it's already beyond the scope of everyone's imagination. Right now, even if my divine soul recovers, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the bombardment here. The divine cauldron can help me block the power, but it won't last long. If I can't protect myself, then only death awaits me." Ling Xiao thought anxiously. "I hope the lightning flood dragon can transform into a chaotic lightning dragon as soon as possible." Ling Xiao looked at the lightning flood dragon and said with a bit of confidence, "If the thunder flood dragon could really become a primal chaos thunder dragon as it said, then it would become the most powerful true dragon, then it would be able to guarantee his safety." Although he didn't sign a master-servant contract with the lightning flood dragon, beasts were more reliable than humans. Since it had chosen to follow Ling Xiao, it wouldn't betray him. Moreover, Ling Xiao had given it the Dragon Ball, so it would naturally repay the kindness, unlike humans who would go back on their words. Ling Xiao knew beasts very well, so he was at ease when he let the lightning flood dragon swallow the Dragon Ball. Ling Xiao thought about it. He couldn't place all his hopes on the lightning flood dragon now. He didn't know when it would complete its transformation, so he had to think of another plan. At this time he had a few supreme divine elixirs in his hand. They were of the 5 attributes of metal, wood, ice, fire, and wind. "I've been an alchemist for so many years, but I've only taken one supreme divine elixir when I was at the mysterious Emperor realm to break through. Now, my god soul has been destroyed. Although I can reform it, I can't save myself. It's better to let my real body break through to a high level first. That way I'll have more protection." Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He didn't think much and stuffed the 5 supreme divine elixirs into his mouth. Any supreme divine elixir was enough for a supreme incipient god realm expert to break through. However, Ling Xiao's body was different from ordinary people. He had several attributes. It would be good if these 5 supreme divine elixirs could help him break through smoothly. Thus, before he refined the divine elixirs, he swallowed 5 different supreme divine materials. Then he jumped into the divine cauldron. Many purple divine crystals immediately filled the cauldron, allowing him to absorb them all at once. Many divine elixirs and divine items fell into his stomach at the same time. He only felt an incomparably powerful energy start to rampage in his meridians. It swelled so much that his meridians were about to be torn apart. Refine. Ling Xiao endured the pain and roared. He began to urge his divine technique to refine these divine items at full speed. It was also the first time that he had to use these divine elixirs and divine items to break through in this kind of situation. Everyone would find a quiet place when they were breaking through. It would be best if there was someone to protect them. That way they could break through with peace of mind. Otherwise, if they were disturbed by external objects, it would be easy for them to make mistakes, which would prevent them from breaking through successfully. It could even affect their realms. However, in this situation, if he didn't break through, he would die. If he broke through, he might have a chance to live. Ling Xiao didn't care so much. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the divine cauldron. His mind was as one. He was emotionless as he refined many divine items at full speed. He absorbed all of their energy into his dantian, which made his 5-colored dantian surge rapidly. Many kinds of energy rushed towards the divine elixirs. Suddenly, waves of 5-colored divine light flashed on his body. Eventually, they gathered into 5 different true dragons that roared and roared. Their powerful auras rose steadily. In his sea of consciousness and God Soul, his weak God Soul also used these energies to strengthen rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he recovered 50% of his soul power. His pain was reduced a lot and his soul power was still recovering. After all, when his physical body became stronger, his God Soul would also become stronger. And Ling Xiao also took the other demonic flower of 7 souls that he obtained from Han Mie, which could help him condense another flesh and blood doppelganger. However, Ling Xiao didn't realize that when he broke through, the chaos world in his sea of consciousness actually floated out and received the chaos heavenly lightning. This caused his chaos world to have more lightning power. Moreover, there was a lot of chaos power seeping into it, cleansing those living beings from the heavenly lightning and strengthening them with even more chaos power. This gave them more vitality and allowed them to change repeatedly. Not far away, the Thunder Flood Dragon was also making the most difficult breakthrough like him. Chapter 1687. The chaotic world was a very magical existence. There were chaotic creatures in the shape of living creatures that moved around repeatedly. Just like real living creatures, there would be life and death. A lot of chaotic heavenly lightning fell into the chaotic world, causing these living creatures to undergo slight changes. Their biological power seemed to be increasing, but after a certain level, they were destroyed by the heavenly lightning. However, their destruction was not true destruction. Not long after, they were reborn. After rebirth, they seemed to have a different sense of spirituality. At the same time, the heavenly lightning in the chaotic world was wrapped and fused together, causing the chaotic world to occasionally flash with heavenly lightning. If Ling Xiao could see all this, he would definitely be very surprised. However, he was on the verge of a breakthrough and had no time to care about this. A lot of power kept squeezing from his meridians to his dantian. The vortex in his 5 colors dantian kept expanding, as if it had turned into a vast and infinite nebula. The sparkling and translucent light looked incomparably mysterious. At the same time, a little bit of chaotic power flowed into his sea of consciousness and blended with his 5-colored dantian, causing the 5-colored dantian to have a chaotic aura. The divine power on his divine bridge was also contaminated with the chaotic chi, causing every drop of divine power to be a bit larger than before. The power contained within it had increased a lot. At this time, the defensive light screen of the divine cauldron could no longer withstand it and was completely destroyed by the chaotic heavenly lightning. Streaks of chaotic heavenly lightning washed over the divine cauldron, causing cracks to appear on the divine cauldron once again. Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, was instantly drowned by the chaotic heavenly lightning. Just as the divine obsidian cauldron was about to completely break, a 5-colored light screen came out from the divine cauldron. This 5-colored light screen was the chaotic world. It formed a world of its own and enveloped Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron, preventing Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron from being bombarded by the chaotic heavenly lightning. However, the Thunder Flood Dragon did not have such a good life. Right now, it was suffering the most painful torture. Its body was exploding again and again, but it was healing again and again. Its serpent head finally began to change. Its two horns gradually turned into antlers, and at the same time, dragon whiskers began to spread out. The dragon scales on its neck flickered with a different kind of divine splendor. Its head was protected by the power of the Dragon Ball, allowing it to transform here. Furthermore, this dragon pearl was something that Ling Xiao had obtained from the chaotic space. It had been cleansed by chaotic chi for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. The earth dragon that had nurtured this dragon pearl was already a peak existence, and its power was boundless. It was the Thunder Flood Dragon's greatest fortune to be able to absorb it. Right now, its strength was already at the advanced level 11. When it broke through, it would at least reach the peak level and become a fully deserving existence at the top of the true dragon clan. Just as the man and beast were breaking through, the Thunder Clan's old patriarch and Lei Xiaojing were waiting outside the Chaos Lightning Dominion. It's been almost half a month and that kid still hasn't come out. It seems like he's already dead inside. Thunder Clan's old patriarch said. That's possible. Just now, when I got close to the Chaos Heavenly Lightning, my skin and flesh were immediately splashed open. Even I couldn't withstand it, so that kid definitely couldn't. Lei Xiaojing agreed. Then he asked, is there any reaction from Uncle? Thunder Clan's old patriarch shook his head and said, the Chaos Lightning Dominion's power is too dense. Even using blood essence to summon it, I can't sense it. I'm not sure if Uncle sensed it or not. As expected of the most terrifying space. If we can receive this Chaos Heavenly Lightning for cultivation, we can definitely become the strongest clan. Lei Xiaojing sighed. Thunder Clan's old patriarch nodded and said, that's right, but even my heavenly lightning body can't withstand this power, so how can the younger generation absorb it? He paused for a moment and said, let's wait a few more days. If he doesn't come out, then he should be dead. They didn't know that in the depths of the Chaos Lightning Dominion, there was a naked young man sitting cross-legged on a thunder attribute source stone. This young man's body was covered in 5 colors, which was actually the same color as the Chaos Heavenly Lightning. His 5-colored hair was extremely flamboyant, and each strand of his hair was like lightning flashing with a terrifying power. His eyes rippled with an indescribable demonic feeling. He stretched his body, and an incomparably demonic smile appeared on his face as he murmured, how long have I slept? I didn't expect to wake up. It seems like it's time for me, Lei Zhanyang, to rule the world. This young man casually grabbed the Chaos Heavenly Lightning in his hand. Then, after he casually kneaded it, it impressively turned into a 5-colored long dagger axe. Then, a drop of his 5-colored blood essence suddenly appeared and fell on the 5-colored long dagger axe. Immediately, the 5-colored long dagger axe underwent a shocking change. From its original illusory appearance, it actually turned into a solid form. The sword tip, the sword body, and the sword hilt all flowed with an ancient charm. A powerful aura instantly flickered, and a ray of light directly broke through the Chaos Heavenly Lightning space. The power of this long dagger axe had already surpassed all the top-notch ancient god artifacts, exceeding the scope of everyone's imagination. Dripping blood to create something, is this my eternal power? Haha, I, Lei Zhanyang, have really reached this step. Lei Zhanyang held the long dagger axe in his hand and laughed wildly with incomparable satisfaction. In the next moment he condensed his power and many Chaos Heavenly Lightning wrapped around him. This power, which was known as the most terrifying in the world, was actually like gentle spring water around him. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain and instead, it became his protective power that he could use. In the blink of an eye, the protective power immediately formed a 5-colored divine armor on his body, causing his entire person to seem as if he had truly become a mighty and extraordinary ancient god. That majestic aura instantly spread out. Looks like it's time to go out. The juniors of my clan have summoned me. I don't know what happened, but as long as I, Lei Zhanyang, am here, there won't be any problems. Lei Zhanyang muttered to himself as he stepped out of the Chaos Lightning territory. That piece of Genesis stone immediately flew behind him. With such a supreme being appearing, the world would once again be in turmoil. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon had broken through at the same time, so they really weren't sensed by such a supreme being. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Although that supreme being was extremely terrifying, he was too far away from Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon. Moreover, the chaos world above Ling Xiao's head seemed to have become an independent space, isolating all external forces from the outside world. If that supreme being knew of the existence of such a mystical world, he would most likely come over immediately to collect it. It had to be said that Ling Xiao and the Thunder Flood Dragon weren't at the end of their lives yet. At the other end of the universe, there was a space of pure gold fiendish energy. This ball of pure golden baleful chi was actually drifting about. Wherever it went, many chaotic streams of energy would be destroyed by it. From time to time, it would hide in the dark space, and from time to time, it would suddenly appear. The 10,000 strands of baleful chi could kill any living creature with a single touch. All the humans who had seen this gold fiendish energy were already dead. No, it should be said that there was still one person who was still alive and well. Moreover, he was within this gold fiendish energy, drifting with it to various places in the universe. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed. However, this person could be said to only have a ball of golden divine soul power left. It was as if he could already dominate this gold fiendish energy. He transformed into the face of a young man around the age of 30. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and a large amount of golden fiendish energy that was drifting about instantly gathered together. After that, they condensed and fused together, gradually transforming into a golden human figure. Tens of thousands of rays of light flickered incessantly like a peerless phenomenon, and it seemed extremely dazzling in the boundless universe. Not long after, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded, and an enormous dragon soared up behind that human figure. It seemed especially mighty and noble. After an unknown period of time, this man and dragon gradually flashed into appearance. This person was also naked, and the muscles around his body flowed with layers of pure gold. It was as if he was made of gold, and it was especially strange. However, his exuberant vitality was real. His face was not very handsome, but it was definitely extremely resolute. His eyes flickered with a golden fiendish energy, and it was as if a casual glance could tear open a hole in the space. The golden dragon behind him was a terrifying existence that surpassed the level of the Dragon King. Its huge head was already as terrifying as several mountains, and its dragon body was actually tens of thousands of meters long. It could be said that it was like a long dragon-shaped mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Ha, old friend, we've all made it." The golden young man laughed wildly, and his entire body became hundreds of meters tall. He was like an ancient giant god, and every palm could pluck the stars and the moon, and every step could traverse the universe. This person exuded a heroic spirit that looked down on the world, and he had an unparalleled spirit. Apart from Lei Zhanyang, who was in the chaotic heavenly lightning, who else could compare to such a powerful existence? Moreover, there was an existence that was known as the primordial dragon by his side, and it could definitely sweep through the universe. He waved his hand, and the power of gold from all directions surged towards him. In the end, it wrapped around him, and then a tight-fitting golden cicada robe covered his body, vividly outlining his perfect figure. "I've been away from the clan for too long, and it's time for me to return. The Kim people will become the #1 clan in the heaven region." The young man sat on the primordial dragon and shouted with an extremely confident expression. Immediately after, the primordial dragon swung its tail, and instantly rushed out of this lifeless space, shooting towards the direction of the heaven region. Its speed was simply terrifying, and the turbulence and many astral winds scattered to the sides in advance. There were some rare divine objects in the surroundings, and they were all collected by the young man. Chapter 1688. At the end of the Western Territory Road was a space of pure darkness. A massive black vortex spun rapidly here all year round. Anyone who got sucked into this black vortex couldn't get out. However, today, a massive black hand quietly extended from this vortex. This giant black hand was abnormally skinny, but it was incomparably huge. It was like a vast expanse of water, and the fingernails on its fingers were terrifyingly sharp like scythes. Some level 11 crows flying fast didn't know what was going on. They were pulled into the black hole in just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, only a few feathers were left. After a while, a black shadow suddenly walked out of the black vortex. The shadow gradually appeared. He wore a black robe and a cloak. He looked like a floating black mist that hid his appearance. However, two deep blue divine lights were dancing around him. The moment he came out, he turned around and lightly struck out with his palm. A big black palm suddenly appeared and directly slapped towards the most mysterious black hole. That black hole seemed to have the ability to sense him. The vortex sped up. Its corrosive power could turn any incipient God realm expert into ashes in just a blink of an eye. Boom. However, this black hole was forcefully cracked open by this black palm. Millions of miles of space in the vicinity trembled in an instant. Countless black mists splashed in all directions. Then, the black hole actually collapsed just like that. At the same time, an earth-shaking tiger roar arose. This tiger roar was filled with the deep prestige of a king. It had the aura that could command tens of thousands of beasts, which made people raise their eyebrows. A black tiger suddenly walked out. There was an awe-inspiring king character on its forehead, and two snow-white fangs were exposed in front of its mouth, making it look extremely bloodthirsty and fierce. Its entire body of black fur was like a divine needle, and a pair of thin wings gently waved, accompanied by the appearance of a black vortex. This black tiger wasn't big. It looked like an ordinary low-level tiger. However, no one knew that it was a black demon tiger king at the ancient realm. The figure leaped onto the black tiger and lightly patted its forehead. "Let's go, it's time to go back and clear some obstacles." In an instant, the man and the tiger disappeared from this place where there was no daylight. In the light space of the Eastern Region Road there was a place called the Light Palace. There were 8 incipient god stones of light class guarding this place, constantly sending light original chi to the divine palace of light. Countless winged ones were worshipping from afar. Their expressions were extremely sincere as they stared at the statue at the top of the Temple of Light, as if they were expecting something. "God bless our Holy Father of Light." A winged person who was already at the pinnacle of the supreme level said faintly. Following that, countless winged ones shouted in unison, "God bless the Holy Father of Light." The voices were like Sanskrit chants that could purify and impact the souls of others. At the same time, beams of light power shot toward the Temple of Light. Suddenly, the Temple of Light flashed with sparkling white light, as if white silk was twirling around it. The other 8 incipient god stones of light also bloomed with light at the same time, and a large amount of original chi surged toward the 100-meter-tall statue at the top of the Temple of Light like rain. A large amount of light power formed a sticky, moist original chi that completely poured into the statue. This space was immediately filled with all the light power, and all the winged ones felt blessed. Many of them actually made breakthroughs at this moment. Suddenly, a vast, pure white light descended from the sky, and an incomparably sacred aura rippled in all directions. Crack! A crisp sound rang out from the statue, and the statue automatically cracked open. At the same time, a large amount of light power surged toward the statue. This power formed a storm that gathered at the top of the Temple of Light. Countless beams of white light enveloped the light space, making it extremely sacred and vast. It was so dazzling that everyone could hardly open their eyes. Suddenly, 24 pairs of wings extended from the top of the Temple of Light. These 24 pairs of wings were pure white like light. Every single feather was filled with a crystalline snow-white light, and they rippled with circles of boundless ripples, causing the sky above the 9 heavens to distort. The Light Supreme Pontiff has appeared. The Light Supreme Pontiff has appeared. God bless our God race. Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. Someone from the winged ones shouted excitedly. Then countless winged ones followed suit and shouted, "Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff. Welcome, Light Supreme Pontiff." The voices filled the light space, causing all the winged ones to fall into a state of worship. After an unknown amount of time, all the light power in this space was swept away. The statue on the top of the Temple of Light had disappeared, and what gathered was a strange man with 24 wings. This man was as handsome as a woman, with an angelic halo above his head. He wore a devilish smile on his face, and his eyes flashed with a condescending light. He held the divine scepter of light in his hand, giving off an arrogant feeling. "My people, all of you rise," the man said with a voice that sounded like a woman's. The winged ones who were kneeling rose and fell like a rising tide. They all stood up, but they still held their chests, their eyes full of respect and worship. Light is the eternal power of this world. It is the ruler of all lives. I will lead you to rule this universe. Are you willing to follow me? The man said with a fanatical face. Many winged ones said sincerely, "We swear to follow the Light Supreme Pontiff to our deaths." In the northernmost part of the profound sky region, the absolute cold dead land, one of the 8 great forbidden lands. This place was a vast expanse of ice mountains and lakes. The terrifying cold air swirled unceasingly here, bringing with it an absolutely cold aura that frightened people. Even a king god realm expert couldn't get rid of the extreme cold aura that entered the body. Wild beasts at level 11 often came and went here. It was even rumored that the divine beast Black Tortoise lived under this ice lake. This was its territory. Even incipient god realm experts didn't dare to enter this place as they were afraid of enraging the divine beast Black Tortoise. In many of the 10,000-year-old ice mountains, one could occasionally see frozen humans who had been turned into ice sculptures. They were people who wanted to cultivate here or search for divine items with ice or water attributes. However, in the end they were frozen into ice sculptures. They couldn't escape and died. In this absolute cold dead land, a place where few people and beasts could live, there was a huge lake. Suddenly something strange happened. The surface of the lake that had been frozen into ice crystals suddenly cracked open. This crack became bigger and bigger. In the end, it split into a 10,000-meter wide pit. Waves of ice shot up into the sky, bringing with them a terrifying shockwave. Shocking explosions scattered the 10,000-meter-long ice water, making it look extraordinarily beautiful. Then bubbles floated on the surface of the lake. It seemed like something was about to emerge from the lake. Boom! Another shocking explosion arose. A black shadow as big as a mountain rushed out of the lake, causing the lake water to splash non-stop. An earth-shattering roar of a beast rang out, shattering all the ice crystals in the surrounding lakes. When the mist gradually dispersed, a giant tortoise appeared in front of them. This giant tortoise was extremely huge. The tortoise shell on its body was unusually thick. On the tortoise shell, there were many shell scars that looked like mysterious formations that crisscrossed each other. This tortoise's head was different from the other tortoises. This tortoise's head had a terrifyingly domineering aura. Its mouth was constantly hissing. Waves of water shot up to the sky like heavenly pillars. Surprisingly, this was one of the 9 legendary divine beasts, the divine beast Black Tortoise. Moreover, it was a terrifying existence at the peak of level 11. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years it had been sleeping. Today it suddenly woke up, which made all the primordial divine beasts living in this absolute cold dead land shiver in fear. On the back of this divine beast Black Tortoise sat a stunning beauty. She stood in her green clothes, not even a drop of water could be seen. Her facial features were as if they were carved from heaven, carrying a cold aura. That exquisite and well-proportioned figure was especially alluring. She was like a moon fairy standing on the back of the black tortoise, looking especially perfect. The green-robed woman patted the black tortoise's back and said, "Grandpa Black Tortoise, let's go to the front. I want to see my junior sister." The black tortoise did not say anything. It quickly moved its huge body to an iceberg that had not melted for 100,000 years. All the primordial sacred beasts near the ice mountain were terrified. They all prostrated themselves on the ice crystal, as if they were courtiers meeting their king. "Senior sister, I've come out of seclusion," the green-robed woman called out to the iceberg. Her clear and beautiful voice reverberated around the area, making it seem especially quiet and cold. After a while, the green-robed woman frowned and muttered to herself, "Did senior sister leave in advance?" Just as she was about to leave, there was a shocking explosion somewhere in the iceberg. Many pieces of ice flew out and a figure soared into the sky. It was also a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a white robe that was as white as ice. Her face was as cold as snow, and her entire body was filled with an extremely chilly aura, which made people feel that they should stay away from her. "Senior sister, you're finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The white-robed woman was overjoyed to see the green-robed woman. "Yes, it took me a long time to break through. Congratulations, junior sister, you've reached the pinnacle of the God-King realm. You're only one step away from the supremacy stage." The green-robed woman flew up and took the white-robed woman's hand happily. "I'm very satisfied to have reached this step, unlike you, senior sister. You've reached the supremacy stage in one step. You'll be able to help your husband in the future." The white-robed woman smiled. Chapter 1689. You know my husband. After so many years, will he still be at the same place? I'm afraid his current strength is much higher than ours. The woman in green sighed. Thinking back to when they were young, that figure had always been working hard to catch up to her realm. Now it was the other way around. It was her who was catching up to his realm. The woman in white nodded. "You're right. My husband can't be looked at with ordinary people's eyes. Let's not talk about it anymore. We've been out for who knows how many years. It's time to go back. Otherwise, my husband and the other sisters will be worried." The woman in green said. "Yes, it's time to go back. I really miss my husband, senior sister Yao, my master and the other sisters." The woman in white replied. Then she looked at the black tortoise behind the woman in green and said, "Is this the turtle you subdued? It looks so similar to the black tortoise." It's not a turtle. It's the black tortoise. If it wasn't for it, I might not have been able to reach this step," the woman in green said confidently. "Really, no wonder it's so mighty and huge. Is it going to go out with us?" The woman in white revealed an expression of incomparable envy. "Yes, Grandpa Black Tortoise has slept for too long. He wants to go out for a walk," the woman in green said. "That's great. It seems that I also need to find an even more powerful sacred beast to protect me. The woman in white said excitedly. Junior sister, you can choose here. Grandpa Black Tortoise will help you settle it. It's very easy. The woman in green said. Alright then, let's go. It's time to leave this damn place. The woman in white said. At this time, the two women got on the back of the black tortoise and began to leave the forbidden area. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely discover that these two women were the wives he had found before, Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. With the passage of time, 2 years passed by in a flash. In the primal chaos lightning domain, endless five-colored lightning descended day and night. The Thunder Clan's patriarch and Lei Xiaojiang, who had been waiting outside the primal chaos lightning domain, had long since left. Within the primal chaos lightning domain, there was a small space that was supported by the power of the primal chaos world. There were species condensed from primal chaos chi moving about. They didn't have any life force, but they seemed to be alive, which was very magical. Apart from them, there was another person sitting inside a black cauldron. His entire body shone with 5 different colors. 5 different little dragons roared around him, adding to his noble presence. He was Ling Xiao, who had been forced into this chaotic lightning domain. Right now, his aura was steadily rising, and the little dragon beside him was gradually growing larger. After a while, they all rushed out of their divine sense and entered the primal chaos world. Their bodies grew much larger and they raised their heads to the sky and roared. They gave off a solid aura, and it was difficult to tell if they were alive or not by looking at them with one's own flesh. All the energy in Ling Xiao's body gathered on the bridge, while the soul force in his sea of consciousness flowed into the bridge at the same time. Strands of chaotic force seeped in as well. The 3 powers gathered together, condensing into droplets of 5-colored divine force. With the birth of many divine powers, the divine bridge shone brightly, and its power increased rapidly. After being compressed many times, all the divine power erupted at the same time like a volcano, instantly shooting up into the sky. The power was majestic and the divine power surged. Ling Xiao's level of holding his neck and rushing forward completely broke through. The cauldron shook violently from the powerful force. Wave after wave of 5-colored energy spewed out from the mouth of the cauldron. After a long time, Ling Xiao rushed out of the cauldron. His 5-colored divine power formed a glazed body. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and the 5 true dragons circled and roared. The supreme might of an emperor was displayed. Haha, I've finally broken through to the advanced level. Ling Xiao laughed excitedly. He could feel the majestic divine power in his body. Every move he made felt like he had the power to rule the heavens. Although his divine soul had long reached the advanced level, the feeling was different from when his real body reached the advanced level. If his divine soul was at the same level as his real body, Ling Xiao believed that his divine soul would not be a match for his real body. Although his flesh and divine soul were extraordinary, he was still using a divine soul. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's accumulation of soul power, his divine soul could not be stronger than his real body. Now that his real body reached the advanced level, his divine soul also absorbed the power of the 7-soul demonic flower and recovered to its original state. Not only that, it became even more perfect. After all, anyone's divine soul would benefit from a breakthrough and receive a certain degree of enhancement. Ling Xiao originally had the talent of heavy soul. Naturally, he also benefited a lot. If Ling Xiao's divine soul strength had just reached the peak of divine soul, then his current state was the small perfection realm. He was already only a step away from the great perfection realm. If Ling Xiao's divine soul strength improved a little more or absorbed more divine souls, then he could truly reach the great perfection realm. The great perfection realm was comparable to peak existences like the Thunder Clan's patriarch and Lei Xiaogang. Now that his small perfection realm had erupted with 70 times his combat power, he was comparable to a great perfection realm expert. He was truly qualified to compete with them without being defeated. In addition to that, his storm movement technique could be used to the extreme. It shouldn't be a problem for him to fight 1 against 2. There definitely wouldn't be another incident like 2 years ago where his divine soul exploded. Now Ling Xiao was unprecedentedly confident. Right now, he couldn't wait to go out and fight a few hundred rounds with the Thunder Clan's patriarch and the others. With my strength, it should be enough to sneak into the Thunder space and steal the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao confidently muttered to himself. After a pause, he said, "That's right, why didn't I get attacked by the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning?" Ling Xiao looked up and exclaimed, "How did the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning come out? It can actually block the violent Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning." No, not block, but fused with the power of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning. What's going on? Ling Xiao couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. The primal chaos world, primal chaos heavenly lightning. Could it be that the creatures of this world can only become true living beings by adding in all sorts of primordial energies? Chaos is originally the power of the 5 elements, and legend has it that it is the foundation of creation. However, there are also the 4 rare powers of wind, thunder, darkness, and light. Do they need these 4 powers to transform? Ling Xiao seemed to have grasped some kind of enlightenment, giving him a sense of direction that he had never thought of before. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao's eyes turned from confused to complicated before finally becoming clear again. Yes, it must be like this. The 5 elements create things, but wind and thunder can cause living things to feel the changes of the seasons, and darkness and light can be divided into day and night, causing living things to live and die. This is the true power of creation. Ling Xiao shouted excitedly. Now that this chaotic world has the power of the 5 elements, wind and lightning, I'm only missing the darkness and light attributes. Maybe I can truly create an eternal miracle. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He couldn't wait to collect the other 2 powers. Right, this chaotic world came out to block the primal chaos heavenly lightning for me. How should I take it back? If I take it back, will the primal chaos heavenly lightning kill me? Ling Xiao was in a difficult position. At this time, a series of dragon roars sounded from not far away, causing the nearby primal chaos heavenly lightning to roll away in all directions. Oh, I almost forgot about this guy. Ling Xiao slapped the back of his head. Suddenly, a huge true dragon that was mainly purple in color shot over from a certain direction. Its dragon head was majestic, and its body was long and slender. Its dragon armor flickered incessantly, and its dragon claws were huge and fierce. Its dragon tail swayed non-stop, and bolts of primal chaos heavenly lightning surrounded it. This was the Thunder Flood Dragon that had successfully evolved into a true dragon divine beast. It could now be called the Thunder Dragon or the Primal Chaos Thunder Dragon. It mainly used heavenly lightning, but after 2 years of baptism by Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning, its body contained the most terrifying power of Primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning, which allowed it to become the Supreme Dragon King. But now, its strength had already taken a huge leap, directly reaching the peak of the 11th level, which was a whole 2 small levels higher. Coupled with its might as a divine beast, even pinnacle experts like the Lei clan's old clan leader and Lei Xiaojiang would have to retreat if they encountered it. Ling Xiao looked at the mighty primal chaos heavenly lightning, and he thought of the golden dragon king and the peak ice dragon that was born from a 100,000-year-old iceberg. This was obviously a peak existence. It was just that he didn't know which one was stronger. He couldn't say for sure. Boss, are you alright? The primal chaos thunder dragon rushed to the vicinity of the chaotic world and shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head and replied, I'm fine. Wait outside, don't come in. This chaotic world could block the primal chaos heavenly lightning. Who knew if there were other destructive forces that could block the primal chaos thunder dragon? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the primal chaos thunder dragon paced back and forth outside. Boss, I'm not afraid of the primal chaos heavenly lightning here. If you come out, I can take you away. As for those humans who chased after us, I'll teach them a lesson. And don't worry. We'll be able to kill our way back soon. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Then he began to think about how to retrieve this chaotic world. The primal chaos world entered my sea of consciousness on its own, Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Now, can I sense it and take it back? Then he shouted, take it back. Suddenly Ling Xiao's voice rang out. Suddenly, the chaotic world shrank into a ball of 5-colored energy and poured into the top of Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao only felt dizzy as if this energy was forcefully shoved into his head, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. When the chaotic world was completely destroyed, the majestic primal chaos heavenly lightning instantly struck down from above. Just as the primal chaos heavenly lightning was about to strike Ling Xiao's head, the primal chaos thunder dragon roared and swept its dragon tail across, creating a vacuum, protecting Ling Xiao from the primal chaos heavenly lightning. Chapter 1690. After the chaotic world entered his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao felt much better. Why can't these powers increase my power? Ling Xiao asked in puzzlement. If he could use these powers, he would have an earth-shattering power that could destroy the world. However, he had already figured out a few things. His divine power was already tainted with the power of primal chaos, causing his foundation to be much more terrifying than ordinary people. Moreover, the power he could use would also increase by several times. He should be satisfied. Moreover, he could control this chaotic world at will, which was a big gain. In this primordial lightning area, it can assimilate the primordial lightning. In other different spaces, maybe it will have the same effect. After collecting the 9 powers, I wonder if the little thing inside will become a real living creature. Ling Xiao guessed. Now, he didn't have time to think about these things. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. The primordial thunder dragon's body flickered with a powerful protective light, which isolated the primordial lightning. It carried Ling Xiao on its body and prepared to escort Ling Xiao out of this place. However, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something else. He said to the primordial thunder dragon, "Don't rush out yet. Let's take a look inside." The primordial thunder dragon didn't ask anything. After a roar, it dived deep inside. They were originally at the edge of the primordial thunder territory. Now they were heading deeper. The power in every part of the primordial thunder territory was almost the same. Even if they went deeper, the violent primordial lightning was also very dense. After all, every place was so terrifying. How much more terrifying could it be? That would be too unreasonable. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't want to leave immediately was not because he was afraid of the 2 Thunder Clan Supremes, but because he wanted to find the primordial stone. If the primordial stone didn't form in the primordial thunder territory, then there wouldn't be any other place. However, the primordial thunder territory was extremely vast. It was many times larger than those continents. It depended on whether he could find it or not. Ling Xiao sat on the primordial thunder dragon and wandered around for 2 months. Besides the boundless primordial lightning, he didn't find anything else. He couldn't help but feel slightly discouraged because he didn't know when he'd reach the end of this search. On this day when Ling Xiao was bored, he thought of his 2 divine artifacts, the ice and fire sword and the golden dragon spear. What if I refine them with the help of the primal chaos heavenly lightning? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. He was afraid that these 2 divine artifacts would be completely destroyed by the chaotic heavenly lightning as soon as they appeared. By the way, I can collect some chaotic heavenly lightning. When the time comes, I can collect the top materials and slowly temper them. It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao thought of another idea and used the obsidian cauldron to collect some chaotic heavenly lightning. At the same time, he also thought about how terrifying the chaotic heavenly lightning was. If it was used to fight against an enemy, it would definitely be able to destroy the body and soul of any enemy. The obsidian cauldron was a top divine artifact. If it was attacked by the chaotic heavenly lightning here, it wouldn't be able to withstand it and would crack. However, it wouldn't be a problem to put a part of it into its space. However, just as he was collecting the chaotic heavenly lightning in an area, a colorful stone appeared in that area. This stone was mainly purple with other colors as support. After being cleansed by the chaotic heavenly lightning, it didn't explode. Instead, it could absorb the power of the chaotic heavenly lightning. This big stone was the thunder primordial stone that Ling Xiao had been searching for day and night. This wasn't an ordinary thunder genesis stone. It was a thunder genesis stone that contained chaotic energy. The primordial thunder dragon also discovered its existence. It immediately roared and rushed over, wanting to swallow it immediately. Ling Xiao hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't swallow it. That's the primordial stone I'm looking for." The primordial thunder dragon paused in front of the primordial stone and said, "Boss, if I swallow it, I will definitely become stronger. It suits my power." "Move aside. It's a big waste for you to swallow it," Ling Xiao said snappily. As he was about to take the primordial stone, there was a sudden movement nearby. A strange beast roar resounded. All of a sudden, the Genesis Source Stone was struck by a chaotic lightning strike and sent flying in a direction. "Oh, there's a holy beast here? It must be the most powerful existence," Ling Xiao said in astonishment. The primordial thunder dragon was dissatisfied. It was already in its mouth. How could it let other beasts snatch it from its mouth? It roared and dashed in that direction with Ling Xiao. Its terrifying speed could only be described as extreme. The primordial thunder dragon directly scattered the chaotic heavenly lightning. However, the holy beast that took the primordial stone was also extremely fast. Even if the primordial thunder dragon chased after it at full speed, it still couldn't catch up with it. Ling Xiao was also surprised. He knew that the primordial chaos holy beast that could survive in this place was definitely not ordinary. However, he didn't expect it to have a speed that could be compared to the primordial thunder dragon. "I'm afraid we will have a fierce battle if we catch up with it." Ling Xiao squinted and mumbled to himself. The primordial thunder dragon was obviously enraged. It had just transformed into the supreme primordial thunder dragon. Now even an unknown beast dared to provoke it. It was unforgivable. Suddenly the primordial thunder dragon's power increased more than 10 times. Its speed increased again and its aura became even more terrifying. In just a few blinks of an eye, the primal chaos thunder dragon had finally caught up with the same beast that had taken the Genesis stone. A dragon roar reverberated across 1,000,000 miles, shattering the primal chaos heaven lightning. The unknown holy beast in front of it was startled. It was shaken and rolled away. The primordial stone also got out of its control and fell in another direction. Take the primordial stone first. Ling Xiao immediately shouted in surprise. The primordial thunder dragon sucked in a large amount of chaotic heavenly lightning. The primordial stone was also sucked and flew towards it. However, the unknown primordial chaos holy beast finally snatched the primordial stone. It was also a terrifyingly huge body that dashed towards the primordial thunder dragon. Ling Xiao finally saw what kind of holy beast it was. He was shocked and said, "Is this a thunder snake? No, why does it look like a thunder crocodile? It seems to be a combination of a thunder snake and a thunder crocodile with the chaotic heavenly lightning. This should be a thunder snake crocodile with the ancient desolate bloodline. Moreover, it was a chaos snake crocodile with the power of chaotic heavenly lightning. Its strength was not weaker than the primordial thunder dragon. Its body was 10,000 meters long. Its head was like a snake's, but its body was like a crocodile's. It had crocodile scales and crocodile claws. Its back was full of spikes, which made it look extremely ferocious. It dashed towards the primordial thunder dragon. Its aggressive appearance was really powerful. Before it arrived, Ling Xiao had already put away the thunder primordial stone. The primordial thunder dragon was not willing to be outdone. It also dashed towards the primordial snake crocodile. Their powerful bodies directly collided. Bang bang. It was as if millions of forces were colliding. Many chaotic heavenly lightnings' power surged in all directions. The collision between the two holy beasts was really terrifying. Any ordinary supreme being or holy beast that came close would be smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the primordial thunder dragon, could feel the terrifying power. He was a little scared, afraid that he would be thrown out of the primordial thunder territory again. The primordial thunder dragon's body and the primordial snake crocodile's body were entangled. All kinds of fierce claws were clawing at each other. Scales were flying everywhere and beast blood was everywhere. Roars and howls rang out incessantly in this place. The primordial snake crocodile's body was actually not weaker than the primordial thunder dragon's. It was able to fight the primordial thunder dragon to the death and was not at a disadvantage. After all, it was a creature that had been living in the chaotic heavenly lightning for a long time. Its body had been cleansed to the point of perfection. Unless it was a top-grade ancient divine weapon, it would not be able to hurt it. If the primordial thunder dragon had not reached its peak, it would not have been able to withstand the primordial snake crocodile's attack. Furious Claw. The primordial thunder dragon was extremely angry. It was a dignified divine beast, but it could not suppress this low-level holy beast. It could not help but exhale the power of the Dragon Ball. Its power instantly increased dozens of times. Its dragon might spread in all directions and its body became bigger. Its dragon claws furiously clawed at the primordial snake crocodile. Ding ding. Brr. A large amount of the primordial snake crocodile scales were clawed off. Long bloody marks appeared instantly and deep bones could be seen. It was so painful that it roared continuously. The primordial snake crocodile resisted. Its snake head bit the primordial thunder dragon's body, but it could not break through the primordial thunder dragon's defense. Instead, it was swept away by the primordial thunder dragon. The primordial thunder dragon obviously did not want to give up just like that. It swung its dragon tail, caught up with the primordial snake crocodile and bit its neck. A battle between beasts would usually be a battle of pure physical strength. The primordial thunder dragon's power increased exponentially. Finally, it completely suppressed the primordial snake crocodile and gained the upper hand. Not bad. There is still a little bit of dragon might left. Ling Xiao praised. If the primordial thunder dragon was suppressed or tied with the primordial snake crocodile, it would really disappoint Ling Xiao. However, this shout from Ling Xiao attracted disaster. The primordial snake crocodile was obviously starting to be afraid. It wanted to get rid of the primordial thunder dragon's attack, but it seemed a little powerless. However, it suddenly heard Ling Xiao's voice and it started to attack Ling Xiao. It could be seen that it endured the pain of being attacked by the primordial thunder dragon, and its snake head actually pounced towards Ling Xiao's position to bite. That deep mouth was filled with bloodthirst. Those fangs carried a sharp aura, and accompanied by the power of the primordial thunder, swallowed from the air. If ordinary people encountered such a terrifying snake mouth, they would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly. But no matter what, Ling Xiao was a powerful existence who had experienced hundreds of battles. How could he be scared? He retreated, and with a wave of his hand, a hidden weapon was thrown out. Chapter 1691. Heavenly Lightning Pellets, an invincible concealed weapon that Ling Xiao obtained from the Thunder Tribe. This was an existence that had reached the 11th level. Ling Xiao threw a few pellets into the mouth of the primal chaos snake crocodile. Rumble, rumble, rumble. That terrifying power exploded in an instant, and the snake's head was shaken by the explosion. Pieces of rotten flesh and blood flew out, and the snake's head was almost completely rotten. No matter how strong your body is, it still is weak in the snake's mouth. You'll be blown to pieces. Ling Xiao laughed. He was almost devoured by the power. However, he had reached the advanced level and his body was very strong. Moreover, the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon was also defending, so he was not affected. The primal Chaos Thunder Dragon immediately bit the primal Chaos Snake Crocodile, tearing pieces of flesh from its body. The primal Chaos Snake Crocodile was on the verge of collapse. It was not in the mood to fight, but it could not get rid of the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon. It could only struggle and scream. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to it. He had already obtained the Thunder Genesis Stone. This trip was not in vain. It was also time to leave this dangerous place. When the primal Chaos Thunder Dragon was about to swallow the primal Chaos Snake Crocodile, several beast roars rang out. Several huge figures rushed over from a direction. What, there are so many primal Chaos Snake Crocodile. Thunder Dragon, run. Ling Xiao clearly saw the beasts rushing over. They were the same species as the primal Chaos Snake Crocodile. Each of them had the strength of a peak expert. Boss, what are you afraid of? I can deal with them. The primal Chaos Thunder Dragon had tasted the power of the Dragon Ball for the first time. You're not afraid, but I am. Stop talking nonsense, run. Ling Xiao scolded. The primal Chaos Thunder Dragon could fight as much as he wanted. However, he could not. If he fell from the dragon's body, it would not be a joke. The Chaos Lightning Dragon was unwilling to give up. It bit the head of the heavily injured Chaos Snake Crocodile and swallowed the holy beast. Then it swung its tail and fled into the distance. The primal Chaos Snake Crocodiles begged for mercy from behind, attracting a large amount of primal Chaos Heavenly Lightning towards the primal Chaos Lightning Dragon. Fly as fast as you can, don't let them catch up. Ling Xiao felt the terrifying power coming from behind him and couldn't help but urge. The Chaotic Thunder Dragon let out a roar, and its strength and speed skyrocketed at the same time. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao and the Chaotic Lightning Dragon finally got rid of their pursuers. We've been here for quite a long time. Why have we only encountered those snake alligator holy beasts? Could it be that this is their territory? I wonder if there are any other holy beasts. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he was not in the mood to stay here any longer. Even if he had other Genesis stones, he didn't want to find them. Anyway, he didn't have the Thunder class. He just needed one. Ling Xiao ordered the Chaotic Thunder Dragon to fly out of the Thunder territory. About a month and a half later, they finally got out of the most terrifying Thunder territory in the world. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. He was so lucky to be able to come out alive. Boss, should we go back and teach those humans who are chasing us a lesson? The Chaotic Thunder Dragon said confidently. If you want to go, go by yourself. I don't have the leisure to do that. Ling Xiao said snappily. Although their strength had improved a lot, they wouldn't be as lucky as last time if they entered the Thunder territory. After all, the Thunder tribe hadn't shown their full strength last time. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt extremely guilty towards that woman. He didn't want to face her again. I hope you'll always have a good time. Ling Xiao left a sigh and flew in the same direction as the Chaotic Thunder Dragon. Ling Xiao didn't know that not long after he left, a shadow clone appeared where he was standing. I felt an aura here just now. Did those Chaos Snake Crocodiles come out? That's impossible. The phantom doppelganger muttered to itself before quickly disappearing. If Ling Xiao encountered this shadow clone, he and the Chaotic Thunder Dragon wouldn't be able to escape death because this was the Thunder battlefield that had come out of the Chaos Thunder territory alive. His real body was still in the Thunder territory, but he sensed the commotion here. In the blink of an eye, he had sent his clone here. How heaven-defying was this skill? After all, even a peak incipient God Realm expert needed several days to fly from the Thunder territory to here. More than 2 years had passed and many things had happened inside and outside the Thunder territory. First, The number one alchemist of the Alchemy Alliance in the Heavenly Territory fled back to the Tianyuan Territory. He also invited all the Supremes in the Heavenly Territory to join the Alchemy Alliance. Whoever joined the Alchemy Alliance would be rewarded with a Supreme Divinity Pellet to strengthen the Alchemy Alliance. At the same time, the Alchemy Alliance and the Dragon Gate were the most loyal allies, and the two overlords would help each other. Not only did they have to fight against the Demon Tiger tribe and unify the Heaven Territory, but they also had to accumulate forces to deal with the Thunder Clan in outer space. The Alchemy Alliance was famous in the Heaven Territory. Of course, their appeal was amazing. Many Supremes and incipient God Realm experts joined them to strengthen their force. However, Shi Tsungyang wasn't satisfied with just the appeal of the Heaven Territory. He used some of his connections in outer space to recruit the Supremes in outer space to expand their force. Needless to say, the Alchemy God's appeal was really strong. Moreover, he wasn't the only alchemist in the Alchemy Alliance. Many Supremes in outer space also joined them. The Alchemy Alliance's action surprised many forces. They thought that the sky was about to change. In the Heavenly Dragon Territory, the light city that had stood for millions of years suddenly rose from the ground 2 years ago. It rushed out of outer space and brought all the Winged Men tribe away from the Heaven Territory. Many people saw this scene, and all of them were even more shocked. They now knew that the Light City was a spatial divine tool. Otherwise, how could it leave the Earth's core and fly away? Many of them knew that the Winged Men tribe was going to move to outer space. Many of the Winged Men tribe had been living in outer space for a long time. Their departure meant that they wouldn't let their fellows stay in the Heaven Territory to develop anymore. Kim people, the strongest ancient clan in the Heavenly Dragon Territory, looked calm. Besides responding to the Alchemy Alliance's declaration of alliance, they didn't do anything else. Quite the contrary, the Blazing Flame Merchants and the Sun and Moon Sect also announced that they were willing to form an alliance with Dragon Gate to protect the Heavenly Dragon Territory. The Sword Cleansing Manor, the second strongest force, kept silent. They didn't know that Kim people and Dragon Gate were using the Supreme God Pellets that Ling Xiao had given them to increase their competence. After several years, they had gained dozens of incipient God Realm experts. Many of them had broken through too. Many King God Realm experts had been trained, and their competence had increased by leaps and bounds. Since the Thunder Clan had destroyed the ancestral land of the Demon Tiger tribe many years ago, they had been fighting the Thunder Clan to the death. They had stopped a great army of the Thunder Clan. However, they couldn't capture all of them. At the same time, they announced that whoever could capture Ling Xiao's head would receive a top divine item as a reward. If they could capture him alive, the reward would be doubled. They wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao, the culprit behind all of this. At the same time, they had blocked the road to the West Territory as if they were doing something big. Whoever wanted to get in there couldn't get out. Many people sensed that the world seemed to have undergone a great change. Indeed, 1 year ago, a great army suddenly came to the Heaven Source area and attacked the Alchemy Alliance. Although the Alchemy Alliance had increased their competence in a short time, they didn't have any power to resist. Those people had captured them. When the news spread out, everybody was shocked. No one could have thought that the ones who captured the Alchemy Alliance were actually the Demon Tiger tribe's people. They imprisoned all of the Alchemy Alliance's alchemists. And the various major alchemy families in the Heaven Source area were also attacked. All the alchemists who reached Alchemist Saint level were captured. Quite a few factions were directly annihilated, blood flowing like rivers. Someone luckily escaped out of the Heaven Source area a step earlier and spread the news. Immediately, everyone in the Heaven region was astounded, because they had long heard that there were factions who wanted to unify the Heaven region. But they were all disapproving, feeling that with the Heaven region's vastness, other than factions, who had such boldness to do it? The ones who took down the Alchemy Alliance now were precisely the Demon Tiger tribe's people. No one could have thought that they would take down the Alchemy Alliance with thunderous means, and even control the Heaven Source area. At this moment, the various large and small factions in the Heaven region all sought out allies and joined forces to prevent being breached by others. That would really be a tragedy. At the same time, they also looked forward to there being a faction who could challenge the Demon Tiger tribe and shatter their beautiful dream of wanting to unify the Heaven region. However, the Alchemy Alliance was the biggest force in the Heaven region. If they couldn't stop the Demon Tiger tribe, what other force could do it? Perhaps they could only hope that Kim people and the Sky Dragon tribe could have some boldness to fight against the Demon Tiger tribe. Kim people also sent people to the Heaven Source area to gather information. Unfortunately, the people who went there didn't come back. They died in the Heaven Source area. After 1 year of silence, Kim people finally gathered the armies of the big forces in the Sky Dragon area to go to the Heaven Source area to save the people. Today there were 350 incipient God Realm experts gathered in the Sky Dragon City. The Dragon Gate was led by Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing, the two peak supremes. The Blazing Flame merchants also had a peak expert. The Sun Emperor and Moon Empress of the Sun and Moon sect had joined the alliance. Some other forces also sent their people. At the same time, many powerful independent cultivators were called to join. These people were more or less indignant about the Demon Tiger tribe's behavior. They wanted to stop their ambition of unifying the Heaven region. For the time being, the Sky Dragon City gathered most of the top experts in the Sky Dragon area. It was definitely a grand event that was rarely seen in 100,000 years. However, they didn't expect that before they departed, the Demon Tiger tribe would suddenly descend on their territory. Ling Xiao hadn't come back yet, but a bloody storm was about to unfold here. Chapter 1692. The entire Sky Dragon City was sealed. No one was allowed to enter or leave. In the city master's mansion, Ling Taimeng, Lao Dongxing, Lai Xiong, Sun Emperor, and the Moon Empress gathered. They had decided that this time, they would save the Medicine Union, the major forces of the Tianyuan area, and destroy the conspiracy of the Demon Tiger tribe. Does anyone have any objections? If not, we will leave now. I believe that our friends from the Medicine Union have been waiting for a long time. Ling Taimeng sat in the main seat and looked around. The others didn't say anything. They were ready to fight. However, at this time, a person at the back stood up and said, "Sir Taimeng, if you don't ask the Golden Dragon to help, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save them. Perhaps everyone will die." As soon as this person said that, everyone's face changed. "You are?" Ling Taimeng looked at that person and asked. There were many people gathered here and Ling Taimeng didn't know all of them. "I am Jiu He, the consecrated elder of the Medicine Union. I saw many people of my guild killed by a black cloud with my own eyes. It was just an ordinary demonic cloud that could form a terrifying black hole that could swallow everything and corrode all vitality. It was too terrifying." The incipient God Realm expert who called himself Jiu He said with fear. "What demonic cloud black hole? Could it be that the Demon Tiger race has created some terrifying ancient divine weapon?" Ridi asked in surprise. "No, absolutely not. I couldn't see what that demonic cloud black hole was, but it was exactly the same as that black hole space. At that time, I thought that it was a black hole space phenomenon, but later when I saw many Demon Tiger tribe members appear, I knew that it was man-made. It was the existence of this demonic cloud black hole. The Demon Tiger tribe didn't waste a single soldier to take down the guild. It was too terrifying," Jiu said. Then he looked at Ling Taimeng and said, "It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but for the sake of caution, if we can ask the Golden Dragon or the Dragon King to come out, maybe we can compete with them. Otherwise, I can't think of what kind of existence can shake that demonic cloud black hole." Everyone could tell that what Jiu He said was true. If this demonic cloud black hole alone was enough to destroy the Medicine Alliance, then this demonic cloud black hole was truly too terrifying. After all, the Medicine League had 2 experts on the legendary list. Moreover, they had many powerful experts at the incipient God Realm. If they couldn't deal with the demon cloud black hole even when they joined hands, one could imagine how terrifying it was. "The Golden Dragon clan is related to my clan, but it is not something that we can command at will," Ling Taimeng said. After a pause he added, "Don't worry, this time we are fully prepared. Even if we can't achieve anything, it shouldn't be a problem for everyone to retreat safely." Jiu He spoke helplessly, "Since Lord Taimeng has made his decision, then I won't speak any further. I'm not saying this to dampen everyone's morale, but to remind everyone to prioritize safety. No matter what, I will accompany everyone to my Tianyuan region to drive away the invaders. You I Emperors Meng Feng Shan God You Clan Li, Clan Jiu Clan Shan Dragon City Clan Dragon." However, as soon as they exited the hall, they noticed that a dark cloud had suddenly appeared in the sky. This black cloud covered the sky and gradually shrouded Celestial Dragon City. Gusts of cold wind rose. The black cloud looked like the face of a demon, which made people shiver in fear. All the incipient God Realm experts could feel that this black cloud wasn't ordinary. Jiu He looked terrified. It's him. He's really here. How could it be like this? Is it the black hole in the demonic cloud? Lai Xiong frowned. Yes, it's him. Don't let it form. Quick. Everybody, attack it with all of your power. Don't let it form a black hole. We can't let anyone touch the demonic cloud. Even we can't resist its corrosive power," Jiu He said in a panic. Ling Taimeng took the lead and shouted, "If it's here, it means the Demon Tiger tribe is here too. We should use all of our power to destroy this thing." Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and soared up into the sky. A dragon-shaped attack shot out from his golden spear. A 10,000-meter-long golden dragon shadow dashed towards the black cloud. At the same time, all the incipient God Realm experts behind him also soared up into the sky. Their terrifying auras shook every corner of Celestial Dragon City. 5-colored energy unceasingly shot out. This entire area was dyed in different colors. Rumble. Rumble. The terrifying energy was enough to destroy the entire world. The black cloud that was covering the sky was enraged. The warriors of Celestial Dragon City screamed in fear. What's going on? So powerful. How many incipient God Realm experts are there? Is it an enemy attack? 1 year ago, the Medicine League was attacked and the Heaven Source territory was sealed. They said that it was the Demon Tiger tribe's doing. Are they here to deal with our Dragon Gate today? Don't talk so much. Everybody run. Once this energy scatters, we will all die. Quick. Quick, notify the guards to activate the defensive formation. We can resist for a while. Everyone in the Heavenly Dragon City panicked. All the warriors flew towards the city. Some of the weaker ones hid in some pavilions and did not dare to come out. Many city guards started to activate the formation to protect everyone. In the dragon-gazing mountain range Dragon Gate and the Kim people could feel the battle. Many troops started to prepare for the battle. During the past year, the Heavenly Dragon Sect had summoned all the King God Realm experts and the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts who were out there. Although their competence was extraordinary, in this top-level battle, the King God Realm experts weren't strong enough. Only the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts were qualified to deal with them. However, none of them flinched. They summoned their holy beasts and were ready to fight at any time. At this moment, Ling Feiwu's gloomy voice arose. The Demon Tiger tribe is here. Activate the Great Defensive Formation. Unless you're at the beginning Elder level, you can't get out of the Great Defensive Formation. Very soon, a protective formation had been activated. Even a prime would not be able to break through this formation. Deep inside the dragon-gazing mountain range, terrifying dragon roars arose. Tens of thousands of beasts roared together with the dragon roars as if they were warning anyone who dared to destroy this place. They wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to attack. High in the sky, the black clouds that were more than 100,000 miles long turned into a massive black vortex when the energy arrived. Swoosh, swoosh. The massive energy was swallowed by this black vortex that looked like a bottomless pit. It didn't affect the black clouds at all. What? Ling Taiming was so shocked. The incipient God Realm experts behind him also changed their visages. Their power was enough to destroy a third of the Heavenly Dragon territory, yet it was so easily devoured by this bottomless black hole. It was enough to show how terrifying this black hole was. Haha, ants like you are just SOSO. Today my Demon Tiger tribe has come to your Sky Dragon district. All of you ants surrender immediately. Otherwise I will wash you all with blood. No one will be left alive. A devilish sneer came from the black clouds. The black vortex seemed to form a black face with a ferocious appearance. A terrifying aura pressed down from the sky. This aura seemed to directly attack everyone's heart. Each of the great master-level experts was forcefully pressed down from the sky. Only a few dozen people were barely able to withstand it, but their complexions were also incomparably pale. The warriors in the Sky Dragon City had their souls shattered. They were forced to kneel on the ground. Some weak warriors were even crushed to death. Soon, waves of miserable wails could be heard from within the Heavenly Dragon City. What is that thing after all? It's not something that a top divine treasure could reach. Could it be? Could it be that this is another legendary realm? But does this world really have such an existence? It's too scary. The Demon Tiger tribe dares to say that they can rule the world. If they don't have something to rely on, how could they dare to do that? This man must be at the legendary realm. How can we fight this battle? No matter what, we can't just sit and wait for death. Many incipient God Realm experts' confidence was shattered. They all felt that they couldn't resist. Everybody hold on. Follow me to attack again. I don't believe that he can't be killed. Ling Taiming's mind was firm. He let out a low shout and summoned his true dragon to protect him. He and the dragon fused into one, attacking the black hole in the sky one more time. Dragon aura soars to the sky. Ling Taiming had fused with the power of the golden dragon. It was the strongest attack of his life. A huge dragon-shaped battle chi filled the entire space. A terrifying dragon's might spread out in all directions, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. Once, the Kim people were a royal family in the Shenling continent. They had the noble dragon aura that could shake the world and subdue hundreds of dynasties. This strike contained the will of an emperor descending to the heavens, far surpassing the power possessed by ordinary pinnacle sovereigns. This was definitely a powerful attack of the peak Great Perfection realm. Even if the Lei clan's old chief and Lei Xiao gang were here, they would have to retreat in the face of this attack. Ling Taiming wasn't on the sovereign list, but he had the terrifying power that surpassed the ordinary experts on the sovereign list. It was enough for him to be in the top 20. At this time Luo Dongxing also moved. He turned into a vast sea of fire. The raging fire seemed to be able to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. It burned towards the black hole in the demon cloud. Lai Xiong was an expert at the bottom of the sovereign list. He was the true support of the blazing flame merchants. The fire wheel in his hand turned into a huge ring of fire that rushed into the sky. Besides, the Sun Emperor and the Moon Empress combined their yin and yang. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time. Two beams of yin and yang light shot up to the sky. Chapter 1693. The other pinnacle sovereigns had also made their moves, gathering all of their trump cards together as they shot towards the sky. These powerful techniques were enough to kill any peak of the Supremes. Even if there were more of them, they would all fall. All of the terrifying energies created a five-colored light. Flames, golden lights, hailstones, wooden awls, mountains. All kinds of attacks shot up to the sky. This terrifying power was enough to smash the 9 heavens into pieces and destroy all living things. However, this bottomless black hole in the demonic cloud that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles shot out a terrifying energy. The vortex kept spinning and the energy increased terrifyingly fast. Swoosh, swoosh. Tens of thousands of beams of light were swallowed by this black hole, leaving no trace. Everybody was shocked once again. This wasn't the power of the incipient god realm experts, and it wasn't the power of any top-grade ancient god weapon either. It was definitely the power of a higher realm expert. Even if you ants have more power, you're just SOSO. The demonic face that was as big as the sky laughed crazily. Then he said, "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what's good for you." All of a sudden, a demonic palm appeared in the black hole. This demonic palm was made of the black murderous aura, creating a giant palm that was as big as the sky, pressing down. The black mist in the giant palm was crystal clear, and its power was tremendous. The corrosive energy had corroded many spaces, making them fester. "Everybody resist." Ling Taiming screamed again. He gathered his energy and rushed up to stop this demonic palm. The others also took action at the same time. Waves of terrifying energy swarmed over. Rumble. Rumble. However, this demonic palm didn't seem to be hindered at all. It forcefully pressed down on the incipient god realm experts. Arc. Arc. Blood-curdling screams rang out, and clouds of blood mist exploded. Many incipient god realm experts couldn't resist such a strike. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 weaker incipient god realm experts were killed. The other incipient god realm experts were wounded badly. Their god bodies cracked. Moreover, they couldn't get rid of the corrosive energy. They screamed and screamed. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. This was an unimaginable power that exceeded the scope of imagination. Ling Taiming, Lao Dongxing, Lai Xiong, Sun Emperor, Moon Empress and the rest were all heavily injured, and the corrosive power made it hard for them to get rid of it. They had no choice but to destroy their god bodies and reconstruct a new one. All of them revealed looks of despair. They had always thought of themselves as the cream of the crop. Even if they encountered someone on the sovereign ranking, they wouldn't be so easily killed. However, Shi Yin had used only one hand to defeat so many of them at incipient god realm. This realm, this power, indeed made them feel that it was difficult to move. "I'll ask you again. Are you going to surrender or not? Otherwise, I'll slaughter the entire city." The voice sounded again. At the same time, dozens of incipient god realm experts of the demon tiger tribe appeared in that direction. Riding on the black demon tigers, they looked down at the people below with cold smiles on their faces. "Quickly surrender and become one of my clan's subordinates. Our ancestor is already an eternal god. Even if all of you self-destruct right in front of him, you still won't be able to defeat him." Jiang Dian shouted at Ling Taiming and the others. Another peak of the demon tiger tribe said, "That's right. Surrender to us and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise all of you can die." The demon tiger tribe didn't have many people, but with such an eternal god, they could sweep the 5 lands and unify the entire heaven territory. He's really an eternal god. How could he be born? He's right. It's too terrifying. We don't have a chance. Are we going to be ruled by them? If that's the case, I'm afraid that even if the golden dragon comes out, they won't have a chance. The gap is too big. No wonder why the Medicine League was subdued without any resistance. They're too strong. What should we do now? Everyone had already begun to despair. They couldn't think of anyone who could stop the strongest existence in this world. That was the giant god from the Antiquity Age, the god who could create the world, the immortal existence above the god king and incipient god realm. However, at this time, some people didn't believe it and still wanted to fight back. So what if you're an eternal god? Today the Kim people, swear that you won't be able to return. After Ling Taiming reorganized his god body, he said faintly. He waved his hand in a direction and a golden light instantly shot over. Surprisingly, it was the god soul guardian of the Kim people, the golden dragon altar. It shone with dazzling golden light, and the dragon chi was unusually thick, giving people a simple and ancient feeling. At the same time, behind the golden dragon altar, 3 Kim people followed. Each of them was riding the golden flood dragon King, a high-level rank 11 golden flood dragon. These 3 Kim people's auras were like rainbows and their power was tremendous. Surprisingly, they already had the strength of the peak of the Supremes. This was the real foundation of the Kim people, which wasn't something that ordinary forces could compare to. Sacrifice my dragon altar to kill the strong enemies. Ling Taiming shouted in fear. Several drops of blood flew toward the golden dragon altar. The 3 peak of the Supremes also dropped some drops of blood on the golden dragon altar. Swoosh swoosh. Beams of golden light shot out, and each of them turned into a golden dragon phantom. Each phantom was so real that it gave people an intimidating feeling. Kill them. Ling Taiming shouted in fear, pouring his energy into the golden dragon altar. The other 3 peak of the Supremes also poured their god power into the golden dragon altar. Suddenly, the golden dragon phantom above the golden dragon altar turned into thousands of golden dragons, attacking the demon soul black hole. This power had surpassed the joint attack of all the Supremes and incipient god realm experts. It seemed to gather the fate of the Kim people. Its power could destroy the stars and the moon in just a blink of an eye. The expressions of the demonic tiger race members above changed drastically. All of them could feel how terrifying that strike was. They had never thought that the Kim people could have such a great weapon. Many Supremes and incipient god realm experts around could feel the power of this attack. They thought that they could see a ray of hope. At the same time, they sighed in admiration at the terrifying power of the Kim people. If they were the ones attacking the Kim people, this attack was enough to kill them all. Tens of thousands of golden dragons were attacking the demon soul black hole unceasingly. They shook the sky and cracked it again. The demon soul black hole couldn't bear it anymore and was about to collapse. Look. The demon soul black hole is about to disappear. Could it be that the eternal God can't stop it? Too powerful. We're saved this time. Yeah, I've heard that the golden dragon altar of the Kim people is a peak ancient god weapon. But today I think it's beyond that level. Perhaps it's an eternal divine weapon? But I've never heard that the Kim people have such a formidable existence who could forge such a divine weapon. I think it's not an eternal divine weapon. At most it's close to it. I saw Sir Taiming use his blood to activate the divine weapon. I think it's the fate divine weapon that the Kim people have accumulated for 1 million years. In legends, only the ancient clans that have existed for more than 1 million years could create such a weapon. It seems like the Kim people have a long history. No matter what, we can be saved. Don't think it's perfect. This kind of fate divine weapon can only be used several times. If it can't kill the enemy, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Many Supremes and incipient god realm experts were guessing. They all felt so tense and complicated. 2 waves of energy that could destroy the sky had finally smashed the black hole of the demon cloud. The Supremes of the demon tiger tribe couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that the eternal god could be defeated. Many Supremes and incipient god realm experts of the Sky Dragon territory cheered up. Ling Taiming and the other 3 Supremes had almost used up all of their energy. They wore faint smiles of satisfaction on their faces. However, their smiles froze before they could finish. Not bad. The fate divine weapon of the demon tiger tribe. It's almost an eternal divine weapon. It's a pity that none of you Kim people has reached the eternal realm. You can only bury it. A cold and gloomy voice arose. A black claw snatched the golden dragon altar from the sky. This black claw came from the same person as the previous demon palm. In other words, the eternal god wasn't dead yet. People looked at the black claw and saw a man in black clothes and a hood controlling the struggling golden dragon altar. They didn't need to guess. It was the eternal god of the demon tiger tribe. No one could see the eternal God's face. He stood there like a demon cloud. They could only vaguely see a human silhouette. They couldn't tell his age or appearance. "Give me back the golden dragon altar." A Supremes of the Kim people roared angrily. He rode the Dragon King and charged forward to take back the golden dragon altar. "Eighth Elder, come back. You're not his opponent." Ling Taimeng shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The eternal god of the demon tiger tribe chuckled. "If you want it, you can have it back." He flung the golden dragon altar back, and a dark force rushed towards it with extreme speed. The Supremes of the Kim people didn't even have a chance to react. The golden dragon altar hit him. His god body exploded and he died. Boom. His god body splashed everywhere. His god soul was destroyed. There was no sign of life. Even the Dragon King couldn't escape. The corrosive black energy invaded his body. He turned into ashes in a blink of an eye. At this moment, all the Supremes of the Sky Dragon territory turned pale. They didn't have any color left. At this moment, a terrible dragon roar came from the dragon-gazing mountain range. Chapter 1694. The dragon-gazing mountain range had been a true dragon vein since ancient times, and the golden dragon had always lived here. Other than the Kim people, no one dared to enter the mountain range. Now that the eternal god had appeared and the Sky Dragon domain was in danger, the Dragon Gate and the Kim people would not be able to escape this calamity. The golden dragon that had been helping the Kim people had finally made its move. The roars of 100 dragons filled the sky. 2 old dragon kings appeared in the sky, one golden and one ice, both tens of thousands of meters long. They had lived for countless years and their strength had reached the pinnacle. The appearance of the golden dragon old dragon king was not surprising, but why did the other terrifying ice dragon appear here? Needless to say, this was the peerless ice dragon that Ling Xiao was worried about. After returning to the mystic spirit continent with the dragon lady, it returned to the dragon-gazing mountain range and was asked to stay by the golden dragon old dragon king. Unexpectedly, something like this happened, so it was not surprising that the 2 dragons appeared at the same time. These 2 old dragon kings had reached the peak of the 11th order, and even those on the sovereign list would not be able to compete with them. After all, they could erupt with 100 times their strength, which was definitely above any peak supreme being. They directly charged towards those people from the devil tiger race. The terrifying dragon roars almost shook the 9 heavens, and their might was incomparably terrifying. But before the draconic roars reached the demonic tiger clan's clansmen, the eternal god had already controlled a black spatial force to obstruct them. The eternal god of the demon tiger race let out a disdainful smile and said, as expected of the dragon vein land, "To think that 2 old dragon kings would appear at the same time. Not bad, not bad. If I slaughter you, I can cultivate a few more black attribute true dragons for my race to use. Terrifying human, I will swallow you alive." The golden dragon king roared. The ice dragon king also roared, "Damn things, I'll freeze all of you." The 2 old dragon kings were infuriated. The golden dragon king lunged towards the eternal god, while the ice dragon king was shrouded in an icy aura. Layers of ice crystals appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the members of the devil tiger race. "If it was in the past, I might have been a little afraid of you. But now you're nothing more than bugs in my eyes," the eternal god said scornfully. He waved his hand and a black hole appeared. In an instant, the golden light and ice crystals were all sucked into it. It even enveloped the golden dragon king as if it was going to swallow it alive. The golden dragon king was indeed an old dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years. It roared continuously, and its dragon body flipped, causing the black hole to stop. Then it immediately retreated. The ice dragon king seized the chance to roar again. It made the hailstones fall rapidly. Within tens of thousands of miles, the area became extremely cold. Many ice crystals were aimed at the eternal god. This extremely cold energy made the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts around shiver. They tried to run as far as they could to avoid getting frostbitten. "I don't want to tangle with you guys anymore. It's over," the eternal god said faintly. His other hand rose, and a demon palm slapped towards the ice dragon king and the golden dragon king. Boom, boom. The 2 old dragon kings' enormous bodies were unable to dodge, and were forcefully slapped down from the 9th heaven. The 2 old dragon kings smashed into the heavenly dragon city, shattering the array formation on the city. At the same time, many of the pavilions inside were smashed into pieces. Many people died tragically because of this. All the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts fell into despair when they saw this scene. This kind of existence was not something they could deal with at all. Someone shouted, "Guys, scatter and run." Some people started to run. Many supreme experts and incipient God realm experts also started to flee in all directions. After all, staying here was useless. It was better to save their lives first. No one wanted to die for nothing. "If you want to deal with my clan, none of you should run away," the eternal God said faintly. Then he turned into a mass of demonic clouds. This demonic cloud turned into many black holes that swept everywhere. Many supreme experts and incipient God realm experts were sucked into those black holes before they could run far. Only cries of despair continued to reverberate in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 1/3 of the 300 supreme experts and incipient God realm experts were killed. It was a big loss. Many ordinary warriors and buildings in Sky Dragon City were sucked into the black holes. They screamed and screamed, hoping that someone would come and save them. Unfortunately, who could possibly defeat the eternal God? At this moment, many supreme experts of the Kim people came out of the dragon-gazing mountain range. More than 10 golden dragon divine beasts roared and flew out. The 2 old dragon kings attacked again, activating the power of the dragon pearl. Their battle prowess was 200 times more terrifying, causing the surroundings of Heavenly Dragon City to tremble unceasingly. The 2 dragons spat out terrifying elemental powers at the same time. They were determined to kill this eternal God. The sharpness of the metal energy that could split mountains and seas, and the layers of ice crystals that were icy cold to the extreme, completely enveloped the sky, and intended to completely destroy the black holes in the devilish clouds. "Even if my son has to risk his life to fight, he will never surrender. Everybody kill him." Ling Taiming rode the golden dragon and roared angrily with the golden spear in his hand. He used all of his energy to attack the eternal God. This place was the root of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. No one was allowed to destroy it. The incipient God realm experts of the Gold Clan and the Heavenly Dragon Gate were risking their lives for the last time. Waves of energy bombarded the black hole of the demonic clouds in the sky. "Good guts. If so, after I kill these 2 worms, I will kill all of you." The eternal God seemed to feel a little bit of pressure. The 2 old dragon kings had used the power of the dragon bead. They were known as the strongest race in this world. Now they were risking their lives to increase their fighting power by 200-fold, which was beyond the abilities of ordinary golden dragons. Apparently they were burning their blood to resist the strong enemy. They wanted to protect the dragon vein and not let anyone destroy it. That was why the eternal God wasn't sure that he could kill them in just a blink of an eye. However, besides dealing with the 2 old dragon kings, the eternal God had also used the demonic clouds to cover the warriors of the demon tiger tribe to prevent them from getting hurt. At the same time, the eternal God realm experts of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had stopped all of their attacks. It could be said that the eternal God realm had not only fought against the 2 old dragon kings but also subdued all the other incipient God realm experts. His boldness and competence were beyond anyone's imagination. Strands of remnant power fell from the 9 heavens and destroyed many places. The Heavenly Dragon City quickly turned into a city of ruins. The Heavenly Dragon sect's great mountain protecting formation in the distance was also bombarded. It was on the verge of cracking. Many mountains in the dragon-gazing mountain range were flattened. Many spirit beasts were killed. It was the battle between the top warriors. They could destroy any place in the Heaven territory. It was also the reason why the Heaven territory didn't allow the incipient God realm experts to fight each other. Inside the Dragon Gate, the warriors shivered in fear. They were afraid that the great protective formation wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Since when did the Demon Tiger tribe become so intimidating? They have even provoked the Dragon King to come out to fight the enemy. Is this the calamity of our Dragon Gate? I just hope that Elder Shur and the others can resist. Otherwise we can't escape death. What are you afraid of? If I can reach incipient God realm, I will go out and protect the Dragon Gate. Even if I have to die, I won't let anyone destroy our Dragon Gate. You're right. If we can get through this challenge, we must try our best to reach incipient God realm and kill all the bastards of the Demon Tiger tribe. Many beautiful women gathered on the Alchemy God Peak of the Dragon Gate. Their faces were worried. They were the wives, parents, and descendants of Alchemy God Ling Xiao. Our sect is facing a great calamity. Even the tribe is shaken. Is the Demon Tiger tribe really that strong? Ling Zhan was wearing a set of divine armor, holding a gold spear in his hand. He was cultivating the divine technique that Ling Xiao had imparted him. He had activated the Kim people's bloodline. His cultivation base had reached the peak of King God Realm. However, the battle out there wasn't something he could join. The tribe has sent someone to tell us that all the space formations have been sealed. We can't move. We can only pray that we can turn this disaster into a blessing, Meng Xiun said with a worried face. Father, Mother, don't worry. We won't lose. Even if the protective formation is broken, we can protect you guys and leave together, said Feng Xiun. Feng Xianyun was undoubtedly the eldest sister among all the girls. She might not be the oldest, but she was definitely the one who had spent the most time with Ling Xiao. Furthermore, she was his official wife. Even Yun Mingqi, who was the most important woman in Ling Xiao's heart, couldn't compare to her in this aspect. Today her competence had reached the peak of King God Realm. She was just one step away from the incipient God Realm. She wasn't bragging when she said that. It was because Ling Xiao had left them many helpers at the incipient God Realm. At the critical moment they could help them escape. These helpers were the evil emperor, mad monk, Shatian Dinggudu, and more than 10 incipient God Realm experts. With such a force, Feng Xiun was confident that they could leave this place safely. However, the evil emperor looked up at the sky and sighed, "We can't escape. That's the eternal God in the legends. His power is unfathomable. Otherwise, how could he make all the top experts of the Dragon Gate come out? And there are so many golden dragons. If they can't defeat him, how can we escape?" "That's right. I'm afraid that those who don't surrender will die in the end." Mad Monk forced a smile. "Not good. The protective formation is breaking." At this moment, Euro Fei screamed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1695. Rumble. Rumble. Wave after wave of remnant energy fell on the great protective formation of the Dragon Gate. Finally, the great protective formation couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. The few supreme incipient God Realm experts who stayed in the gate couldn't protect themselves. They were all wounded severely. The other God Kings and their holy beasts attacked at the same time to stop these energies. However, they found that it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't withstand a single blow. As the waves of energy fell, many disciples of the Dragon Gate wailed in pain. Many of them died immediately. Even the God Kings couldn't escape. Even on the Medicine God Peak, it was hard to avoid being hit by many terrifying energies. Each bit of energy was enough to destroy the Medicine God Peak and kill anyone below the God King realm. The evil emperor shouted, "Let's work together to stop these energies." The evil emperor was just a low-level supreme incipient God realm expert. He thought that he couldn't stop these energies alone. The mad monk came out without the slightest hesitation. A majestic divine projection suddenly appeared and propped up half the sky. Shatian and Dinggudu, the two new supreme incipient God realm experts like the evil emperor and mad monk, also took action at the same time. Besides that, Feng Xianyun had also ordered the living puppet Jizun left behind by Ling Xiao to disperse all the descending forces. Although it was just the remnant energy, it was absolutely terrifying. Even the supreme incipient God realm experts could barely stop it. They knew that the people fighting in the sky were all top experts. Each beam of energy was enough to destroy more than 10 pawns. "Quickly retreat. Everyone quickly retreat from here. Otherwise only death awaits." The evil emperor roared. This was the center of the battlefield. Who could stop the destructive energy here? Feng Xianyun immediately ordered Shatian and Dinggudu to protect Ling Zhan, Meng Xiun, and the other women. However, there was too much remnant energy. It fell from time to time, making them scream in fear. Luckily, they were wearing the ancient god weapons that Ling Xiao had left for them. They wouldn't be hurt by these energies. The demonic emperor and mad monk tried their best to protect her, but they were still forced to cough up blood by the shockwaves. Fortunately, several dozen 11th-tier saint beasts appeared in the Dragon's Gazing Mountain range and charged in their direction. These sacred beasts included lions, tigers, leopards, and many other mutated sacred beasts or mutants with ancient bloodlines. They were all subordinates of the Golden Dragon and the true master of this mountain range. Now that the mountain range was about to be destroyed, they no longer hid and followed the Beast Emperor clan into battle. Many of them even rushed over from afar. With their bodies blotting out the sky, the aftermath of Dragon Gate's attack was greatly reduced. Together, they unleashed a terrifying wave of attack towards the 9 heavens, causing this part of the world to be completely covered by the light of energy. The eternal God didn't seem to be omnipotent. It was already a bit strenuous for him to withstand all of that power. His bottomless black hole continued to appear. Demon palms appeared one by one, smashing many supreme incipient God realm experts and holy beasts into bloody ores. However, as his energy was scattered, he couldn't kill all of them. He had to order, "I'm going to kill them all. You guys get down there and kill all the warriors of Dragon Gate and Kim people." Moreover, he also summoned his black demon tiger emperor at the antiquity level. As soon as this black demon tiger emperor appeared, its terrifying aura immediately locked on the two old dragon king and launched the most primitive attack. They were the dozens of incipient god realm experts of the demon tiger tribe. They hadn't joined the battle yet. Today, as they were teleported to the territory of Dragon Gate, they started to attack the Dragon Gate to annihilate them. Haha, Kim people, Dragon Gate, haven't you always been enemies with our demon tiger tribe? Take your time to repent. A supreme incipient god realm expert of the demon tiger tribe grinned fiendishly. That's right. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. At that time, the other forces in the Sky Dragon area will submit to us, said another expert. Among these dozens of supreme incipient god realm experts of the demon tiger tribe, none of them was lower than the middle level. All of them were the top experts of the demon tiger tribe. Their arrival would be a disaster for Dragon Gate and Kim people. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had led more than 30 supreme incipient god realm experts out of the Kim people's territory. Moreover, the older generation of Dragon Gate, which had been closed for a long time, had also come out. There were dozens of supreme incipient god realm experts. They were the last support of the Kim people in Dragon Gate. They only had 3 high-level supreme incipient god realm experts here. How could they resist the new force of the demon tiger tribe? Fortunately, this place was their territory. They could summon many holy beasts to fight with them. They could barely resist and make the others retreat as far as they could to avoid being annihilated. The warriors of the demon tiger tribe also saw Evil Emperor and Mad Monk's team retreating. They immediately sent 10 experts to attack them. You can't run away. Be obedient and die, sneered a high-level supreme demon tiger tribe. Another one looked at Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiaoyu, and the other beautiful women with a lustful look. TSK, so many beautiful women. Are they the wives and concubines of the Dragon Gate's master? I can use their yin to supplement my yang. Damn it. These demon dwellers are too much. Let's go together and kill them. Evil Emperor couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted and the 5-colored divine light exploded. He pointed at the lightning spear and his holy beasts and attacked at the same time. The Mad Monk instantly turned into countless shapeless human figures, and his real body was holding a divine mirror that shone out. If they didn't want to become prisoners, they had to risk their lives. Even death was better than death in humiliation. Ling Zhan protected all the women and shouted, "Go! Leave this place. Otherwise everyone will die." All the women didn't hesitate. They exploded and brought their children to protect Meng Xiun and left. However, the lascivious high-level supreme demon tiger tribe didn't want to let them go. He was already charging towards them. He revealed an extremely lustful look and said, "None of you can escape." This person was called Jiang Yinhu. He was famous for his lasciviousness, but his power wasn't weak. Shatian and Ding Gudu couldn't even withstand one round of his attacks. Their godly bodies exploded and they were wounded severely. Ling Zhan stood with his spear. Although he was weak, he didn't have any stage fright. He roared, "You trash! You dare to wait for my daughter-in-law? I'll fight it out with all of you." Ling Zhan swallowed a divine pill, and his power instantly soared. He used the ancient divine weapon in his hand to unleash an all-out attack. "Grandpa, I'll help you." Ling Yu had always been thought of as the most immature child, and he had barely reached the realm of a demigod king. However, he still had Ling Zhao's blood flowing in his veins, and he did not escape at the very last moment. Instead, he came back to help Ling Zhan. Kai Shiyue was his mother. She shouted, Look good. Mother will stay and fight it out with you. Big brother Zhan, if you die, I won't live alone." Meng Xiun, who had been scolding Ling Zhan for being a cultivation maniac, cried out. The group of women suddenly stopped. Feng Xianyun frowned and shouted, "Sisters, you guys go first. I can't leave my parents here. Otherwise, when my husband comes back, I won't have the face to face him." "I'm not leaving either. I want to fight with my parents. Even if I die, I want to be with them. Otherwise, when my husband comes back, I won't have the face to see him." Dong Fongjing answered resolutely. At this moment, Cruel Leopard shouted, "You guys go. You have to protect your precious body for our master. Let this old servant fight them." Cruel Leopard was at demigod god realm. After he said that, he didn't care about anything else. "Boss, you've always taken care of me. Today, let me take care of my sisters-in-law for you. Let's leave safely." Yi Yunfeng said faintly and then soared up into the sky resolutely. Besides them, Mad Tooth, Lone Eagle, Poisonous Scorpion, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals, the loyal followers of Ling Xiao, all stormed out. They tried their best to buy time for the women. "No matter where we go, we're going to die. We should stay here and die together. When my husband comes back he will take revenge for us. Yu Liyin said and then joined the battle. Young master, Yushi might not be able to serve you anymore in the future. You must live well, Bayushi said and also joined the formation. Eventually none of the women who wanted to leave stayed. Even if they had to die they couldn't leave Ling Zhan, Meng Xiun and the others alone. You little girls want to die? But I don't want you to die. Jiang Yinhu laughed pervertedly. He waved his hand and a terrifying black light shot out. Rumble. Rumble. Just one move and he had blown away all the people in front of him. Luckily he coveted the women so he didn't kill them. However, the corrosive black fog was too much for them to handle. None of them had the strength to fight against him. Just like that, they lost their ability to fight and could only wait for death. Jiang Yinhu took the lead and walked towards Feng Xianyun. Not bad at all. Whose women are you? Why are all of you so willing to follow him? Just as Jiang Yinhu approached, the injured Feng Xianyun made her move again. Several Gu Kings rushed out from her side. At the same time, a lot of poison spread out. It's useless. If you don't say it, you will all become my women after I make love with all of you. That gutless man is probably already dead. Jiang Yinhu said lightly. He waved his arm casually, and a few Gu Kings immediately exploded. Many Gu poisons fell into the space crack and disappeared. Feng Xianyun was already in despair. She made up her mind that even if she had to self-detonate, she wouldn't let this person touch her. Just as Jiang Yinhu was about to capture all the women in front of him, a cold voice came from afar. You are not allowed to humiliate my husband and hurt my sisters. Chapter 1696. In the sky, a tortoise beast the size of a mountain moved. It enveloped the sky above the heavenly dragon sect and the women. It even locked onto the high-level supreme being Jiang Yinhu. It was a mighty black tortoise and two goddess-like women sat on its back. These two ladies were Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. 2 years ago they came out of the absolute cold deathland, but they first went to the Lotus Order before returning to the Dragon Gate. Unexpectedly when they rushed back they found a shocking change. Under Yun Mingqi's control, the black tortoise was charging towards Jiang Yinhu. Although it was as huge as a mountain, it was moving very fast. That high-level supreme being's reaction was also extremely fast. When he sensed the terrifying aura, he instantly retreated. At the same time, the huge blade in his hand slashed out in a certain direction. His attack wave was enough to kill any opponent below the supreme being level. However, this power was insignificant to the black tortoise. It was a being at the peak of the 11th level and a divine beast known for its defense. Even the dragon scales of a true dragon couldn't compare to the defense of its dark armor. It roared and shot a water column into the sky, catching up to Jiang Yinhu and exploding. At the crucial moment, Jiang Yinhu summoned his sacred beast protector and placed it at the front. Boom! The sacred beast in front of Jiang Yinhu was hit by the water column and immediately split into pieces, turning into a pool of blood that splattered everywhere. Jiang Yinhu was sent flying thousands of meters away. His divine body felt like it was about to explode and he spat out blood. He stared at the black tortoise in front of him with widened eyes and couldn't help but yell, "Quick! Someone, there's a black tortoise here." He knew that the dragon-gazing mountain range was the resting place of the golden dragon, but he didn't expect to see another legendary divine beast, the black tortoise, here. Moreover, this wasn't an ordinary black tortoise, but one that was at the peak level. It was an old tortoise that was comparable to the two old Dragon King. This was really unexpected. Jiang Yinhu's cry indeed attracted quite a number of Fiend Tiger Clan's people's attention. Jiang Dian was the first to give up on the others and dashed toward the black tortoise. The foundation of this dragon gate is truly extraordinary. They even have a divine beast, the black tortoise. Could it be that the people from the black tortoise sect have come to help? Jiang Dian pondered. However, before he could rush over, the black tortoise had already released its aura and crushed Jiang Yinhu into minced meat. There was almost no chance of survival. When the maidens and the others saw Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui in the air, a look of joy appeared on their faces. It's Sister Mengqi. She's back. Bayushi was the first to cry out. Even if she comes back, she can't change the fact. Let's protect father and mother and leave together, Luo Meiying said from the side. The others all consumed medicinal pills to recover from their injuries, and they reluctantly gathered together and retreated. By then Yun Mingqi had already ordered the black tortoise to charge at Jiang Dian. She and Bing Ruoshui flew towards the women. Bing Ruoshui also summoned her holy beast protector. It was a four-winged ice sculpture at the middle of level 11. With her current strength, of course, she couldn't subdue such a powerful four-winged ice sculpture. However, with the black tortoise, it wasn't a problem. "Father, mother, sisters, hurry up. I'll take you away." Bing Ruoshui ordered the four-winged ice sculpture to descend and shouted at the others. The others didn't hesitate and climbed onto the ice sculpture's back. However, Cruel Leopard, Yi Yunfeng, Mad Tooth and the others didn't go up. They wanted to stay and buy time for them. However, before the four-winged ice sculpture could escape, the Devil Tiger clan's holy beasts surrounded it, making it unable to immediately break out of the encirclement with the girls. Fortunately, the four-winged ice sculpture was extremely fast. It could still tangle with the three holy beasts, so it wasn't killed immediately. However, it couldn't go on like this. Not long after, they would all die. Yun Mingqi had already advanced to the incipient god realm. Finally, she launched a powerful attack. She used a mysterious sword technique to attack one of the holy beasts. The sky-filling water waves and the sword light carried an extreme origin energy. Its power wasn't any weaker than the power of a low-level supreme being. This was especially true for the frigid waves. When they came into contact with the Saint Beast's physical body actually started to corrode. After several screeches, the holy beast melted into its skeleton and died. Yun Mingqi didn't stop after her successful attack. She immediately cooperated with the four-winged ice sculpture to attack another holy beast. Yun Mingqi was graceful, and her swordsmanship was excellent. The water waves she slashed out had a different deep blue color. At the same time, they contained a terrifying death chi. Surprisingly, it was a different kind of origin energy. It was the absolute cold dead water of the absolute cold dead land. Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui entered this forbidden area and almost died inside. Luckily, they had great opportunities and obtained great fortunes. Especially Yun Mingqi, who had obtained the Black Tortoise's approval and absorbed the absolute cold deathwater's energy, gaining extraordinary strength. It was just a pity that the tens of people from the Devil Tiger clan were all very powerful. Another two of them charged towards them. "You two should be Ling Zhao's women, right? I've already inquired about it. Medicine God Ling's wives and concubines all look like fairies. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Today I'll capture you two and make you all into prostitutes." I believe that Ling Zhao's expression will be very interesting when he hears this news. A peak intermediate stage supreme being of the Demon Tiger clan rushed over and laughed. He was a person who specialized in collecting all kinds of information. He had already studied everything about Ling Xiao. Previously, Ling Xiao led the Demon Tiger tribe to destroy their ancestral land. He was one of the lucky ones who escaped. Because of this, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. Another middle-level supreme being came with him. The two of them, together with two sacred beasts, had already trapped the four-winged ice sculpture and Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi shouted, "All of you will definitely die a horrible death." She wanted to summon the Black Tortoise, but the Black Tortoise couldn't kill Jiang Dian and the Black Demon Tiger King in a short period of time. "Hee, we will die a horrible death, but you will be better off dead than alive." The middle-level supreme being sneered. At the same time, they attacked Yun Mingqi and the four-winged ice sculpture, trying to capture them all alive. Even though Yun Mingqi had the absolute cold dead water to increase her strength, the gap between them was still too big. She couldn't even withstand two attacks from the opponents before she was severely injured. As for the four-winged ice sculpture, blood splashed everywhere. Its body swayed and flung the women away. It was afraid that it would be killed in a few more attacks. Everyone's faces were ashen. They knew that it was time for them to die. They were ready. Even if they had to self-detonate, they couldn't let them capture them. If they did, they would only be humiliated to death. "Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want." Although Ji Beixin had a gentle personality, her heart was unyielding. She wanted to self-detonate on the spot after she said that. However, a powerful force shrouded her and sealed her, making it hard for her to use her energy. "In front of us, you don't even have the right to self-detonate." The middle-level supreme being sneered. Just as the two supreme being incipient god realm experts were about to capture them, a beam of golden light shot down from the sky. This beam of golden light was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly pillar crashing down with the power of millions of caddies. It could shatter the galaxy and destroy all living things. The two supreme being incipient god realm experts were frightened. They raised their divine weapons to block it, but they were still blown away by this beam of golden light. Several figures dashed over from a distance. Beams of golden light floated around them, flashing with an extremely powerful aura. "You guys should retreat for now. I'll deal with them." A cold voice arose. The women looked at the person who had saved them and found that it was a man who looked like an ape. The ape's fur on his body shone with golden light. He wore a golden headband and held a golden stick in his hand. He wore a golden armor and an extremely cold aura rippled. Wasn't he Yuan Zhantian, the one who had parted ways with Ling Xiao on the East Territory Road? Who else could it be? Several holy beasts came back with him. They were the Monkey King and the Ape King. They weren't the ones who had left the heaven area with him. They were the helpers that Yuan Zhantian had found in outer space. He had the bloodline of a sacred battle ape. He could subdue tens of thousands of monkeys and apes. Now he had become a real sacred battle ape. His strength had soared from the initial low-level supreme being to the peak of mid-level supreme being. With his battle prowess, he could even put up a fight against a high-level supreme martial artist. Moreover, he had two high-level 11th level Monkey King and Ape King behind him. They were more than enough to protect Ling Xiao and his women. That's great. With Brother Yuan back, we're saved. Yi Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Don't celebrate too early. He can protect us, but don't forget that terrifying existence up there. Cruel Leopard poured cold water on them. Yuan Zhantian and his holy beasts quickly killed the two mid-level supreme beings and the holy beasts. However, up in the sky, the eternal god had almost killed all the supreme being incipient god realm experts and the holy beasts. A lot of blood mist burst out. Screams and screams rang out from time to time. The power of the demon cloud black hole was endless. Each black hole was hard to destroy. From time to time, a demonic palm appeared. The supreme being incipient god realm experts and the holy beasts couldn't resist it at all. The two old Dragon King had also tried their best. Their bodies were covered in blood, but they could only restrain the Black Demon Tiger Emperor. In this battle, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate had suffered a great loss. If this continued, they would definitely be erased from the heaven area. Right at this moment, a cluster of golden fiendish light floated over from outer space. This cluster of golden fiendish light had the shape of a dragon. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a great distance and arrived at the outer space of the heaven area. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.